Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to CF1 as we are about to get down and dirty with our Central Region quarterfinals. Now, we're going to have a pretty big matchup on our hands today, a bit of a battle for Texas. We have Texas A&M facing off against Longhorn Gaming, and Jonah, this is going to be a harsh battle for Longhorn, but they've been looking good lately.
Yeah, Longhorn has been looking good lately. They've improved on their record from Split 1 into Split 2. They've gotten 3 games now, this split, under their belt, and they're looking poised to perhaps take on the challenge that is TAMU.
Yeah, Texas A&M posting a stellar record is the best way I can put it. They lost one match across both splits, and that was to DePaul, those DPU Blue Demons who have been running undefeated across the Central Region. So, you don't really got to kick yourself too hard for taking the L there. But I want to talk a little bit about our rule set for the tournament before we go any further. So we have 3 single elimination regional playoffs. This is going to be, I believe this is the third of them, with the Central Region. And the top 2 teams from each region will be advancing to the big grand finals. Those grand finals are going to be double elimination, so teams will get the opportunity to fight their way back up through a loser's bracket. But in the end, first place will be walking away with $5,500, $2,500 to second, third with a $1,500 cash pool, and fourth, you're still walking away with a little bit of change with $500. So you just got to make it into the semifinals to walk away with a little bit of money. Jonah, as we move forward, let's take a look at the bracket.
At the top here, we see the upper bracket, DePaul, who have gone undefeated in Central Group, the Central Region Group 2, rather, and they'll be playing Western University at 2 p.m. CST. That will take place off of stream, as well as St. Louis University versus UH Premier, fan favorites here in the Central Region. The games we'll be covering at the very bottom, Longhorn Gaming, rather, Texas University at Texas at Arlington, or at Austin, rather. We'll be going head-to-head versus Texas A&M. And that's the game we'll be covering, while offering will also have Oregon State versus Seneca.
Yeah, and then after that, we're going to have the pleasure of, whoever advances out of that bottom bracket, you guys are going to get to see it on stream as our second game. So make sure that you guys are looking out for that afterwards. But we're going to get down and dirty with our map picks here. You didn't agree with what Longhorn did in the pick map. We've got Haven, Ascent, and then if we go to the third map, we're going to Icebox. But talk to me a little bit about your feelings on that pick ban.
Yeah, Texas A&M is a team that really plays off of the playstyle of Double Duelist, very aggressive team. Of course, they have a player with the namesake Aggro who does like to hold W a little bit. And having played against TAMU, once you realize that they have Rush A, Rush B, and go down mid fast, they like to play a very fluid, aggressive defense with all sides pushing at the same time. So if that's the case, you want to veer away from maps that are more pug-friendly, like Haven and Ascent. But Longhorns Gaming, they sort of went into the trap of playing to their strengths and not really understanding that their opponents were also very good at those maps. So they took out Split and Bind, and now that those 2 maps are gone, which are very structured, now we have Haven and Ascent as our maps 1 and 2. And if that's the case, having played Haven and Ascent versus TAMU, I know what a threat they can be. And what a threat we've seen from them in previous games when they've played Haven and Ascent. Those guys are monsters on those maps, let's be frank.
I mean, I have no real disagreements. I do want to point out that Longhorn Gaming over the course of these 2 splits have gone from a team that didn't really look like they had much of an identity, and we're starting to see that identity come forth now. They're being a little bit more assertive in how they hold their corners, how they set up their defaults, and how they prepare for the map. So maybe it's kind of, they want to take them to their strengths. They want to fight a full strength Texas A&M, and they want to get in there and kind of mess them up. If you take them to a map like Haven where they are very adept and you get that W, or even just make it a close match, it's a good little int into their mental state to show them that, you know, you're not the only team in Texas that can play Valorant.
Of course, if you take them towards that aggressive, map style of choice in Haven, as we see pick bans coming in, we're expecting a very duelist-heavy composition from TAMU. They've elected to go usually for the Omen rather than the Astra, as teams have started to go towards. On the side of UT, they're getting that identity, as you said, Steidel, and they're starting to play a little more disciplined. But I'm wondering here, in this coming match, are they able to show the culmination of the things that they've been working on?
Looks like they're a little bit undecided on what they're going to be running, or they're just messing with us. I do know that the members of Longhorn Gaming do enjoy a good joke. Loving the names Mr. and Mrs. Catfish, playing together. Couple that plays together stays together.
That's right. Happy marriage is all about the matching usernames in game.
But not a surprising select right now from TAMU. Like you said, double duelist composition, running the Omen for the smokes, and then Killjoy able to kind of cover their back as they aggress onto the point. And mirror composition going to be coming out from Longhorn Gaming. It does look like, oh no, swapping out the Sova for the second duelist for the Cypher.
Yeah, they've got 2 Sentinels on the side of Longhorn Gaming, and this lends itself to a very unique strategy that a lot of teams have been experimenting with. Having 2 Sentinels on your roster means that you're able to do a lot more flank watching, and also, therefore, a lot more flanking. So let's see if, on the attacking side that Longhorn Gaming is starting on, perhaps they could do a little more splitting, a little more defaulting with this Killjoy Cypher. Of course, their flanks will be watched, therefore they can mix it up a little bit, maybe timing out TAMU. We know that they like to go aggressive, TAMU does. And if that's the case, having 2 Sentinels on offense will allow them to staunch the push from TAMU.
So it looks like, maybe they did do their homework. I like this for bringing it out against such an aggressive team as TAMU. Gather the information, take away the element of surprise from them if you can. This wouldn't be the first time that TAMU is up against a composition looking to squash what they bring to the table, so they will be prepared early on. Still going to take a lot of damage, going to have to use the hot hands if he wants to heal up, but Pierre not watching his back and already made the flank. Using the smoke to get the escape and did a little bit of damage. Not going to make it out, though. Mrs. Catfish will win the fight. And now TAMU down 2 members. Longhorn Gaming off to a good start here in the pistol round.
Yeah, they've developed themselves a nice man advantage, and it looks like that as they regroup, a couple of their members are bleeding red there on the HP. So as they make this rotate out, let's see if they can get that lurk through garage. Nope, they decide to go all 5-man towards the C-long position. This will allow them to set up a very good post plant, as the members of TAMU don't really have their star jet player in aggro. They have to rely on the utility players in their Sova, Jim Jones fans, and their Killjoy in Helms. Or Dill rather, let's see what they can do on this retake as Helm starts to approach.
I like the fact that they entered into the site with their Killjoy and Cypher in the front. Low health members go first, just in case there is somebody there to trade out. Jim Jones now the last one alive. There's a lot of Longhorns down this hallway. Mrs. Catfish going to find that last kill and a flawless first round for Longhorn Gaming.
Not what we were expecting, but a really happy surprise for me, as they had 3 players towards the A site, did TAMU, and that meant that they were ready for the push of Longhorn Gaming, but simply AO Pier and the rest of the gang and Jason and Mrs. Catfish, they showed up at Long A and Short A ready to play. Taking those members out was critical, as the rest of TAMU had to rotate in, leaving that C-bomb site completely exposed. This round, we're seeing a little bit of a more standard defense here, as the members of TAMU are spread out as the members of Longhorn Gaming.
Oh, Pierre wants this duel again with Dell. He sees the orb disappear, knows he's there, can't hit the shots, though. Good job checking for Ed. Doesn't see him. So little bit of information on who's where. And Longhorn Gaming right now doing a good job of really stunting the aggression that A&M wants to bring to the table, but just can't seem to get online.
Yeah, they've worked themselves into this garage position title, and it looks like it's going to be a C split, but no one's going through C long yet, so this is going to be very awkward as you see Helms on off your screen towards that C long position. So they do decide to bail out, which is a great call. They allow their jet player Techni to lurk up here through C connector. They've gotten to the B site. They're going to be planning here, and during this post plant, it's going to be a full 5 versus 5. So let's see how TAMU can coordinate to remove this post-planted positioning of UT.
And a difficult point to really hold B. You know, so many angles to look out for. Techni able to find both headshots there with the help of Mrs. Catfish Pierre as well, finding a couple. And that's going to be another round for Longhorn Gaming as they completely shut me up. Yes, B is easy enough to hold. Fine.
Yeah, B was held there so well because of an excellent crossfire, but also because of the gun disadvantage that TAMU really had there. They didn't have the guns because they didn't invest into that previous round. But now, going forward, Shuttle, they've gotten themselves the bye. So now that they have the bye, those 2 frags on their team right now could start to skyrocket as we could see some classic TAMU aggression.
Doesn't look like we're going to be getting any new buys coming out of Longhorn Gaming. They're going to go ahead and pad the economy as much as possible.
Looks like Jason here.
They know TAMU's on a gun round.
They're playing it nice and slow, and I really like this Killjoy turret here in mid from Mr. Catfish, using it to peek down bottom B, to make sure no pushes come through there unwarranted. And it looks like it's going to be an A hit for the side of Longhorn Gaming, as they have AO Pierre there lurking up in the sewer position. There's only one player here from TAMU, as TAMU has decided to stack the C site this round. So it's going to be all up to Helms here, who's taking first contact, gets blinded as the dart comes in with the dash, gets shot from behind by Techni, and that's the A bomb site. There was only one defender there, and that is crucial for the side of Longhorn Gaming, as this is their bonus round.
Up into heaven goes TAMU. They still have the ability to get the retake. Jim Jones fan here looking to find a couple of kills with that Vandal. Has some help up there, but aggro immediately taken out of the battle. Big shock dart from Jim Jones, even in the scales. Now Dill has the ability to go through, has the crossfire from Jim Jones, who gets taken out in heaven by IO Pierre. Pierre flashed. The shots start landing for Dill, but finally they make their way to his head. And TAMU's able to finally stop this roll from Longhorn Gaming and put a point on the board.
Yeah, Jim Jones fans showing up with that huge shock dart. 2 members of LU there on the spike in the default position. You really want to get out of dodge right there while you're after planting the bomb. That shock dart, huge. It gets amazing dividends. It takes out 2 members, and crucially, it takes out the Killjoy player who had the turret there on the default box that was watching the push from CT in heaven as first contact. So insane gameplay there from Jim Jones, and a crucial first round there for TAMU.
Yeah, looks like TAMU's starting to pick up momentum and play the way they want to. Looking for an aggressive hold here on C. This is Catfish looking to just cause a little bit of destruction, or just disruption. Yeah, UT really starting off slow.
I really like this default here from Longhorn Gaming. They're sending the Cypher towards A, to prod and poke, and having the Omen there towards the C site, while the rest of the players control the mid area. It allows them to get numbers advantages on the offensive side, to get easy prods and pokes in, so that they can find out where players are, and then from here they'll regroup and see where they can go. Let's see if Longhorn Gaming realizes that the B site is relatively free here, as no one's playing on the site anchored. And there you see Techni trying to get his way in there, seeing if anyone is going to reveal themselves, as he does have that superior weaponry that he didn't have in the previous round.
Oh, Techni, if you'd taken that shot, you would have gotten Ed. Caster vision.
The rest of the members.
This is a really slow round from Longhorn Gaming. They are ready to explode onto the point, and there goes the death pin. Helms now scrambling back to the default box, takes the duel, and trades out. So it's a 1v1, but the spike went down, so it's going to take a little bit longer for the plant to go down, but Jason is going to be there to do so. Jim Jones already contributing to the fight off the point with the Hunter's Fury. He grabs a couple of tags and is looking for a recon dart. Looks like he missed the ledge that he was going for, so that recon dart just going to go wide. But aggro into the high ground this time. Once again, Techni finds him. Jim Jones going to be left to help. 2 members left of Longhorn Gaming. One and Cubby going to be looking for it, able to find it. Dill. One more kill needs to come through, but Pierre on A long. Able to kill True. 1 more kill. Ooh, just too harsh. Is able to find it. Oh, 16 health. 1 more bullet from Jim Jones, and he would have been toast.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from Longhorn Gaming. They're not really that known in the Central group for being a standout team, but as you said, they've done their homework shuttle. They came out swinging. As you see Pierre here clutch the 1 versus 2 on the Cypher, goes for the spray, gets the jiggle peek back out, and then goes for the wide swing. That's confidence right there. As you see, every single round, default from Longhorn Gaming is working out. They're sending members to every position on the map, and it looks like TAMU hasn't really been able to get a grasp on this map. They're used to playing aggressive, and that's clearly not been working for them here.
Yeah, if you play aggressive into this kind of setup, you hard commit to one spot, you're opening up the rest of the map for the team. It's difficult to do that. When the team's playing together, it's easy. Techni making it look simple here outside of Garage, almost taking or falling. But is able to take that first life and put a lot of damage into TAMU, so they're going to have to use a little bit of utility there from Dill.
Oh, but the neural theft means that they know exactly where the players of TAMU are. And off of it, they get that nice pick on from Mrs. Catfish onto aggro before the classic of Dill responds, living with 1 HP. Doesn't afford you too much jiggle room as Techni takes him out, and they know where Ed is from that previous Cypher ultimate, the neural theft. And Mrs. Catfish, Mr. Catfish, the rest of the team, and Jason still alive and kicking. And this is really impressive from Longhorn Gaming because they're starting to not only win rounds, but they're building up that economy quite nicely. They've gotten 2K on 3 players and the nice 5K before he purchases Techni a weapon. Doesn't matter though. The main thing is if you're taking a look at the scoreboard here, look at TAMU's economy. They're bleeding dry. If they lose this round, they'll be forced onto another eco round. And that's not really the look you want to see from TAMU, who's gone relatively undefeated in this group.
No. They read it right. They brought the op to play. Doesn't get the first shot. Jonah, that would have been huge.
Yeah, aggro, you're used to seeing him get those picks, but Longhorn Gaming is so impressive in the way they're playing. And I cast a cursed Mr. Catfish right there as aggro, the star player for TAMU, actually does take out the Killjoy player, leaving them second guessing. Do we go towards the A site or do we fall back?
I like this. You leave lurks so that if you're followed, you can find yourself an opportunistic pick and go ahead and send the rest of your team to kind of scout out the rest. But TAMU getting a little bit used to this spread out slow play from Longhorn. They still have members on every single site. Didn't call any real rotations except for bringing that Killjoy to help out the Cypher on A. Or sorry, the Jet on A.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job, is TAMU, of playing a little more steady than we're used to seeing, and this is going to pay dividends as Techni lurking up here in Garage is alone, and Dill will spot the shoulder and the barrel of the rifle there. That's an easy pick off for the side of TAMU as their defense is starting to pull itself together. They've gotten a better read, a better grasp on the Longhorn Gaming unit. It looks like there's not going to be much they can do with only 20 seconds left on the clock. They're starting to split up, maybe trying to go forward towards a B take. It looks a little disjointed here, but the bomb is towards the C-long position, but it looks like Jason not really feeling it, not going to go for too much. Just going to save his weapon here into the next round.
No real reason to push that. You've got a decent econ, you got your ults up. You don't really need anything from the end there, so I'm happy to see them keep that weapon in hand.
Yeah, I'm really liking the aggressive positioning of aggro with this operator there. He was towards the A short position, took that shot, and then quickly relocated towards the A long position. And now he's taking the operator towards Garage. Perhaps we could see a cheeky little peek out of the doors there. But that doesn't really matter if the entirety of Longhorn Gaming does go towards the C-bomb site.
Looking for the recon dart. Bounce it off the top of this house here, and it bounces perfectly onto the side, but waiting for the team to get ready to act on the information that it's going to receive. Only one member, however, from Tamu on the site, and a beautiful peek from Aggro is going to find IO Pierre. Ed now discovered on site, but is able to work their way out of the fight a little bit. Does get caught by Techni, though. Good crossfire from Longhorn Gaming as they get the plant down, and the whole team of Texas A&M waiting just off point for the re-engage. The running back's going to start it off. They get the turret out of... Oh, almost. Oh, yep, there you go. Gets the turret out of contention. Goes to check the rest of the site, but they lose one to Mrs. Catfish. Running back's not going to find much except... Oh, nope, does find a kill onto Mrs. Catfish. They're at the very, very end. Rest of Longhorn Gaming here sitting pretty down C long. There goes the smoke. There goes the defuse. The Hunter's Fury going to put an end to that party. Aggro gets hit pretty hard by that one, but Dill's going to push the aggressive button, trying to flash and build, but sees too much. Techni and Jason both able to find a pick. Dill now alone on the point, and Longhorn Gaming continuing to push this attack.
Yeah, their executes are so clean. With this double sentinel comp, they're able to have their flanks pretty much watched at all times. You have to worry about the tripwires and then the alarm bot, even if AO here is the first one to go down there that round at the hands of Aggro's operator. All of the members of TAMU are forced to funnel out of that CT position. And when you're retaking a bomb site, you really want to be flanking and hitting them from separate angles of connector and CT. But they weren't able to do that because of the double sentinel comp, and that's what's allowing Longhorn Gaming to really put their foot down here. And it seems that they know what ain't broken. They're just sticking to it. So they're just gonna go back to C here, it looks like, as TAMU does end up finding some information towards mid.
Yeah, they're trying to force it. Send everybody to have. They have a really disjointed buy, a couple of rifles, a pistol. I think I saw a sub in there somewhere. So I was gonna kind of corral in here and see what they can get. Nice double coming out from Dill. Make that a triple, and it works out for TAMU. They force the aggressive play into mid. And they're able to work out, and they walk away with a plethora of free weaponry.
Oh my god, the bait and switch there from both teams was brilliant. You saw TAMU Dill take first contact, jiggle out Mr. Catfish responding with 2, but it was mostly the baiting and switching, the changing of position. One person takes contact, falls back, allows his second teammate to get another contact, his third teammate to come in to help him, and then he goes back in. It's that nice changing of position that allowed both teams to actually capitalize off of frags in that round. And ultimately it does go towards TAMU, and Aggro, he's back on this operator. Let's see how aggressive he can get, as one player has crossed over to the long A position. Maybe he's not aware of it, maybe he is, but as the alarm bot spots him out, he has to know he's there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough walk back for Pierre.
Yeah, Pierre should be able to spot him out, and the duel goes the way of Aggro right there. He should have known that a player could potentially be there, but Aggro, he's just so far pushed up. What an excellent play from him on the jet operator.
A lot of weight right now on Techni's shoulders. You bring out these blades, you've got to be able to get some sort of utility out of them. 2 members of TAMU sitting in garage, kind of lurking towards B a little bit. Looks like they got some information that Ed was on the transition. You see the ping in the back. The smoke goes down to make sure that heaven is cleared. They're indoors.
And Techni with these knives is looking towards the B site here. As the
Mr. Catfish
team is
put the
going
alarm bot down on the Phoenix. And that's going to give all the information to Techni and the rest of the team about who is where. But regardless, TAMU's still able to come out on top. They knew where everybody was.
Yeah, the alarm bot play was solid, and they did have all the information, but TAMU responding with that nice weaponry, with the great fire back, that gameplay right there. That's why TAMU is so known and feared in this region. They've got that firepower title, and they're showing it. Of course, the scoreline is still 4-5, but it feels like the momentum is starting to shift towards TAMU, and this game is mostly about momentum. So yeah, if we can start seeing some comeback here.
TAMU has so much to work with right now. It's like apart from weaponry, you have the Killjoy ultimate, you've got the Hunter's Fury, you can teleport your Omen, you've got the run it back for information. I mean, know exactly where you are. This should be a pretty good retake.
Cage trigger.
Killjoy ultimate on point just in case anybody's up there, but they're just gonna kind of lurk in heaven. I don't think that aggro knows. Techni's watching this angle, needs to be careful. Techni's been able to take them out in heaven time and time again, and aggro once again falling to their counterpart on the jet. There goes the run it back onto the point. Or sorry, the flashbang onto the point.
Man,
right
TAMU's
Gaming have a really good hold.
TAMU's retake is so difficult as they get flashed and mated off, and now they're forced to challenge into the crosshairs of UT. You see Dill here taking a lot of damage, and Jim Jones fan also bleeding red right there, and he gets taken down. It's all gonna be up to Dill here. With 33 HP and the bomb ticking down, it doesn't seem they have much of a choice but to save. And as quickly as it started, Longhorn Gaming ended it just as fast with a really nice A execute. They knew that aggro was there towards the A site with Helms. They knew that they could take it as long as they got Helms picked off early, as Helms did have that Killjoy lockdown to stop a push, hopefully, but going down before being able to use that Killjoy ultimate means that you're not really afforded to do much on the A site, as it's a full 4v5 retake and it doesn't work out in their favor. I'm looking for Dill here. He needs to get aggressive with this Phoenix, a little more into the mix there with that ultimate run it back, as aggro is the one who actually takes contact. But it's just going to be aggro, the only one from TAMU peeking out. This is a very different style than we're used to seeing, and because of that, perhaps they're playing into the hands of Longhorn Gaming. They've figured something out, has Longhorn. But no, TAMU Ed with that Omen taking the high ground with that teleport. He's able to get into a sneaky position. And for that very reason, this is one of the first few times where TAMU has had the early men advantage and actually kept it.
The question is, are they going to notice that Longhorn Gaming has already given up A? They've said, all right, cool, you obviously have position here. This is obviously a site that you control. We're going to go and give it to you, and we're going to rotate across the map a little bit. Some information from Catfish into the back finds out that the jet has rotated off of A. Now this becomes pretty difficult for Longhorn Gaming. You're going up the middle, and all that TAMU really has to do is collapse to the center of the map to take this fight.
Blocking sight.
I'm going to check the
Jim
corner,
Jones
too, for Jim
fans.
Jones. Looking for the third, finds the third, the fourth doesn't come. Jason able to find it, but, take the shot. Oh, Jason not able to clutch it out in the 1v4, but that's a tough situation to be in.
Last
I mean, we don't have, the players themselves don't have that outline through the smoke right there, but it looked like Jason had a chance here before Jim Jones with this excellent spray transfer onto the third. I mean, when you're sitting there on B alone as Sova, that position is so powerful if it goes unchecked. And Jim Jones fans just collecting on the dividends that is that superior positioning right there. And going into the last round of the first half, we've seen a much different Longhorn Gaming here as Techni goes to the off duel, and Aggro's the one who picks it up.
Oh, it's gotta feel bad for Techni. You've been getting the best of aggro all game, but the second you pick up the operator, it's a completely different story. And now, A&M didn't use very much in that last round. They still have 4 out of 5 of their ultimates. They should be better equipped to take the hold here. The Hunter's Fury, full Longhorn Gaming, off point, will provide a little bit of extra oomph to the defense, and a beautiful play by Pierre on this flank. Finds the run it back, and it's Runner to find that secured kill, and now Longhorn Gaming looking much more equipped here on this post-plant scenario. Able to find both two members of Texas A&M who are on point. Defuse going down and nobody going for it. A little bit of distraction, maybe? I'm not quite sure, but Longhorn just didn't go for the spray for the defuse or the Hunter's Fury even.
Yeah, they weren't able to quite get the plant down in the position that they wanted, because the spike wasn't necessarily planted for long C. It was more planted in towards the default position there. It means that they can't really spray from long C. They don't really have that angle. The lines, the geometry just doesn't work out in their favor. But still, looking at the bigger picture, we see that TAMU in this David versus Goliath matchup, with the records being so uneven, TAMU is supposed to be the favorite here. But Longhorn Gaming, they're on one, they're on one today.
Yeah, Longhorn Gaming is not gonna let A&M walk away with this win without a fight. I think that A&M may have expected a little bit of a quicker win here. UT definitely looking to change that up. Catfish and Pierre backing each other up, both able to find members of A&M as the rush goes A. The B rush was a bit of a bait, able to find sight for free. Well, you've got 4 on the retake, 1 little bit of hurt. It's not too mismatched as far as as far as utility goes. Not too mismatched. Information goes. Longhorn Gaming has everything they need, but still, Tamu coming through with the kills, the shock dart to start it off from Jim Jones as he's now claimed 3 lives with those shock darts.
Yeah, the early B aggression drew the rotation, as you said, and that's really going to be a focal point for TAMU. They're so used to rushing with Dill and aggro, getting those rotations moved over from whatever site they're actually going to take, and to run a fake on pistol round says a lot about that team. They've got that plan down. They've got the strategy there. So let's see if they have another round in their playbook. So the main point is that going forward, is the offense going to be able to consistently pull off rounds to build up an economy that makes it so that TAMU can steamroll over Longhorn Gaming in this offensive half, as it looks like just with Classics, UT isn't really able to do too much.
Yeah, you know, the anti-eco round, a little bit rough for Longhorn Gaming, but that's okay.
1 enemy remaining.
Still able to hold a little bit of their ground. The right click from the Classic. A little powerful, don't you think, Dill?
That's so broken by Dill. I mean, people have been abusing the jump right click Classic for so long that Riot's addressed it with a nerf. And even if they nerfed it, quote unquote, it doesn't even feel like a real nerf, as you see Dill here, 1-tap Classic, jumping right click Classic. And why does a gun work like that in this game? I don't know, but Riot Games, please fix. Rito, please fix, because that is just down and dirty.
Yeah, it never feels good to go to the Classic 3 tap, or the 3 burst, if you will. Oh no, Dill, be careful. Catfish has got Mrs. Catfish has got their eyes on you, but still able to capture that, and they're 1 step closer to having to run it back. And now as they move through the garage, they're going to be met by a lot of members of Longhorn Gaming in a turret just around the corner. Aggro dashes past the turret, but Jason's ready. Finds the shot, and now TAMU, 1 duelist down, have to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, and the rotation has actually fully come in here for Longhorn Gaming. I mean, this is what Double Sentinel affords you. You see the tripwires towards A there? It allows the rest of the team from Longhorn Gaming to fully rotate, knowing that no one can be towards the A side, as both the Cypher tripwires are not only up, but also very deep. You see a deep A long, deep A short, and look, the entirety of Longhorn Gaming is clustered. Not only that, the turret in C connector spots both the C long push and the garage push. Excellent gameplay here by Longhorn Gaming, as they figured out a way to play the mini-map in a way that can staunch the pushing from TAMU. Both duelists going down early is going to be critical. That's their win condition right there, and they're doing it.
Yeah, and as much as A&M likes to be home of the 12th man, home of the 6th agent, if you have it, they're playing against the clock. So they have an additional opponent in this situation where they don't have the time that Longhorn has to kind of sit and hold angles. They have to push eventually, and they're going to choose now to do so. You see the Cypher Cage lobbed onto the point right in front of Helms. Is going to give a little bit of cover to the retake. Oh, and the Swarm Grenade is going to find 1. There goes the teleport to get out of the mix, but it's not going to help both in hell. Easy targets Techni, able to find both in the defuse. Longhorn Gaming not going to give it to A&M. They're going to put 7 on the board.
Yeah, University of Texas at Austin showing up big right here. I mean, the gun round wasn't their favorite, but to keep all 5 members alive versus a very aggressive TAMU team, hats off to them. As you see here, the double blind coming in and Techni cleaning up the 2 in hell, getting the 3K on that round. And that's confidence right there. As you pointed out, this man is beating aggro in the Jet 1v1 and topping the scoreboard. You see, in most of your games, you got a little Jet diff. Usually we're used to seeing aggro on the upper half of that Jet diff, but today, Techni's got a different story to tell.
Yeah, Aggro just hasn't really been able to play the game as much as Techni has, if I'm being honest. And now Tamu not really decisive about where they want to go. You see them leave the bomb back there in mid. It's going to allow them to take the pick fights, the pokes here and there, and figure out a comfortable place to put the bomb, and then they'll pick it up and move it towards the site. But Longhorn Gaming with a similar setup this time around. However, they're going to leave B a little bit more unguarded. I have 2 members over.
Yeah, I really like what Tamu did right there. They knew that both tripwires from Longhorn Gaming Cypher were pushed up early, so they broke them, and now they still have a minute left to play with. This is very different from Tamu. They're playing patient, they're playing a little more disciplined, they found out the information, and then now they're going from there into a delayed take with only 50 seconds left. I want to see them group up now. Maybe they go back to A, or maybe they'll prod back towards B, but whatever the case, let's see if they can get around here that they desperately need.
Yeah, that camera kind of nestled up in the bushes, the hedges on top of the wall. Difficult to spot if you're playing against it.
30 seconds left.
Still able to see a very large portion of the point. Does get flashed out, but now has the information that Tamu is on the point and executing. So be careful, those shock darts to heaven have been a killer before.
Spike planted.
Here's waiting for Jim Jones to shoot that shock dart up. There goes the recon dart from Jim Jones. Or sorry, the recon dart coming out from Longhorn Gaming. Flashing onto the point, Techni able to find a couple of kills up on top of the boxes, looking for another, but doesn't get it. Jim Jones able to silence the jet as the fight continues. Dill finding the equalizers, but nobody's paying attention to the defuse. Catfish is able to find it.
I mean, what can't Mr. Catfish do right there? He goes in by himself, gets the 2K, and then while the rest of his team is running in, he's just sticking the plant. Sticking the defuse right there. That's incredible coordination and gameplay there. Trust in spades. The teamwork is clearly there. The comms must be clear on the side of UT. And I'm looking at this, and my mouth's a little agape here, Steidel. I didn't expect this.
I'm for it. You know, I may be drinking out of my A&M cup right now, but I am super, super excited about what we're seeing today. You know, there was a little bit of little danger in our predictions about this being a little bit of a one-sided match. It is not the case, Jonah, at all. I think we're gonna hit OT.
Yeah, at this current pace, we could very well see OT. The main thing is that the Longhorn Gaming unit is playing in such a way that directly counters the early pushing. This double Sentinel comp, drafted perhaps by one of their players or their coach, whatever the case is, it's paying off. And that's what you want to see from teams that perhaps have a little bit less firepower, but they had that creativity, the ingenuity, and the ability to work together to pull off this well-played strategy. Even if Tamu does go towards the A site here and they get on, it doesn't matter. Because Longhorn, they're playing retake.
Pierre gets discovered in heaven, so the shock dart gonna help Ed secure that kill. Aggro, putting up the namesake, finally pushing the envelope just a little bit to find themselves some success. Tamu cuddling in the corner to escape the Killjoy ultimate.
You should run.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, and the Killjoy lockdown gets exchanged, so the block is against Longhorn Gaming now. They've got to push in quickly, remove the members as Mrs. Catfish.
Oh no, he's gonna teleport right into the site, gets detained, I'm sorry. And on to point comes the attacking force. Tamu are gonna be able to put to 9, but Mrs. Catfish bringing it back for her squad.
Yeah, it was just a little unfortunate there from the University of Texas. They had the lockdown there. Pierre goes down, and Mr. Catfish goes down. That causes the entirety of the retake from Longhorn to be a little messed up right there. They couldn't really get all the members alive into that round, and it looks like their economy, it's suffering a little bit, so they're forced to go on this little half-buy with some sheriffs, some shorties, and let's see if they have any new cheesy strategies that they can pull off to hold off these Phantoms and Vandals from TAMU.
Oh, they get early info that everybody's going to C, so they're just going to go ahead and flood over. And this is going to require some A1 aim. Coming out from Longhorn Gaming, but A&M with a massive advantage as far as weaponry goes. Yeah, Longhorn Gaming is going to kind of be throwing themselves at the point to see if they could find anything. A shorty's not going to find much, so now it's going to be up to Mrs. Catfish, but not going to happen. You get one for Mr. Catfish. And this is just a survival game from here on out. Be careful. Don't find it. Pelhams will be able to find the last kill, and A&M putting themselves in a really good position to secure this map. Longhorn can't let this run away with them. This is an important gun round for them.
Yeah, they've gotten the operator out perhaps from the side of UT. They could see that float over to Techni, or Mr. Catfish could keep it himself. Yep, it does go over to the Jet operator player for Longhorn Gaming. But that isn't what we need to pay attention to. What we need to pay attention to is the ultimates from the side of TAMU this round. They've got that Hunter's Fury, they've got the Omen from the Shadows, they've got those Jet 9s, and they could very well get Dill this, run it back. So if they do, I'm expecting a C split. But Techni, if he's got anything to say about that, nope, doesn't fire through the smoke. Gets it a little off timing, though, and doesn't get rewarded for that spam.
Joke's
He
over.
needs to be careful. TAMU very much wants to break into this point. He's able to find the shot onto the run it back, has to smoke and hopefully find another member, but Helm's watching the corner of the box, able to find the headshot. There's a second from aggro. TAMU now up 2 members as they continue to find picks, and looks like they found themselves a bit of a home here on C-side.
Yeah, the idea was great there from Longhorn Gaming. They wanted to go pick off Dill there on the long C position, but the smoke from Mrs. Catfish kind of denying his own teammate, or it was the smoke from TAMU to provide excellent cover. Whatever the case, though, TAMU's found life now, new life on the C site as 2 rounds in a row they take over C, and it looks pretty secure for me. Even versus pistols versus guns, it doesn't matter. Assault rifle or not, Mrs. Catfish and Mr. Catfish taking turns playing Hunger Games here.
Yeah. Question is, are they going to be able to find Mrs. Catfish? Which of the two are better at hide and seek? It does look like the positioning taken from Mrs. Catfish a little more advantageous, and as the round ends, tries to get an extra pick, but isn't able to find the shots.
I gotta give that one the survival game victory over to Mr. Catfish there. He got one with the Sheriff. Mrs. Catfish wasn't able to respond in kind with one with the Vandal, but nevertheless, it is going to be another round for TAMU, and because of that, we're starting to see that momentum shift we were talking about. This is the first time in this entire game where a team has won 3 rounds in a row on its own half, and TAMU, this is what happens when they're playing. They start winning a couple, they start feeling themselves, and then the motor starts going, and when it starts going, the TAMU train don't stop.
And look at this hold right now from Longhorn Gaming. They're prepared for this push into Garage. Turret goes down, looking to respond. Catfish is there with the Sheriff. Gets traded out. That's okay. They have a second member here with the Ghost, just in case the push comes through.
Oh, this drone here from Jin Jones fans. They were privy towards what Longhorn Gaming was putting out there. They knew it was a bait and switch. They sent that Sova drone in there, collects the information, and we haven't seen this from Pierre before. Hey, yo, Pierre, down here in the sewer position, close up with the judge. Maybe does get one, but no! Ed, he's just so aware.
Oh, man. TAMU's going to be able to get this plant off, and Jason's looking for a good pick. Almost finds it, I believe. Almost got a shot off with just above the shoulder. See how Techni's able to perform with the Sheriff themselves. But I like the fact that Longhorn Gaming didn't buy this round, because now they're going to be able to come into it next round equipped.
Yeah, they're playing the economy game really well right here. I'd say that the storyline for Longhorn Gaming is that they've gotten themselves quite a nice buy, quite a nice unit going on where they're all on the same page. They're clearly playing as a team, and this group teamwork that they're showcasing is very impressive. And because of that, they've taken 8 rounds off of TAMU. But for them, they definitely want even more. And they've put themselves in a position to do just that. They're so close to that Killjoy lockdown. They have the Sova's Hunter's Fury to stop Helms from using that Killjoy ultimate as one Hunter's Fury. It does take out the Killjoy ultimate, the 2 tags that is. The main thing they need to do, they need to stop Dill. Dill on this Phoenix, he's getting the C-Long Orb almost every single round for free, and it goes uncontested. And if Phoenix is allowed to farm these orbs, his ultimate goes on off cooldown every single few rounds, and that's why you see Dill able to get so aggressive.
Yep. Not really too often talked about the ultimate orb, game of Valorant, but it is vital. Techni able to find the opening kill into Jim Jones, and now Longhorn feeling a little bit better about being able to keep A&M at bay. However, the no-noise play from A&M almost allows them to get free entry onto C, but that Owl Drone able to spot one of them out. And Longhorn not going to take the bite on the aggressive defense.
The mix-ups are incredible here from Longhorn Gaming as Techni gets another contact but gets blinded off. Very crucial blind there from the Omen of Tamu, removing this operator from the high ground, and now Dill getting that kill, does have access to his run it back. He doesn't need it though. He doesn't need to run it back if he's got his original life, taking out 2 players there, and the retake is going to be a perilous task here for Longhorn Gaming as they have an operator. It's so hard to retake with this weaponry.
Oh no, what weaponry? Aggro able to find the best. The dash goes through and a knife to the face to finish it out. Finishing in style. A&M are going to be able to take our first map, and what a map it was, Jonah. I mean, my mind's still kind of bumbling around a little bit. Break it down for us.
So really what we expected to see versus what we actually saw was a completely different form of TAMU. We were used to seeing them go aggressive on defenses, taking it to the other... Oh, you got the nice TAMU cup right there. Maybe a little bias coming out from my fellow casters, but still, we're used to seeing TAMU run it down on people, and we saw that from Dill towards the second half, but we're not used to seeing aggro get shut down on this Jet. He was losing a few duels, but still... The prime contribution as a Jet player in good gameplay is that you're the one going in first, right? And that's what I have to award Aggro for. Just because he was getting shut down by Techni and the other members of UT doesn't mean he didn't stop. He kept on going, and that's really what you want to see from a player like Aggro. UT, they had such an interesting strategy with the double sentinel. They stopped the push with utility, the Cypher tripwires, the cages, the cameras, the turrets, the alarm bots. And that is really going to be what is... They have to take that into the next map. That's their winning ticket almost. And if they're able to do that for map 2 of Ascent, I'm looking for another close one then if they're able to do that. Or maybe TAMU's figured it out a little bit. I mean, as you said, TAMU is a great team, so...
Yeah. That double sentinel composition, that works on Ascent as well. Pretty effectively allowing you to not have to worry about mid as much. If you're able to lock down one of those sites with that Cypher and then the other with the Killjoy, you're kind of able to float a lot more and catch those. Because for me, Ascent is the map that Tamu's really, really good at. They're able to rush mid, cause a little bit of instability, and then they're able to pretty much choose their side at will, and their executes are pretty clean, if I'm going to be honest. So you think that double sentinel is going to come back?
I hope so. That seems to be what's giving Longhorn Gaming life here, really. The fact that they're able to use that utility so well. And I really want to point out, they've got synergy in spades right now. I mean, Mr. and Mrs. Catfish, they've obviously got the matching names, but they've got matching playstyles. They're playing off of one another. They're playing trades very well. And if they're able to step up just a little bit more in these individual engagements, you see here, Jason had those 5 frags. Of course, he was doing a lot for his team in planting the spike and off of throwing the Sova darts, the recon, and the shock for his team. But if they're able to step up the individual trading a little bit more, then Dill doesn't get that 3K in window winning them that round. And if that round goes in the favor of Longhorn Gaming, a little bit of momentum can go a long way in this game. And if they were able to win that, then the tides will shift ever so slightly, and that will maybe cause a butterfly effect where in a different reality, maybe we could have seen UT win this round.
I can see it. But Longhorn Gaming going to have a little bit of time to talk about that over our break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back with this Texas Showdown on Ascent.
Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are not wasting any time. We are going to be hopping into map 2 any minute now. So I wanted to talk a little bit of prep for that. We're going to Ascent. We talked a little bit on the break about how Longhorn Gaming with this double Sentinel composition has done a really good job of kind of stinting what Tamu likes to bring to the table. Hopefully we're going to see that coming up. But on the side of Tamu, what do you expect from them going into Ascent?
I mean, they're like a one-trick pony, right? They're the team that does one thing very well and they stick to it. So I'm not expecting too much different from them. The double duelist composition, maybe keeping the Phoenix, farming those orbs for Dill. The man's hot, he's feeling it. So give the Phoenix the hot hands, let him get the orbs, let the run it down happen over and over. And that's a winning formula for Tamu. And even if Longhorn Gaming is able to show off this double Sentinel comp, I don't know if it's enough. They need more adaptation. They need just a little bit more.
Looks like they're going to be going ahead and running with the Breach this time around.
Yeah, Kimchi, who played the Sova, if I remember correctly, from Haven, switching over to the Breach, Mrs. Catfish, switching over onto Sova, and Aopier, who is on that Cypher now towards Omen. The only players who kept their respective roles are Mr. Catfish and Technian. This is maybe just another adjustment from the side of Longhorn Gaming. They've done their homework clearly. They know they want to play the Breach. They've got all 5 agents locked in, and as much as you could say that there's other things that Tamu could play, there it is. The same lineup for the same players, and they're going to do much of the same that we saw from last map.
Yeah, and Kimchi didn't get to play last map, but usually a starter for Longhorn Gaming going to be coming in on this map, and I like that from Longhorn Gaming. They're switching around their players depending on what map we're going to. And ladies and gentlemen, while we're talking, please make sure that you're diverting your attention down to the bottom of the screen, as you can get some updates on what's happening around the Central Region. Houston already taken a map over SLU, and OSU has already secured the victory, moving into the next bracket. So looks like these teams now fighting. They know who they're going to go up against. Longhorn Gaming, Texas A&M. Who's it going to be to take on Oregon State University? Doesn't look like we have information from DePaul and Western, and that just tells me that that map is still going. So that's probably a bit of a barn fight there itself. But we're here on a sit with Texas A&M and Longhorn Gaming as we prepare to get into things. Jonah, if we get another map like we just got, I'm going to be happy.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one, Steitel, and it looks like TAMU, the tried and true Sova drone, both duelists going in there. It's going to be up to Mr. Catfish here to staunch that push. The bleeding has started as he's already on fire and gets taken down.
Yeah. TAMU with an explosive start at the beginning of the round on this attack. They've already dwindled Longhorn Gaming down to 2 members. It's going to be a difficult retake. Mrs. Catfish, however, has proven before that he can do a big dent into the agent pool. Gonna be able to break down that wall on the other side. Kimchi. Flash goes wide, and Dill's able to capitalize, and Mrs. Catfish now caught in a crossfire. Gonna get taken down.
Yeah, and this is the gear shift that we know TAMU so much for. During the break between maps, they probably talked about how much confidence they have going in, and how last map they didn't really play their game on offense, as we saw a 6-6 half there from them on Haven. Going into this map, they're going to definitely pick up the pace a little bit, shift into that higher gear that they're known for.
And that mental is extremely important. You know, not allowing the fact that Longhorn Gaming took 8 rounds off of you last map, going into this map, is extremely vital, so that you can kind of, you're not second guessing yourself. The playstyle of TAMU does not allow for second guessing. Straight into the fray,
Yeah,
able to find the opening kill. Damn, already started off.
Yeah, they're up mid through B market right there, and through B main quickly, and it doesn't seem like they can do much as Mr. Catfish gets caught out on the flank here by Helm's Killjoy turret. And it's just going to be up to him to maybe bring it back a little bit, get some economy down from TAMU, make sure they don't keep those Spectres into the bonus round. Chances are slim for winning, but still with Mr. Jim Jones's Sova drone catching out and the blind coming in. I mean, as a player, it's just so hard in that position, right? You get tagged by the Sova drone, then you get blinded, your hands, your shoulders drop, you're just like, geez, I mean, like, can I play the game, man?
It's a difficult spot to get caught out in, and right now, Longhorn Gaming, you've got to be feeling a little bit of, not shell shock, but you don't have the ability to stunt TAMU as well as you did on the last map, because you're not running that double sentinel, and I think TAMU picked up on that immediately.
Yeah, and that's what's causing this change in pace, I think, and it doesn't seem TAMU is diverting from the playbook. They're running the exact same play with a slight variation. The Sova drone will go through B main, as you see Aggro and Dill running it down mid. Both flashes being used, but the weaponry is here for UT, but it doesn't matter if Dill has that sheriff.
Yeah, and a good crossfire, just able to bring attention from multiple angles to stop it here, but a bit of a stint to the bleeding. Mr. and Mrs. Catfish both finding kills in tandem. I was gonna say the couple that kills together, but I'm not gonna promote that. Kimchi's got a good angle here, looking into the fruit stands or market, if you will. Jim Jones still able to find the kill through the fire and the flames.
Yeah, the flame wall there from Dill allowed Jim Jones fans to actually creep onto the lane right there and take the spike away as it was down. Looks like Jim Jones fans very aware of the situation, takes the spike as AO Pierre gets the kill. It doesn't matter though. That's what's important, is the mini-map. And look at this. Jim Jones, completely free A-site. And Ed, he's in mid, but he's not able to capitalize off of his superior positioning.
Jim Jones still has the opportunity here, needs to be careful, but finds it all.
Recognition is nice. Now,
Oh man, Jim Jones fan, that round was excellent for him. Not only does he show up big on the scoreboard, but he showed up big in that round. He got a opening pick for TAMU towards B main, then collected the bomb, ran over to A, and then clutched the crucial 1v2. This round was so pivotal for TAMU because of the fact that they were on a bonus. And now that they've collected themselves the weaponry from the dead bodies of UT, it looks like the economy and the weaponry is starting to shift over to the side of TAMU.
Yeah, UT forced to play kind of aggressive here with these sheriffs. It's kind of a killer be killed situation. Oh, Techni almost gets blocked from the exit there, but Kimchi is able to find a Molotov kill there in over towards mid. I believe they shot that from the B site.
Yeah, that was Reach's. That was towards the aftershock rather from the side of Longhorn Gaming's breach. It ended up taking down Jim Jones fans, the hero of the last round, and that's not enough because Dill here in mid is a menace. He is a walking, moving turret right now. Has that run it back available, but he doesn't need it. Kimchi does go for the stun onto him, but let's see if they're aware of Mr. Catfish, and they're not.
Nope. Able to work in a crossfire of their own, and you can just see how much more power and presence Longhorn is able to assert onto Texas A&M when they can slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, they're bringing these rounds into close 3 versus 3s, and even with 22 seconds left, it doesn't amount to much as you see aggro going aggro, as his name does suggest. The 3v3 is in the favor of the offense, as they do have the weaponry.
MG going to be going for a good flash. This time it's not going to go wide, but he doesn't check the right corner, so he's going to get taken out. Catfish is there to help, but gets taken down as well, so it's going to be up to the misses, but misses ain't able to bring it home. And 4 now on the board for Texas A&M, and the economy is going to get a little bit away from them if they don't spring back quick.
Yeah, last map we saw Techni show up huge in the first half, and he's not had the same performance this half. It doesn't matter though, because the point is that Dill, during the last half, he started heating up, and he's carried that over to this half, or rather this map. And if he's continuing this form, we could see a very scary Phoenix on this server.
Still going to be approaching early and aggressively for Texas A&M as they set up for another B execute. The shot going to come through, going to stop them for a little bit, but it's not going to deter them at all.
You should run.
They are going to be walking into a bit of utility, but there goes the lockdown from Texas A&M. Hunter's Fury onto the site to stop the aggressive push. Catfish finds one with the swarm as well. And this is going to be big. A&M now forced onto the point, but they have lost their man advantage massively. Only 2 members still alive. Catfish was detained, so can't really do anything to defend themselves. They're the misses. Gonna be looking to avenge the death of their husband here on point. A&M only left with 2 members now, pushing Longhorn down to a 1v1. Helms versus Catfish.
Oh, this box is spammable. No. Oh, Mrs.
Who needs
Catfish.
spam? He's got headshots.
She could have just won the round by spamming the box, but she goes for the stylish headshot, of course. She does, and that's the first round for Longhorn Gaming. It's a little wary of TAMU. They could have read that situation a bit better, as they did have 3 members in the side of Longhorn Gaming with the Breach, Sova, and Killjoy towards that site. So perhaps a little over-eager is TAMU, but still, they've gotten that crucial round, has Longhorn Gaming. And this might be the start of that momentum they need. They carry their weaponry over, and now it's going to be anyone's game.
Jim Jones still showing the pistol right now. There we go. A bit of a late buy, but he's able to make it just in time. Helm's not having fun over there getting hit with the shock dart, but is able to secure the dart, or the orb, putting them 2 away from a lockdown. Texas A&M have already pushed up aggressively into mid. But Longhorn Gaming aren't looked to give away any purchase or hold their angles. The bomb's still over towards the B side. It hasn't been picked up by anybody by A&M. They're looking for the kills first.
Yeah, they're defaulting here, Steidel. They're trying to prod and poke. Look for an aggressive player from Longhorn Gaming. Get that easy pickoff. The Sova drone should spot that Killjoy alarm bot and the Killjoy herself. So now they have the information. And Mrs. Catfish, she's just able to take down both the A-site players in that default. So now the push is just coming from one way. The split can't be done. AOP are showing up big with that two-piece.
Judge, jury, and executioner right then and there. And now A&M only have Ed.
30 seconds left.
Gonna be looking for pretty much anything they can at this point. But ultimate's against you. Man advantage against you. Texas A&M probably going to lose this round as well. And that's big for Longhorn Gaming. Their economy needed this win. Checks the corner a little bit too tightly, and Mrs. Catfish is going to be able to close it. The Longhorn Gaming right now starting to climb their way back up the hill. I would have called it a mountain, but they did so well last map that, you know, this is definitely still a viable win for them. Not much has gone down. They can bring it back here.
They can definitely bring it back, and it's such a wary a thing to be wary of. AOP there had enough money, I believe, to purchase a rifle, but chose to go for the Judge. That sneaky play right there, and that does pay huge dividends, as you saw him on the cat position and Mrs. Catfish towards the A main. It seems like A is on lockdown for Tamu, and B isn't looking much better either, as Techni's the one to go aggro out here. So the only spot that Tamu can maybe work towards is this mid position, as mid does seem to be the focal point for Tamu's offense here. Is Catwalk is being approached on by aggro. The team of Longhorn Gaming does have some semblance of an idea of where they are, though.
Yeah, the Killjoy was so set up in trees that Tamu just has no option to continue going through that. So they're going to have to get forced back to mid here. And Longhorn Gaming, you've been hit with this push multiple times. You have to be ready. They've got a crossfire set up, but one goes down, and the dash is going to give aggro the clear. For another pick through the smoke, Techni, they know that they're moving over towards the A site. Mrs. Catfish already making the rotation. Gonna have the advantage on Dill or Helms as they come through. Gonna go for the curveball. Oh, and Techni almost finding the shots needed. They will get cleaned up by the rest of the team. Only one member left once again. Ed, the final member of Tamu, and a Bucky's not gonna cut it. We're not gonna be seeing a Winter Soldier here today.
No Winter Soldier and a nerfed Bucky. He can't do much. Anthony Mackie isn't here to bail you out, son. So all you've got here for the side of Tamu is, you know, they've got the full rounds. It is impressive, yes, but we're starting to see more of what we saw last map. All the ultimates online from UT means that they can respond to anything that Helms and Jim Jones fans does throw at them. It's going to be crucial, though, because they're looking for an A-take here. Dill will be the one to grab that orb on that Phoenix. But Tamu, they're investing a lot towards this. This is very readable from their side.
Oh, Techni wants some blades here. They heard the dash, so they should have some information on where a couple of members are. And UT misses. Catfish finds Ed. Ed's not going to be the last one alive this time around. 2 now down. For Texas A&M, the aggressive push through mid is going to pay off for Pierre, and now A&M having to watch their front and back simultaneously. Dill not able to find the shots. Pierre finding 2, and A&M falling here in this round to a flawless Longhorn Gaming.
I mean, that makes me so happy to see. Longhorn Gaming is so aware of what Tamu's plans are. They know exactly how they play, having played them within the same region, within the same state. Dill going A main to try to get that orb, the rest of Tamu trying to follow him in. That is read by AO Pierre. Pierre shows up huge that round with a 3K flanking in mid. You saw what he did there. He threw both smokes down in top mid and tiles, meaning he could walk out for free and then show up behind the members of Tamu unaware.
Now Tamu has to be a little bit wary. I mean, you just lost a third straight round. So they're going to look to lock down on A and execute. So that's going to give it away. Counter lockdown. Going to be sent off as well. So just both teams going to have to kind of pump the brakes. But Jim Jones is going to go ahead and try and take care of that defending Killjoy. Is able to do so, so the attacker Killjoy is going to go off, but nobody's going to get caught, so it's not too much of a big deal for them. But they are going to lose a member. Spike goes down for A&M onto the point, and they have many members off point, as well as somebody on the catwalk that can watch their flank this time around. The Odin from Mrs. Catfish is looking to find something through the wall, but there's just too much in the way. Is able to find a couple of shots onto Helens, but not able to finish it out. Smoke going down to cover over on the entry from the attacking side. There goes the recon dart to help out. Does find a little bit of information as the owl drone coming out from Tamu looks to disrupt the retake. However, Techni and the rest of Longhorn Gaming have made their way onto the point and are safely there looking for the bomb for this last minute, but they lose a member. Putting it down to a 2v2 through the smoke. Mrs. Catfish finds the kill, but the response from Jones is there. They can't defuse. Techni gonna try and get out, but can't in time, and man, A&M did everything in their power to draw that fight out as long as possible.
Yeah, they were able to whittle it down to that 1 versus 1. Techni did win that one, but wasn't able to get the spike defused. And what was so cool about that round was Kimchi, man. That guy cleared out the catwalk position, making sure that Tamu had no flankers, and then went to flash his team in and use the Rolling Thunder to ensure that anyone on site was stunned. Although it doesn't show up in the scoreboard, Kimchi playing very well that round for his team.
Let's see if they're able to repeat this. Texas A&M, they're going to be looking to go for it, but the alarm bot is going to give a little bit of information. Their entire team now there, and Longhorn Gaming have shut the door to make an easy entry. They're going to have to make some noise and find some kills, in which they do. Dill able to find the opening one. Techni now getting pressured out. The crossfire will come through the smoke. They find one. Looking for the second. The curveball is going to land. Techni in a little bit of trouble, but Catfish on point, looking to help out as Pierre goes down. They're going to lose Techni as well, and now A&M. 4v2. One member of Longhorn Gaming stuck in mid, the other just falling on the point. Should be able to plant and take the point here. Mrs. Catfish, however, not going to be the first time they've gotten a lot of kills, multi-kills in a round. Dart not going to make it over the top of the house there, so they're only going to be able to get a little bit of information, so I don't think you go for this. Go for some exit frags if they happen, but it's a close game. Keep the weapon, keep the money.
Yeah, Mrs. Catfish being very smart about this, playing some nice fundamental tactical FPS, making sure that any member of Tamu that sneaks out does get punished accordingly, as the head peek from aggro is actually enough to take out Mrs. Catfish.
Rough to see, but good job on Tamu for closing it out and finishing their plate. They're going to have weapons galore, and you can see on the UT side that after this round, they're going to be in dire straits. You have a bit of a glass cannon situation on Techni, and actually going to go ahead and just go for a partial buy. Going to grab that Spectre.
Yeah, both teams don't really have too much of an economy here, so if Tamu does win this round, they're looking at 8-4 perhaps. If Longhorn wins this round, it's going to be 6-6 probably. So let's see if Longhorn can repeat the past, get those 6 rounds on the defensive half. And it looks like they've set themselves up for it, as Mrs. Catfish, who is feeling it, goes for the contact. That's that nice wallbang headshot through the little pillar right there on the side of A main.
Beautiful to not give away too much. Gets the kill immediately, backs out, closes the door, makes sure that nobody can follow in their footsteps, using their owl drone to scout out catwalk. Is gonna find, I believe, yeah, they'll find Helms there on catwalk, so they know the Killjoy has rotated out of a long. The rest of the members of Tamu, however, hiding neatly in corners as they wait for Longhorn to get aggressive. I just don't think that Longhorn Gaming is gonna take the bait, so Tamu is gonna have to move in on them. A lot of utility set up there in mid. The second it goes off, Catfish able to swing, and Mr. Catfish finds another kill. 2 members left for A&M, and Jonah, this doesn't look like a round that they can win.
Last player standing.
Helms doesn't even have Spike.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left on the board. Texas A&M, you can find a couple of consolation picks here, but you're not going to be able to find much more than that. Longhorn Gaming have done a beautiful job yet again of shutting down these early pokes. And the more that they learn about how Tamu plays this map, the easier it seems for them to start to put a kink in their plans. And we did talk a little bit on the break about how Tamu, although on paper one of the better teams in this region, that, like you said, one trick pony a lot of situations. And so once a team can get a good read on how they want to approach and attack a map, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to play the aggressive burst style that they're used to.
Yeah, they're getting their mid push shut down by the alarm bot from Mr. Catfish. Putting that in mid is removing a lot of the options for Tamu. They're going back to their tried and true. They're trying to split A through Catwalk and A main as Aggro takes first contact and gets taken out from Mrs. Catfish and Techni with a nice crawl. A Stewie 2K through the smoke. And AOP here. Look at this aggressive Omen teleport, and it actually pays off with not just one, maybe gets the second. Yes, he does. Man, oh man, Steidel, what is this?
I don't know, but I'm gonna try that in a not a custom game, in one of my my ladder games. I'm sure my team will be thrilled with the results that I'm able to bring out of it. But man, beautiful teleport. Not a position that you often see the Omen go to. Can't really gather much information from there. The only reason you take that chance is because you want to get some kills. And look at this. Yeah, UT's just gonna huddle back here on bomb.
Yeah, they've got it locked down. Ed is in a 1 versus 3 for the 7th round of the half for his team. If he's able to get it, I mean, he's got a lot to do though. Gets Sova Hunter's Furies down.
It's a little rude.
There's not much you could do right there. I mean, come on, man. You got 3 people, Hunter's Fury coming at you, Steidel. You don't got much of a chance there.
Yeah, but I told you we were going to have an even match, and we literally have an even match. But look at this. Able to find the shots as well at a distance, and I don't think he got hit once. Able to kind of jiggle around through those bullets. Little Neo here. It's Matrix-style evasion. And now Longhorn Gaming goes to the attack.
That's not really a position you ever expect an Omen to be. And as you said, if you use that in your comp game, I'm sure, Steidel, you will definitely be able to get frags from that position. I guarantee it.
Easy ace. Easy ace.
Well, we're looking at the scoreboard real quick and going to pistol around. The main thing is Mrs. Catfish is on fire, and the team of Longhorn Gaming is grouped up towards this B. They've got the breach flashes, the jet dashing in.
Oh,
they got a blind player, not just one blind, but 2, Steidel.
Techni with a beautiful play on the back of the flashbang. The spike's going to go down, no problem. The question is, are they going to be able to protect themselves on the retake? Still a couple of Titans of industry here on Tamu, but one getting fallen. Aggro. Or getting felled? Felled, there we go. Gotta make sure I'm using the right tenses. Oh no. Longhorn off to a good start
now.
Yeah.
Now that they're on offense, he's switched gears, right? It's just like you're an offensive player, you're playing the jet, and going updraft, dash, 2 players blind, gets the first and the second, collects both of them, and that's what you want to see from the side of Longhorn Gaming. They've got that coordination, the nice flash by Kimchi through that wall, and Techni collecting the little bills that Tamu have to pay him.
And for Tamu, it's, I don't want to say it's shell shock, but I feel like you're just not expecting Longhorn Gaming to be that aggressive on that point. Their quick executes have been sparse, but they've been clean when they've decided to bring them into the equation. You have to check both corners here, Longhorn. Able to find one. There goes the dash through, and the patience from Aggro is able to find the first kill, but dashes right into the view of Techni. Trades themselves out. Now UT gonna have a little bit of difficult time finding themselves onto the point. Techni, however, into the back.
One enemy remaining.
Able to find one. Now only one left for Tamu. Longhorn Gaming can plant for free onto the point as Dill has to kind of play ring around the rosy with Techni. Techni's not gonna check it. Oh, Techni checks it. Techni finds it. And that's gonna be another round for Longhorn Gaming as they put 2 on the board, 8-6. Economy in their favor. This is good momentum for the Longhorns.
This is just feels good if you're playing Jet right now. You ended the half with five frags, and now going into the second half, it's only 2 rounds in, and you've already collected yourself 7 frags. You got the Jet knives online. You're keeping your economy nice and healthy at 3.8k. You know you're collecting that money per frag, and now it's going to be up to Tamu's team to respond. They've got the Phantoms online, one Vandal on the side, on their side, and let's see if they can stop the roller coaster ride that is going in the favor of Longhorn Gaming.
Oh, and look at that. Pierre is so ready to get the cover going for it, but there's nobody there to execute. It's going to be putting out the smokes, but Longhorn Gaming kind of fainting on this A push. They want Tamu to rotate as many people as possible over to the A site to free up things on the B site, but it doesn't look like Tamu's going to be taking the bait, so they'll take a slow push. There goes the Earth... I almost said Earth Shatter. There goes the... Brimstone, or sorry, the Breach utility going in. Techme able to find the opening kill as Longhorn Gaming are up one man, and the rotation from Tamu is going to come through, but it looks like Longhorn Gaming are going to use this to their advantage. Stack mid, take advantage of those rotating to A, and then move on through to B. Kill's going to fall, but finding one, so able to trade. That's important as Tamu finds skills through the smoke to even things out. Now only 2 members of Longhorn Gaming, 1 member of Longhorn Gaming remains, and it's Pierre. Here in mid, has to progress forward to the spike, but Tamu knows where it is.
Yeah, in the immortal words of Scar, they were winning that round until they weren't. And right there, Longhorn Gaming getting spammed through the smoke is a killer, but Pierre, ayo, my man, he's showing up here. Gets the first, gets the second without his weapon out, and he's on for the round. Can collect the spike, but does he have time to make it there, Steitel?
Yes. He does. He needs 4 seconds. Oh, I think he might have missed it by like 0.10. 0.10. No! Oh, no! Feels bad. 1 sec. Like not even a second. Not even a tenth of a second difference there.
Do you think he would have had that if he teleported?
I don't think so. The animation for teleporting would have taken a little bit too long. And
Regardless
the
of
amount of time
that,
it would have taken him to come out of the teleport and then plant would have taken off the extra. I think that after that first kill, I think you go ahead and plant and then try and play post plant against 2.
It was close though, and both teams are bringing out full weaponry into this round as it's the first full gun round, and Dill in this advanced positioning in B main gets 2 and gets away with his life. Meaning the man advantage will go over towards the defensive side. And Shuttle, because the man advantage is going over to this defensive side, it's really going to be pressuring for the side of Longhorn Gaming. Even if they trade one back, it doesn't really bode well for them, as they've bought out the operator for Technian. The operator on offense, it can work picks, but it needs time.
Not only that, you know, we talk about how aggressive Tamu is on their defense, but they do this kind of kill and kite maneuver where they find themselves those early picks and then they sit back. They know that Longhorn Gaming is at a disadvantage no matter what. Pretty much any angle that they peek, they're going to be at some sort of disadvantage. So just have to play slow. They don't have to put themselves into a dangerous position, subject themselves to that operator. But Pierre's like, fine, don't come to me. I'll come to you. They're going to be able to get this on the aggro. Don't think aggro heard the weapon ready up there, but Techme is going to get caught out through middle and spike down. The focus is there, but it's now down to a 2v2. Longhorn Gaming have been able to answer back and even up the scales. Question is, where do you plant this one? Can I go ahead and teleport back over to A? So this requires aggro to check. Aggro is going to find it. I was going to say this requires the check on B. You have to make sure that the Omen didn't teleport over there. But once again, the timer is just going to run out.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for their side. Yeah, if the shoulder wasn't showing, perhaps look at the little plant right here, right? Pierre steps out from the shadow, but look, his left hand shows, and that's enough for these players, right? The little hand showing means that the body must be there and spams that green box. And if Pierre just didn't step forward a tiny bit, Steitel, that might have been their round. Still, 8-8. Now that it's gone to this point, you said that it's going to be a close one, as both teams are showing up evenly matched today. And the aggression from Longhorn Gaming towards this B site.
Yeah, that hot hands from Dill pretty much stunted what anything that Longhorn Gaming wanted to put online. And then the shock dart from Jim Jones and even it out. But Pierre able to find yet another kill lurking over there in mid. Teleports out, goes over to A, and it looks like the rotation from Longhorn Gaming is going to get called, but they're going to be leaving their Sova in the back line to make sure that nobody can rotate through. I like this call.
Yeah,
they have presence already.
They've given up the A site, so Pierre has sneaked himself into this advanced positioning. He has the timing on Helms, gets through the glass door and takes him out. Maybe looking for more here.
They're gonna lose Mrs. Catfish on the backside of the flank, and with Ed fighting the kill onto Pierre, Tamu's in a little bit better of a situation. I feel like you'd have to engage with yourself first, get that trade. Dill's going to be the first one onto the point, checking the corner, going to the generator, doesn't find anything. Checking Hell, finds nothing yet again, knows there has to be a member here on the edge. It's taken down, but has to run it back to keep himself safe. Ed there on the cover. And Longhorn Gaming are going to fall yet again. And this is just 1-for-1. Yet again. This is going to come down to a battle of stamina.
Yeah, which team has a little bit of a deeper playbook or a little more trust in their own style of gameplay.
A good economy for both sides of the field here. Looks a little bit rough for Helms. Maybe sell your weapon. Let Ed get you a present. Yeah, looks like that's what they're gonna go ahead and do. An economy as far as Longhorn's going doesn't look great. They're gonna have to do a bit of a save here.
Yep, they've gotten 2 sheriffs in the round, but they seem to have gotten themselves a few rifles. And the main thing is that this round, they're leaning towards that A site. They're looking to challenge Helms on this A site. They've gotten in there pretty freely the last couple of rounds, with Pierre getting deep in that catwalk position. So now that the group up is coming, the operator should be spotted. They should know that that's there from the Sova dart. Now they have a choice to make. Do they execute into the jet operator and just gets away with his life?
Smoke disappeared at just the wrong time for Techni. I saw Techni's life flash before my eyes right there. They're going to continue to send utility over on the A site to kind of keep a little bit of attention, but take notice the op moving with the team into mid. So now Techni going to have to face that operator once again, slowly progressing down catwalk. Pierre, if they go for this, going to have to be careful. But A&M playing slow now. Longhorn really not giving them any information to go off of. So they have to guess at where they're going to be coming. Longhorn playing slow, trying to get Tamu to do something aggressively and catch them out with a pick. This might be that option. Catfish sees the omen in mid and says, all right, I think we can go back towards pressuring A. The rotation's coming through for Longhorn Gaming. A&M 3 on B right now, but Jim Jones able to lessen the numbers of Longhorn Gaming. Helens isn't able to do much from the smoke as Pierre looks to even things out and get the plant down. It's going to be up to post plant now for Longhorn Gaming. They're 3v4 and have to play this extremely smart.
Yeah, crucially, Mrs. Catfish and Techni are the ones taking the aggressive position. The forwards position is allowing them to get these easy frags.
Oh no, the smoke just in time to save Techni. They're going to send a shock dart up just in case. Techni coming around the corner, pre-firing for Dill, but isn't able to find the spray. Now it's down to a 2v2. Both curveballs getting used, and Jim Jones able to find one on the high ground. The second they drop, though, they now become susceptible to plant. They're lined up. Don't stack. It's bad. Pierre able to find both. Longhorn Gaming putting 10 on the board.
Oh man, I could see the lines connecting there for Pierre. Everything just, he has the sound from the player in heaven, hears the drop, knows the other players coming out from door to the site, and that's so unfortunate for Camu. And fortunes favor the side of UT as AO Pierre and Mrs. Catfish, I mean, they're hard carrying right now by all regards. Of course, Kimchi on that breach is providing a lot of utility in the form of flashes and aftershocks and stuns, but that's not enough. We're gonna need just a little bit more from everybody. The early Sova drone spots out Aggro, who is the player who likes to go forward, and this is gonna be a fast A take here from UT.
Oh yeah, they're already on to the point. Catfish does find the opening, kill into Heaven, and now Tamu having to rotate players as Heaven is completely unoccupied. And a good job on Kimchi. to cover the flank, making sure that nobody's going to be coming from that long direction. You can see Dill right now slowly on the rotation as members of his team continue to fall and be coming in through trees, joining the rest of his team. Techni needs to have somebody there to trade off with. Only 5 health, so it's going to be an easy kill. 2 down now for Tamu. It's just at the Dill. Run it back, not online, only has the single life. Look for the kills into heaven, finds 1, but the reload is going to get him killed. And now Longhorn Gaming up to 11 rounds, only 2 away from taking the map and putting us to Icebox.
Yeah, if we're able to get to Icebox, it could be anyone's game, as both these teams don't have much data for that map. The brilliant thing, though, that I want to point out that Tamu is doing is, both on the A site and the B site, they're actually closing the doors and then breaking them. So they're breaking them so that when the offense comes in, they can't close the door themselves, making the retake that much harder. And that was what allowed the cat push to come in from the side of Tamu during that retake. It looks like they're not going to do that this time, though, as B is the site that's looking to be taken by UT. 1 player on the site versus a Killjoy lockdown. He doesn't have the Hunter's Fury to respond, so he has to get out of dodge before he gets detained. And there he is, running across your screen.
2 seconds.
That
was cutting it close.
Cutting it close, and it looks to be a full 5 versus 5 retake.
And through the smoke this time, Tamu just cannot get anything done. So they're going to have to play for a full retake. However, all of Longhorn Gaming right now on the site, they don't have anybody towards B Long. So they're not going to be able to cover as good of a crossfire. Dill will have the advantage. Curveball still available. Run it back just got used. And it's going to be a 3v5. Tamu down a man. Going to use their lockdown on this fence. And this is so smart. They can't escape at all. Nobody's looking to their left. Pierre, just look to your left. There it is. Longhorn Gaming now putting it to 11, and they're starting to run away with it, Jonah. They're starting to get some momentum.
I don't know if that was intentional by Pierre, but he put the smoke just enough so that he could creep onto the edge and break the Killjoy lockdown before Mrs. Catfish actually took it out with her Hunter's Fury. That's excellent play right there. You really gotta clap for this guy on the Omen right now. That smoke, intentional or not, it looked very clean. Taking out the Killjoy ultimate, getting his team in, TPing in there. What a round from the Longhorn Gaming, and they've put Tamu on the back foot as they only have Sheriffs here. Up 11-9. Well, you gotta wonder. Map 3?
Off your feet!
Well, there goes Breach onto the point. Isn't going to find much, though. Helms and Hell did get kind of disoriented by it, but not too much. Aggro is able to find a pick, and the trade comes through. However, Helms and Hell are not going to be able to live for that much longer. It's fun to say Helms and Hell. And Jones's drone going to get completely disoriented there. Going onto the point, going to miss the drone as well, but does get the information on the members that are in Hell. Oh, I'm sorry, Pierre did get pinged by it. Tim is still in a very good place for the retake, but now they lose a member. Able to trade it out to a 2v3. Longhorn Gaming still have the upper hand. They have the sight lines covered. Kimchi's going to be able to come back into the fight here in just a moment. They know at least one member is there towards spawn. And now it's just Jim Jones. Nothing that A&M can really do in that situation. It's going to be up to them and their rifles here in the next round. This is do or die.
Yeah, crucially they can't afford the operator for aggro, and that's because UT has done such a great job of shutting down the economy for Tamu. The operator is something that you need to purchase with 5,000 credits in this game, and without that stable economy, they're not really able to afford it. And because of that, aggro isn't able to show off what he's normally capable of. Of course, he had that operator in one round, but other than that, he's pretty much been held to a rifle or a sheriff.
This time aggro not going to take that aggressive position, but the Owl Drone will get taken out before it spots aggro in this corner, so if nobody peeks it, it's going to be an issue. The alarm bot, however, going to force Techni back. Both spawns, or Nano Swarm, sorry, are going to find nothing, and aggro's going to try and escape and going to get caught by Catfish. Looking to get an opportunity out of it. Helms does get caught out, so now it's up to Jim Jones, does get the spike down behind the big box. Longhorn now with two members, they're going to be able to find Spike. We should be able to plant it. However, with 3 members left, there's nobody to cover their spawn. And the flank there will be able to be pretty harsh. You can see moving into point right now. There's Ed. Able to find the first kill. And now there's not really much to do. Techni able to find the first kill, but has to fight too. If they swing together, they can find the kills easy. They don't swing together and they get punished for it. Jim Jones goes down. Now it's all up to Dill and Techni to win it for their respective teams. And Dill able to find the shot and keep A&M alive here on Ascent.
Oh man, Tamu was so close to losing it, but in the grasp of losing, they also climb out and claim that round. So interesting to see how that round broke down as Ed showing up huge with that flank. And of course, Jim Jones fans using that Hunter's Fury to delay the bomb plant just enough so that his teammate was able to get into the flanking position. The round is still do or die for Tamu, though, as Helms, he's pushed into low money, so he's only able to afford a judge. Nope, his teammate buys him that rifle. And this is pretty much winner take all. Because Longhorn Gaming, they're trying to shut down their rivals here in the central region.
Revealing area.
Okay. Catfish does get a little bit of information from the recon dart. Ed's going to have to get ready with the deafen, and they think the attack's going to come over to B, but once again, we're seeing Longhorn Gaming give them a bit of a bait and switch. This moment of silence is very important for A&M. It gives you an inkling that they might be rotating. You see Eddie already rotating towards mid so that they are ready to go to whichever site Longhorn Gaming decides to execute on.
Found them. Killed my bot.
There goes the alarm bot. Helms now has got information that somebody is somewhere. But UT's still able to explode onto the point without too much of an issue. They are going to send Techni this time towards spawn, so they'll have that angle covered. The recon dart into the back is going to give Aggro's position away, and Mrs. Catfish from below is going to be looking to capitalize on that. The turret going to be taken down as well. Now, and we're going to try and break through, but a good flashbang. However, the shots through the floor take Pierre out of contention as Aggro looks to challenge Techni again, but gets taken down. 2 members left from A&M before Longhorn punches their ticket to a third map. There it is, Techni able to find yet another kill, and Longhorn Gaming is going to push us to Icebox, Jonah. This is going the distance.
Yeah, before the top of the show, we were expecting the 2-0 to come out from Tamu, but I'm so happy to be wrong, and this is going the distance to Icebox, a map we don't have that data, like you said before. And Mrs. Catfish, I have to apologize for mispronouncing the pronoun. It's it, and they ended the round. I mean, the map 32-11. That's a lot of firepower, and you gotta look at it and Pierre. They're coming up topping the scoreboard, and Techni's still outdoing Aggro in that Jet v Jet counterpart. I'm just wondering, going to this next map though, are we going to see some more double sentinel, or are we going to keep the breach going in that we saw from Kimchi, because it's working out right now? And the real question is, if it's working, do you fix it? Because if you don't fix it, or if you change it, right? If you change it, then what if your team, their other team does the same thing? So what is going to be the compositions we see from these teams next map? And more importantly, are we going to see a change from Tamu? They're known to be that aggressive team, right, Scheidel? And I'm wondering, if this comp isn't working out for them, maybe they could do something a little different, perhaps throw an Astra in there, maybe throw a Raze. You never know. But what a brilliant first map.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of time to think about that and see if they're going to have another composition in their pocket as we head on to Icebox. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you need to go to the bathroom, if you need to grab yourself another bowl of popcorn, do it now and do it quick, because we'll be right back with Icebox. Welcome back, everybody, to the CF1 Central Regional Playoffs. We're in the first round of the quarterfinals, and I feel like we're in the finals, Jonah. I mean, these two teams have been swinging for the fences. We've gotten, like, what is it, like a 4-round difference between the two of them? 5-round
we got
between the two maps, I think.
A 13-8 and then a 13-11. I mean, total, of course, it's 5, right? You did the math right. You did the math right.
There we go.
Still,
okay.
The main thing is that going to map 3, we're going into uncharted territory, a place we haven't really seen between the two teams, right? And Icebox is one of those the newest map besides Breeze. We haven't seen Breeze yet in competitive play, but still, Icebox. Do both teams have what it takes to adapt? They've both got the Killjoy players, they've gotten the Jet player, but the rest of the team composition, we're used to seeing more of a Sage, a Raze perhaps on this map, but neither team has shown that. So let's see which team can bring out the Sage. Sage is such a good character in this map, as on offense, you can wall off B main or A main plant, and on defense, you can wall the middle too to make sure that nobody actually goes through that, making a key choke point very, very defensive.
True. And we talked a little bit before the matches about how, or before the break, about how maybe A&M brings the Astra or the Viper into the mix. And in the games that I've been able to see, the Astra and the Viper really strong and powerful together here on Icebox.
Yeah, those two agents, of course, are staples on this map. And right as we get into agent select, not chance select, sorry, not League of Legends, and Longhorn Gaming, Ayo Pierre on that Viper, Kimchi on the Omen instead of that Breach, and Mr. Catfish bringing out the Sage. So those agents that we prefaced, the Viper and the Sage, being bought into the lineup. Looks like Tammy's having a little more of a trouble figuring this one out, as Dill has swapped from that Phoenix onto the Sage, no longer on that agent. And as the rest of the team does load in, we get a nice picturesque view of Icebox. Up. Never mind, no pictures for us. The crucial map 3 though, Steidel. Which team do you think is going to take this?
You know, A&M looked really, really strong, but I have to put my ball into Longhorn Gaming's court. You know, a team that's been developing really well, and based off of, I mean, last time I saw them play, I'm gonna be frank, they didn't look good in Split 1. They just didn't look like a team that I would put this far into the bracket, if I'm being completely frank. And you know, I apologize right here, right now on stream to Longhorn Gaming, because they've obviously put in the work. The difference in how they look from there to here is just absolutely phenomenal. They have an identity now. They're playing patiently when they need to, and then they're playing explosive when they get the opportunities, but they're not forcing those opportunities, which is something that they had an issue about when they had their executes. It often looked a little bit unpracticed and coordinated and pretty forced. Now they're waiting for those openings. They're actually working the map, the information they're able to gather, the positioning, the defaults of the enemy team and their play style, and they're bringing all of that into account when they play the game. And I like the fact that they've risen to that. And so I'm gonna hook my cart, or my horse to their cart. Isn't that how it goes? Something like that.
Yeah. Yep, you're hooking their horse to their cart, and it looks like they've have to respond to this fast mid to B push from TAMU. Aggro chiming in with 1, and 4 versus 4 does favor the offensive side here. So let's see if TAMU can hold up against that evolving Longhorn.
This is a microcosm of the event that we've had so far today. It's just 1 for 1. Like, there's no group kills, there's no double kills, nothing fancy so far. Just let me grab 1 from your team, we'll give you 1 from our team.
1 enemy remaining.
Looks like Mrs. Catfish
Last player
gonna
standing.
be coming out on top now. A 1v1. Dill only has 5 health, and that's a stretch. So Longhorn Gaming are going to be able to work out the first round and put themselves up 1. But the pistol round, of course, not exactly an anchor for winning.
What a fast split, though, that was from TAMU, and Pierre dropping those snake bites through the middle of the map to deter the push from TAMU. TAMU didn't slow down, though. They ran through that Viper Molotov, and they were able to get the spike down, but it wasn't enough. The trades 1 for 1, as you said, came down into the favor of Longhorn Gaming. Jim Jones fans does get this 2-piece here, but eventually does get traded out. And going to this bonus round, let's have a quick chat right now. If you think that they're going to keep evolving, Steidel, will we perhaps see them take on not only TAMU, but other teams in the central region?
Based on what I'm seeing today, I think that this Longhorn Gaming squad would give OSU a run for their money. Don't
And of
flame
course,
me in chat.
OSU.
I think that's gonna be a thing if it happens.
Spike planted.
And OSU is awaiting the winner of this match, as TAMU has thrown caution to the wind. They force ball into this round, it looks like, unless that's a picked up Spectre. 3 versus 3 again, just like last round we saw, and Ed in a creepy position right there. He weasels his way in to the little corner.
Tim has planted. There's a little bit of extra stress on Mrs. Catfish. Trying to check the corners, but isn't able to. Ed moved away a little bit too quickly, so Tamu able to respond in kind and walk away with 3 weapons.
Yeah, the main thing that round is that they force bought, right? They spent the credits that they needed to get some Spectres, and that paid dividends for them. It means now that what was once a bonus round that UT could have kept their weaponry into, and cruised to a nice economy, it gets completely disrupted. And Icebox in recent matches has actually been an attacker's favored map. And because of that, Longhorn can give up a few rounds here on the attacker side. But still, you really, really want to see Longhorn on defense here do something crazy, and that's what we're talking about. The crazy, they know when they can get aggressive, and they do just that.
Oh, speaking about getting aggressive, aggro just hopping over the heads of multiple members to find Techni into the back. Kimchi able to even it out, but a trade happens, so Longhorn Gaming at a bit of a deficit, but the rest from Catfish is going to bring Techni back into the fight. So now they have 4 members. Another important aspect of having the Sage on your team, of course, you get a bit of a redo for at least one of your members. If they don't die too far ahead, the slow push around. There it is, no weapon available for Ed, but Jim Jones is there to save the day. 1 member left, Io Pierre. Needs to find the kills, Aggro's the one to do it, so Tamu will be able to pick up another round. And Longhorn Gaming looking really good and composed here, but Tamu, it seems to me like this is coming down to gunfights.
Yeah, both teams are putting themselves in prime positions to win this. Mr. Catfish pushing out of the 2 position, catches a player from Tamu unaware, and then Aggro taking turns going aggressive are both teams. He just climbs on top of a 410, jumps into the heaven position, goes to the rafter position, gets a 4K on that round. I believe he killed Techni twice that round as they did get rezzed up by their teammate. But nevertheless, this is the round to watch. Round 4 usually ends up with both teams having some sort of weaponry that is relatively equal, and now it's going to be win or lose. The economy for both sides is a very fragile point in time.
Tamu's kind of biding their time on this push. They don't want to push into Longhorn Gaming fully equipped. They're looking for Longhorn Gaming to do something to give away the power. They're looking for that early kill, the aggressive peak, the person out of position, if you will, and that might just happen over here in mid. Aggro looks to find it, but it's Catfish covering their team, and the crossfire will ring true. You see Killjoy from Tamu kind of working their way to B. Needs to figure out if there's anybody there, so if needed, Tamu can rotate back. It looks like it's going to be the call.
Yeah, Helms and company have a great read in this round as no one's really showed presence in B main, and because of that, it affords the rotation through mid. Pierre will be the one to take the first contact here as he's prodding and poking over towards mid before Dill walls off. Yep, the wall goes down. Does he go through it? Notices the players dropping and plays the sound to perfection as Dill. The wall wasn't perfect, but still, Pierre right there playing the sound correctly. Noticing that 3 players are walking right past him through the smoke and walking through that and walking into a win for that round.
Correct, Jonah. He's correct. That's all there is to it in my eyes. Pierre's just he's just that good. First 3 kills of the round though, but beautiful patience sitting in that smoke.
Yeah, he's got the $400 headset right with the sound amp mixer cranked up to 100. Knows exactly where everyone is.
Pro gamer tools, ladies and gentlemen. Pierre gonna try and use this little gap in the wall, but won't be able to do so. Aggro is gonna find it, but now challenged by Techni. I don't think Techni was able to spot where Aggro was, though. So Aggro does have advantage, has to use the dash. And it looks like Tamu a little uneasy about where they want to go. Longhorn Gaming hasn't been anywhere.
The key point of their offense right now for Tamu isn't just rush A, rush B, rush mid anymore. The rounds they've won have mostly been off of this slow play where they're just gathering info, gathering small advantages like you said, And Helms, he's been the one to lurk into B last round, and this round he's lurking into A. He's got very advanced positioning as the smoke does cover him all for his teammate to get through, and here's the plan.
Spike planted.
Shock darts into the corner to check a couple of spots. Aggro is up onto this high position, so is able to see the heads of a couple of members of Longhorn Gaming, but has to back out. You can see the members of Tamu all having to kind of corral back towards their own spawn, so they can't cover the top half of the point. Kimchi finds the kill through the smoke and the teleport, and takes Aggro out of contention. Now looking for a heal if they can get it, but you see a little bit closer to their Sage. But the Catfish is like, why would I be in the back? I might be a healer, but I'm going to take some lives. And it's a 2-for-1. Now Tamu have to use the Hunter's Fury to protect the defuse just in case, but there's nobody even there defusing. Techni's just pushing the envelope a little bit further. Helms is shooting the wrong side of the point, tries to get the weapon to help, but Techni isn't going to let him pick it up. Longhorn Gaming are going to continue to run it.
Yeah, and what a round by Kimchi. He throws the blind into that 410 box there in the middle of A site, catches Aggro on top of there with it, TP's up onto that upper positioning screens, and then takes out Aggro, the aggressive Jet player being punished by Kimchi. I mean, I don't know if this guy plays Omen that much. He played a brilliant Breach last round, last map, but man oh man is he showing up on this half.
Kimchi is the usual Omen player for Longhorn, so the hero they are adept with, know the ins and out of. That wall is going to force Aggro to play slow and check each corner. Majority of A&M Maroon going to be corralled here into mid, and once again Longhorn Gaming, they're just going to wait this out. If they're given information, that's fine. If they can get information, that's great, but they're not looking to give any away to A&M. Helm's waiting for the wall to hopefully disperse here in a little bit, and once this wall breaks, we'll probably see this execute through mid.
I mean, this is why Sage is so powerful on this map, right? Just puts the wall down, covers that entire tube area. Now the players of Tamu are forced to sit behind there and just wait. Now they have to walk into that awaiting crosshair.
Aggro is.
Positioning.
Ooh. Hairy situation there, Jonah. There goes the Hunter's Fury. Is going to tag 2. Doesn't look like it's going to grab that final bit onto Aggro, but the rest of the team is there to help support. 1-for-1 trade goes down. Longhorn Gaming now able to put themselves up on man advantage, but a big hit to Kimchi. Gonna have to grab some healing from Catfish. Aggro over there as well. Not looking too good. 15 health, getting slowed around the corner. Isn't able to find it. Catfish still picking up picks like it's nothing. They're gonna go ahead and use the Killjoy. They have to be able to secure and kind of put them off the point, but they're just gonna stick the defuse. Catfish is just like, I don't care if I have abilities. I can get this before the Killjoy ultimate goes off.
Yeah, and they played it so well. They understood that the Killjoy ultimate wouldn't go off before they just full defuse. They didn't need to swing that corner in B main. And look, Helms, he's not able to get towards the latter half of that spike as it's not planted to the left side of the bomb site. It's actually planted towards that green box. So a little bit of a flood from Tamu, but an excellent capitalization off of the misplaced spike there by UT. As we see the wall being placed down here by Mr. Catfish, it seems that Techni is the first Jet to pick up the operator. As perhaps Tamu is thrown caution to that wind, they know that the operator is over towards the B bomb site, and they're saying, okay, let's stop playing a little slower. Let's take A, guys.
And they're looking to move in quick. There's Aggro leading the charge. Able to find a good position, but this time Kimchi's just gonna predictively fire there and get the kill through the smoke.
Yeah, he has his number. He knows he's been playing there very consistently. But the res does come up for Dill onto Aggro. A full 5 vs 5 retake, and Ed looks away but looks back and takes down the Catfish.
A good flick, but no health left. Techni on the operator is gonna have to run this back. Takes the hat off of Helms. Takes the bun off of Jim Jones. Oh, and there it is!
Oh
Techni
my
giving
god!
us a lesson in the operator.
What was that? He sniped off 2 scalps off the top of Tamu's head, and then finishes with a clean one. The 3-piece by Technisch title. What more can you ask from your Jet operator on the retake?
Here goes the bun. And then right into the body of Dill. There's nothing you can really do. None of those players had any opportunity to return fire.
Oh my Jesus. From Techni here, he has the operator again towards that B site, rotating in and retaking with the operator. If there's ever a textbook written about that, man, get Techni there as the author.
See if Tamu's able to bring that aggression back. I feel like that last round puts a little bit of a dent into the mental. You can see them being a little bit more cautious with how they approach this. They have the knives out so that aggro can get as much done as possible, but it's going to be very important for the recon dart to land. It does. Aggro finds the opening pick and is able to move into point into a very advantageous position. The respawn comes through. He knows exactly where it is, able to find the first, not in the second, but not the third. But the trades are going to be there, and Longhorn Gaming once again going to be relying on Mrs. Catfish and Technique.
Revealing area.
Recon Bolt destroyed, so he doesn't know exactly where the Sage is, but has a good idea based on by the sound of the fire. They're able to take one. Here goes the operator. Once again, Techni here to give us a masterclass in how to use these snipes. It's a 2v2 now. Ed, undetected here on the other end. You can see Techni going to go for the aggressive play and finds it and now is in position to have a response. The bomb, however,
he doesn't know where the other player is, though.
Doesn't have time. Has to save the up. Has to save. Oh no. If they get seen by Ed. Okay, Ed's gonna get out just in time as well. And Tamu able to put it on the board, but not clean.
Yeah, this mini matchup that's opening up the round between Aggro and Kimchi is so fun to watch. You see Kimchi try to counter out Aggro, and Aggro trying to play around Kimchi. So Aggro takes the low ground this time, catches Kimchi unaware. Kimchi dying and then getting rezzed, but Aggro, man, he goes through the smoke, plays his own Cloudburst, plays the Omen smoke, goes around it to the right side, takes out Pierre, goes back in, 180 on Catfish. I mean, that right there is just excellent to see from the Jet player of Aggro. Even if you're getting shut down, you're still going back in. And that's what you love to see from these players.
And I don't know if you saw it, but the owl drone that came out for Tamu there at that last moment actually ate the bullets that were headed towards Aggro's head from Kimchi. If the owl drone hadn't been there, Kimchi would not have been able to get that kill onto the Sage. Or Aggro wouldn't have been able to get the kill on the Sage, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the utility just doing a little too much.
Wall's going to go up for protection for the plant. Tamu's going to get their whole team on and be able to secure. As they back out, usually this would be a great post-plant position, but the operator, the sight lines here on this point are so good. Techni is going to be able to have a little bit of an advantage. Catfish going for a quick defuse, but gets hit by the Nanoswarm, so has to back out of that completely. And now we're seeing the Viper ultimate come into play. This is practically a free defuse.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury, however, will be able to put a little bit of a dent into the works. Don't do it! Oh no, Mr. Catfish goes down. But Pierre is there. Mrs. Catfish goes down. Mr. Catfish there to help out. Techni's trying to get it on the last moment, but doesn't have the weapon out. So as that Viper ult diffuses, they're going to get revealed very close for Longhorn Gaming. I feel like you wait a little bit longer, allow that Hunter's Fury to go full, and they probably would have gotten that diffuse.
Exactly, Steitel. Jim Jones fan, though, he's a little more aware of what's going on in that round, though. He's got both shock darts, got that Hunter's Fury available to him, gets the first tag to second, and they're not really trading off aggro properly for the spike. They really want to wait out that Hunter's Fury, like you said, but man, oh man, there's so much utility from Tamu that they have to be aware of. The mollies first from Killjoy, and then the shock darts, and then the Hunter's Fury. It's a whole buttload of utility. As Tamu switching up the gears after they won a round, and they're headed towards this B site, but they're met by Techni and Pierre.
Pierre's able to get a little bit of damage, doesn't find any kills, but is able to get a good amount of damage in, and still getting taken out before they can heal up the Omen. Techni continuing to throw knives into the faces of Tamu, but only 2 members of Longhorn Gaming remain. They are prepared, waiting on the point for the attack from A&M Longhorn Gaming. Going to have to be very careful. Looks like Kimchi does get caught out. He's gonna do a little dance on the wall to try and get away from the recon dart, but it is gonna land, so they know where the omen is. Yeah, it looks like they also spotted out Mrs. Catfish there on the far side as well. 50 seconds left in the round. Plant now going towards the point, but oh man, Kimchi's ready for it.
Last player standing.
Tries to go aggressively, and a good bait by aggro.
Spike planted.
Mrs. Catfish now with a lot of weight on its back. Isn't able to find the shot, so we're gonna even up the scores yet again, Jonah. We're tied again.
Yeah, it was definitely doable that last round for Mrs. Catfish, but a little bit too much tension there for it to handle. But going in, like you said, I mean, 5-5, round for round, punch for punch. This map is playing out just like the rest of them. And while that has been the case, Longhorn Gaming and TAMU tied at 1 apiece in this map 3 of the best of 3. I'm looking at aggro here, man. He's been so aggressive here on the A side and B, of course. He's got the rifle. He's going towards Techni, looking for this duel early on. Spots the head.
You should
Owl
run.
Drone gonna go in to help with the push. Hopefully draw a couple of bullets like it has before. Is able to draw the attention of Jones as Techni moves in, of Jones as Techni moves away. Aggro trying to go through, but this time met with the Nano Swarm, and Catfish doesn't find the shots and gets detained. So Aggro's able to find a free kill here onto Longhorn Gaming as they're going to have to come in for a retake. Oh, Techni stops the bomb from being planted, and now they're suddenly in the advantageous position. The bomb is where they know it is. They're going to be able to cover it as long as they've got a person checking the angle. There goes the plant again. No Sage Wall available. And Catfish isn't able to peek long enough, but knows that Aggro is here. The reload goes down. Aggro dashes out just in time. 22 health left. Gonna go to the high ground now. Kimchi not checking above. Gonna get dropped down on if they don't look back behind them. There it goes. One more down and 4 members left for A&M as Aggro with 22 health continues to dwindle the members of Longhorn Gaming. Pierre's able to find the kill, but it is a trade.
The movement right there from Aggro on that bomb site, going back and forth, playing the bomb, going up high ground, then coming back down. It's such a pressure for the enemy team to play against. He's just playing with them. Look, he's just up around. Even if he doesn't get this kill, I mean, there's just so much knowledge he's gaining about where the enemy team is. Some quality gameplay we're seeing from him, and with all things considered from map 1 and 2, we saw Aggro and Techni take turns taking over the server. But now, the Jets, they're meeting head-to-head, 15 apiece, in the final round of the first half.
Yeah, that's almost the story. And I don't know if you just saw that. The predictive smoke from Aggro, trying to smoke out the recon dart. Doesn't get the smoke on the recon dart, but is able to take it out. But good use of utility to deny information from Longhorn Gaming.
Here.
Yep, and it seems this A site is the focal point. As both teams have rotated all their members here, you just see Pierre off-screen towards the B site, being the lone B defender, that anchor, the walking turret as we know, and it looks like TAMU has sort of read this play. They figured it out. They're starting to rotate back towards that mid side, leaving one player here in the form of Aggro to lurk a little bit, maybe get some information. Does have some backup, of course, and they're crossing over to mid is Helms. Helms is that lurker player for his team. He's just trying to see if he can get into a cheeky position, aggressive in B main. And Pierre with the judge. We've seen how deadly he can be here.
Drops the wall to make it a little bit more accessible to the team.
Alarmbot out. Found them.
30
You see the
seconds
knives
left.
getting activated. There by Aggro. Trying to pull attention to A. Notices that no attention comes A, so gonna go ahead and force this in. Isn't able to find the kill with the knives on the Kimchi, but is able to do so with the Phantom. Up into Heaven Dill. Gonna be able to find Techni as well. The wall goes up, the plant should follow through. Catfish trying, does find.
Spike
They
down.
don't have
One,
time,
though.
Shidle!
Oh no, what a Hunter's Fury. Oh no.
Mrs. Catfish
Tamu, you
wins
gotta
the
feel bad.
round!
Yeah. Wow.
It looked so good for Tamu right there, Steidel. Everything was going in their favor. The numbers, the advantage. They pulled the rotation from UT off of the ace site, then re-hit it with only 20 seconds, but they didn't take into account the clutchness from this Sova. The Hunter Sphere reigns true. It finds its mark and takes down the bomb planner. And that means, just like map 1 and 2, we get the same scoreline, 6-6, going into the defensive half here for TAMU. Let's see if they can stave off this push from a very new UT.
I want to know right now in chat, anybody else predict this being so close? Because I don't know anybody who predicted this being so close, but I am loving it right now. Longhorn Gaming and Texas A&M both staking their claim on Icebox here. And B seems to be the hit for Longhorn Gaming. They're going to have the wall. They're going to have the Viper's utility to take the site. There goes the poison wall, and then they're going to match it with the wall of their own from the Sage. Catfish not able to find the initial plant due to that nano swarm, but it's still going to go down. They're still going to find it.
Yeah, but
and now
so
it's
much
just a matter of
utility
being
was
patient.
So much utility was invested from the side of Longhorn Gaming. They had to use the Viper wall, the Sage wall, and now the counter Sage wall to defuse the spike, forcing the side of UT to push aggressively into the crosshairs of Tamu, lest the spike be defused, and there it is. What great usage of utility there by Tamu's Sage Dill. They saved the Sage wall to counter the other one, made sure that as that goes up, the pistols aren't able to break the Sage wall very well. And so, pistol round secured off of $300 and an excellent play there by Dill. And I really want to highlight not only that, but the fact that these two teams have very contrasting styles. Pierre was the B anchor for Longhorn Gaming, but now it's Helms as Killjoy as the anchor for them towards B here. Everything else being the same though, with the anchor being changed out, let's see what UT can do here. As Mr. Catfish, he picks up the Stinger, meaning that they force spot into this round. A Hail Mary, perhaps, knowing that they got the spike down. This round is going to be very crucial as both teams' economies should be broken by losing this one.
It's gonna be very important for Longhorn Gaming to take this round, like he said. They're going to be very quiet about doing so. They don't want to give away anything right now. Aggro sitting in the back of sight, waiting to hear anything. Does see the dart go out. No information from it. Catfish gets taken down early. So it's going to be Mr. Catfish to avenge their counterpart. Going to get the plant down up in the high ground. Aggro gets taken down by Kimchi, and now the sides are even. A&M out of the retake, lose a member. That's going to mean they're going to have a little bit less utility and a little bit less firepower to take back the site, but they're going to even it up with the kill from Dill. Make that 2. Oh, man, this is getting tight. A&M, only one body up, but they have the presence on the point to go for the defuse as those 2 kills come through, and that's going to be another round for A&M. And real quick, Jonah, I did want to update our viewers here. DePaul has actually fallen to Western in a 2-1. So Western will be going on to face UH Premier, who won their match with a 2-0 in the top part of the bracket of our quarterfinals.
Congratulations to Western University there. They took out the undefeated team in DePaul from this split. That's definitely going to be an upset. We can't wait to see the results of that winner versus the winner of this half of the bracket. I mean, man, if it's anything like this game that we've seen, it's going to be a knocker. It's back and forth, 2-1 across the board for everyone pretty much, it looks like, after these few games. And the force buy from Longhorn Gaming, it didn't really pay out, so they're going to be forced onto those Sheriffs, those Classics now. They don't really have the weaponry to contend for this round. I'm looking forward to a 6-9 scoreline if all things go accordingly. And if that's the case, I'm wondering, does UT have more in their strategy book besides the Viper with Sage Wall plant? Can they do something else? Maybe work through mid or do a fast A perhaps? Whatever is the case though, Seidel, I'm wondering here, if it goes 6-9, is it possible, you know, Tamu, if they build up this big of an economy, is it really possible for the side of UT to win this?
It's going to be difficult, but they're going to be able to claw themselves back as long as they're finding the kills and shutting down Tamu. But right now, with the weapon difference, it's a very difficult task to do so. They're able to even things up, but they're so low. Mrs. Catfish doesn't really have much of an option, and they can't go for the plant just yet. And what they don't know is they're being flanked right now. The Killjoy from Tamu walking up behind Longhorn Gaming.
One enemy remaining.
Helms doesn't need to find the kill. Jim Jones gonna go ahead and hog all of those. And now Longhorn Gaming, you know, they've got the losing streak bonus, so you're gonna be able to purchase yourself some weaponry here. Are they going with Vectors?
It's strange because they're keeping their guns from the previous round into this round, going for a little bit of a bonus, but they're allowing aggro. They're giving the all clear to get the solo operator, the only real gun on their team here, into this round. And that shows a lot of trust in this Jet player of your team to you know, buy out like this. Of course, he has the knives next round if it doesn't end up working out, but we will see the operator versus operator.
Ooh, Techni. Barely avoiding the shot there from Heaven, coming from their counterpart, Jim Jones, trying to get a little bit of information there in mid. And Longhorn Gaming not going to be there to give any of it. They're looking to go for this A push again, but Tamu almost predicting the B push. Look at all the utility over there. That's not great.
Yeah, and all the utility players of Tamu are towards the B site, but I think it's because they trust this 1-2 punch from Ed here in a close position, but no, Ed gets taken out. His counterpart in the Jet player does get a collateral, though.
That was dirty aggro. That was rude. A quick end of the round, but Longhorn Gaming pushing into the operator did not go well.
Yeah, and that's the power of the operator on defense. The gun is in a state right now where it's basically able to act as a turret in the hands of a Jet player. He gets away with 2 and then dashes away, being unable to be traded. And aggro, he's showing up to play in this map 3. And maybe Icebox is more of his playground as a Jet player. This map does favor you a lot. And they've sort of made sure that Longhorns, they haven't really gotten a foothold in this round. It's been 4 straight from Tamu. And because of this, it's looking like Tamu riding that momentum. See if they can stop this sheriffed up push, though, from the Longhorns.
And Longhorns have already pushed mostly onto site, but a shock dart plus a couple of shots and a flank are going to pretty much put an end to their dreams. You know, Techni finds a kill onto aggro, but that's, you know, not really much more that can be gleaned from that. Longhorn Gaming going to have to do a 2v4 with pistols.
Oh, he stole the operator, though.
Oh, did get the operator?
He got
This changes
the frag.
things.
If he can find one, and he does.
Oh no! Oh no!
Enemy remaining.
Yep, Helms was just waiting for the rotation out of mid. And now Kimji's left alone. Helms is going to be able to recover the operator at the end of the round.
I really like the way Helms has been playing this B site. As the anchor on B and Icebox, Pierre did not push out on the defensive half, but Helms, he's playing it slightly different as this Killjoy. He's pushing out of the B site. He flanked in the previous round, and now this round he was in a good position to take out the operator. Kimchi, 30 seconds left. He doesn't have the spike on his hands. It's being watched by his counterpart, Ed, as the other Omen. He's got to break this crossfire somehow. He's being peeked from both angles, and it's not possible. He's got to get a shot and then 180, and Helms, we talked about that B site anchor just now, and he's showing up not just as an anchor, but a flanker too. And that's some true confidence right there, when you're not just able to hold down your own site, but apply pressure onto the other site by making yourself go behind them.
Yeah, it's an important position on the team to be able to fulfill, and one that a Killjoy can do so gladfully. Even able to recover the op for aggro there at the very end of the round, rushing over to make sure that aggro was able to have that available to them. And now Longhorn Gaming forced to push into A once again against the operator.
Nowhere to run!
Oh,
This time
no,
they used the Silver
tag.
drone.
Not gonna find anything, however, because of the dash that came out. Be careful, Ed, not looking the right way. Catfish is gonna be able to find you. Now it's up into heaven. Aggro gonna walk right out of the smoke, but no scopes Kimchi! Still in a bad position, however, so is gonna get taken down. Jim Jones trying to get something done with the Hunter's Fury, but not much more than a tickle to a couple of members of Longhorn Gaming is Dill. Now gonna be moving in towards the edge of the Viper smoke.
Eliminate.
Finds Catfish, not looking to the back corner, not expecting anybody to be there, and will be able to get the res onto Aggro. So now, a 4-person squad in contention of a 3-person squad on Longhorn Gaming, but they have ultimates to boot. Catfish is going to take advantage of the reload, but it gets covered. Isn't able to find the kill. Pierre, however, does find one. So now it's going to be up to Techni on this operator to help out, but looks like they're going to kind of just leave it. Jim Jones going to have to go and try and stick the defuse. Tamu is able to find the opening kill, and do they have time to get it? No, they do not.
The round was just won by Pierre as he put on the Viper ultimate, clouding up the entire site there on A, and then using that snake bite, not just 1, but 2 kills with that ability. And as you said, the Viper is a very different look than we've seen before from both of these teams. And bringing out an Icebox, of course, Pierre isn't doing too much in terms of the scoreboard, but he is showing up big time in these post plants. Viper post plants equal death. And that's exactly what UT is playing around. Let's see if they can get more executes going into this next round.
And it's super important that they gain control of the economy right now. If you're able to get late game economy on your side, it is such a boon to being able to make up round deficits like this. Key to that's going to be playing slow, hitting your shots, and making sure that Tamu can't bring anything unexpected to the field. Jim Jones going to get a little bit of information.
They're grouped up in the middle here to make sure that no one can really go untraded. So they've got the right idea, does Longhorn Gaming. They're going to be testing Helms, the B-site anchor we talked about. Does get scanned. They know where he is. He has to fall back, goes through the Viper wall. And other players are forced. Look at the power of this Viper wall. Everyone has to fall back from the side of Tamu behind it. And no one is allowed to play aggressively. It just does so much for their side.
And a beautiful smoke as well to keep aggro from getting anything done unless somebody pops up onto that little box back there that they pinged. But Longhorn Gaming still making the decision on if they really want to commit. They're hoping that somebody from Tamu is going to go on this lurk, on this flank. And Tamu knows, you know, if we keep everyone here, they can't come, so.
All 10 players are just towards the side of the map. A is completely empty. It's just you divide it in half and everyone's just playing this side. The spam. The spam.
Yikes! Techni gonna be going off of a big kill. Spam coming through from both sides. Catfish as well going to fall. Now gonna go for the plant. Peeking with the Deafen, able to find a kill is Helms. And Tamu able to run the clock out long enough. The plant goes down, so yeah, you get a little bit of extra cash for UT, but you're on match point now. You know, this is third map. There's nothing else after this if A&M wins it.
Yeah, the Sage Wall getting broken down so fast. It wasn't able to get broken down on pistol round because the weaponry just isn't strong enough to break that Sage Wall. But with the nerf onto the HP of that Sage Wall, Mr. Catfish's wall goes down way too fast. Helms breaks that, takes him down, denies the bomb plant, and now it's going to be up to Techni with these knives to bring it back for his team. He's got to take out Helms here in this close position with the judge, but doesn't decide to go there. They're grouping over towards the A site. And I'm really looking forward to this operator versus LU gameplay. You know, can he respond to this in kind? Misses the cloudburst a little bit, and they know where the operator is positioned, so let's see if they can overrun him or they get taken down.
And he's going to be watching for somebody to contest him from this high ground, but the entirety of Longhorn Gaming is huddled into the low ground in the center. Smoke comes out just in time to cover the advancing bodies of Longhorn. And there it is, the operator going to get not scared out of position, but it is going to be given a bit of a rough and tough as Helms on a big flank finds 2, and that's just rude. Sneaking behind the team to finish it out. Longhorn Gaming aren't going to be able to put the rounds on the board, and Texas A&M, they're going to be moving on to face OSU.
I mean, Scheidel, you gotta point out that Tamu did win the game. They 2-1 Longhorn Gaming. But man, oh man, I really want to draw attention to the fact that if you're running a Killjoy on the side of LU, you have to be putting the turret to watch the flank. Helm should not be allowed to flank 3 times from the B site to the A push. And he got a judge 2K in the last round. I mean, look at this. He's just behind them. These are free, right? Where's the Killjoy turret to stop this from happening? If LU just play that a tiny little bit better, they just cross, their T's and then dot their I's, this game is definitely close as all heck, but still, it could have been anyone's game, and just the marginal difference of knowing to put a Killjoy turret on the flank is what separates the two teams on the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams went back and forth. We talked about how many rounds there are. I mean, in the first 2 maps, there were less rounds separating these two teams than this map altogether. So I think that this came down to A&M being just a little bit more prepared for Icebox than UT was. So sadly, UT going to be getting knocked out of the Central region, but A&M will be moving on to face off against OSU in our next match, ladies and gentlemen. So please sit tight. We are going to take a short break so that A&M can, rest up just a tiny bit, get some water, and we can get OSU into our lobby. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Central Regional Playoffs here at CF1. And we just watched Tamu Maroon go off against Longhorn Gaming in a very hard-fought but deserved win in our first round. So they're going to be moving on, and now they are going to be facing up against OSU, a team that touts just as impressive as a record as A&M.
Yeah, these two teams going head-to-head right now, they are of equal caliber. I mean, last game, we didn't expect Longhorns to have that great of a showing, and I'm glad they did. They came out like they didn't want to go out. They came in with the chance to win versus Texas A&M, and that's what I'm going to hope to see from Oregon State versus Texas A&M in this semifinals here. Of course, off stream, we did have DePaul, the favorite of the tournament, the first seed, go down to Western 2-1, and UH Premier dispatching of St. Louis in a quick 2-0. And those two teams will also be playing head-to-head, with our winner of that match playing the winner of our upcoming match today.
Yeah, I think the finals in the Central region are going to be pretty lit, if I'm not mistaken. But bringing it back to the here and now, back to the present, we've got OSU, Texas A&M, and it's the same map pool. In the same order, we are going to be going to Haven first, then Ascent, and then if we have a third map, which I wouldn't be surprised to see us go to, we're going to be playing Icebox again. And A&M's warm. They just played all these
Yeah.
maps.
But the advantage could go over to OSU if they have been watching the broadcast, watching how TAMU plays these exact maps, and if they've been doing their homework, just tuning to the broadcast, looking a little bit how Aggro and the rest of them like to play in these spots. They know what spots they like to play. So these are now pre-fireable. They're now like downloaded almost into their minds. And if that's the case, then we could be seeing some really crispy gameplay from OSU. You know, it looks like they might have wall hacks.
True.
Then if
That's, it's not a lot of time to implement those changes, and with how hectic Valorant can be, I wouldn't be surprised to see OSU drop the ball once or twice on a couple of the gimmicks that TAMU brought to the table last time around. But a very good point. OSU has the opportunity here. Oh, look out there. Has the opportunity here to have a little bit of extra information, and they're coming up fresh, so going to be able to bring a different element to the table. The kicker for me, I think, for A&M, you've got to be able to reset how you want to play the game, because Longhorns didn't let you do that. The Longhorn Gaming did a really good job of impairing the pace that A&M was able to play at, completely in some situations deciding where those engagements were going to happen instead of letting A&M make those decisions, which is how they like to play. They like to get into your face, be the first aggressor, take first contact, and then put you on your heels. And from there, they have a massive advantage because they're comfortable. Longhorns didn't let them do that. So is it A or B? Are you coming into this kind of working in a couple of extra things just in case OSU is also able to stop you in your tracks? Or do you just stick to the tried and true, play aggressive, get your two duelists out there and hammer it out?
I think it's going to be the prior for them. TAMU is a team that showed in this series that they can look for that early aggression, but they can also default. They slowed it down a lot versus LU when they were on offense. They played a little slower, let Helms lurk onto that B side of Icebox. They allowed Agger to take contact by himself towards A, even left him to lurk a couple of rounds too towards that A site. And that's going to be very critically different for them, because the way they played defense versus LU wasn't really standard for them. They like to aggress. They like to 3-man push out A, 3-man push out C, do these weird things on a Haven where they shove out, take the space, take the control from them, but they didn't do that this past series. So perhaps they're saving a little bit in the tank for OSU, or it could just be that this is a new TAMU that we're seeing.
Well, let's take a quick look at what these teams are truly fighting for. For those of you just joining, a little bit of a breakdown of the rules here in the playoffs. But we are going to be having the top 2 teams from each region will be advancing into our grand finals. And at that grand finals, it is going to be double elimination. Not single. You're going to get a second chance if you get knocked down to the lowers bracket. But, first place, walking away with $5,500. Fourth place, walking away with $500. So, wherever you land within those top 4, you're going to be walking away with a little bit of change. That's what OSU and TAMU are really hunting for here on Haven. And, composition-wise for OSU, they've been a team that tends to stick a little bit straighter towards the meta. So, what would you be expecting from that?
Yeah, if they've been falling with the current meta, I'm expecting a lot more Astra over Omen, and of course we're expecting a little more Raze gameplay. We didn't see Raze in the previous matchup between LU and TAMU, but for this one, I mean, Raze is the powerful agent on Ascent, Haven, and of course Icebox. The satchels afford you a movement. You can get timings similar to how Jet gets timings, and the nade, a critical utility piece for any team looking to hold on for post plant or looking to execute. And the rocket, of course. We all know those nice clips with the rocket. If teams are grouped up a little bit, boom goes the dynamite. And going forward, I mean, for these two teams right now, I'm thinking that it might be a little bit more for TAMU. You said they're warm, and we know OSU is a powerhouse, but I'm looking at these maps. They're the same ones from last match, and because of the same ones, maybe TAMU, they've warmed up a little bit. The more you play those maps, the better you get at them. So maybe they're just, evolving just like LU did.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. But it does look like there's a little bit of a connection issue going on. So you're gonna have to keep looking at our pretty faces for just a little bit longer. But yes, OSU has been doing a really good job so far. To break down what their record's been, they were 8-1 in split one, and I believe their only loss was to Houston, to UH Premier. So not a team that, just like how Tamu isn't kicking themselves about losing to DePaul, OSU is not going to be kicking themselves about losing to UH Premier. So 5-0 in split two. So in total, they've only lost one match in the entirety of those two splits. A very impressive record, and not many teams can tout it.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing, though, for Tamu. They went 9-0 split one, and in this split, they're 4-1. They've gone undefeated in maps except for the one match that they lost. So it's a head-to-head between two teams which are undefeated except for versus different other teams. When they play each other, though, because they haven't really, because, you know, you have Central Group 1 and Central Group 2. Now that they're going head-to-head, though, that's going to be a difference between groups. We talk about group strength in other esports, and in this one for Valorant, if these two teams haven't played each other, then what's going to be this power level measurement between the two? Is one team going to be looking at the other schools that are in the other group and be like, oh, can we scrim you guys and find out how good you are comparatively? Or can we be the team that goes, okay, we know we're better than these guys. We've seen how they play. We're just going to go in there, swing around, you know. We've seen enough. We got them figured out.
We'll see what happens. Predictions. What do you got? Are you going with?
For me, I'm gonna go 2-1.
Got to see a lot. What do you think? 2-1 who? 2-1 who?
2-1 Tamu again. I mean, 2-1 Tamu from last game. I'm expecting a repeat, pretty much a exact replica of what we saw. But I do think, though, this time it will be more hard fought. It will look like it's in the favor of OSU at times and then go back. Whereas TAMU versus LU, it looked like it was neck and neck almost. But I'm expecting OSU to, having seen this game, to download them a little bit, figure them out, and then TAMU has to adapt on the fly and then take over the game.
Okay, putting stock in the adaptability of Texas A&M. I'm for it, and you know, for the purpose of being the counterpart, and of course for those channel points, I am gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put it on OSU. I think that both the fact that they've been able to see Tamu play before and the fact that they're coming in fresh, I think stamina wise they're gonna have a little bit of an upper hand, as well as I think Central Group 1 was a little bit of a harder group than Central Group 2 as far as teams that were involved. So I think for them to come out with the record that they have, even though it is identical to TAMU, I think they were going up against a bit of a larger caliber of team. It looks like our connection issues have been resolved. You ready to do this? Because I'm ready to go in, Jonah.
Yep, Scheidel. We got the Astra as we were expecting from the side of OSU. Instead of the Omen play, I'm expecting TAMU to go much of the same, and the key difference here is the Cypher Astra for the Killjoy Omen. That key difference will amount to a lot in the way that these two teams hold the A bomb site. Killjoy more adept at holding C than Cypher, but Cypher being better at holding A. So TAMU, look for them to hold down the C site with that Killjoy, and then have two duelists over towards A on their defense. And then OSU, maybe they'll just play Cypher there in the form of Dragonfly. Either way, though, having played against both of these teams, I would say that OSU is a little bit stronger, but I'm really looking forward to TAMU adapting. I think they have what it takes, and that's why I'm putting my stock in them for this match.
Now, going up against a composition different than that which they played against previously, how much of a factor do you think that plays into how they have to approach Haven? You know, the Astra now being in the mix.
Yeah, of course, the double sentinel they ran into against LU is very different to the Astra. I'm looking at Custard over here, like, let's see how the mastery is of this champion, right? Because Astra, you have those 5 stars, you can put those down at the beginning of the round, you can pull one back, it creates a temporary smoke, you get that star back, or you can create an actual smoke, which will last for 15 seconds, as you see Custard here in this astral form, plop down those stars, and you also have a concuss and a pull. And these 3 different forms of star utility allow you to do so much around the map. It's almost like you're playing an arcade minigame in your own right.
Yeah, you can see that smoke coming out early over towards A. Completely stops anyone from Tamu from pushing in. And they have to pull away as well as the Graviton well was also there. That would have made for an easy kill for anybody on OSU. Now pushing up, not gonna, gonna check the corner, doesn't see it. Doesn't see the shoulder, so they don't want to take the shot. Rio gonna go down.
Yeah, Rio dropping early is critical now because they don't have the arrow for retake now when they do execute eventually. If OSU's playing defense here and they want to play retake, it's no longer an option. As Rio dropping means the recon dart does drop as well.
You know, only these losing one member OSU, you're not completely deterred here. Aggro taking a lot of damage, but quickly answers back on Dragonfly. Gonna be grounded. Beautiful headshot from Aggro. And now they're gonna have complete control over B. They're not having to play on site pretty much at all. Aggro able to find 2 more, and OSU with only 1 left. It's gonna be Custard on the Astra. And very dangerous. Doesn't have any utility left. Only has the 1. Has to recall it. Hopefully to get the smoke to go for the defuse. The Neural Swarm gonna be there. The Nano Swarm, sorry, gonna be there. The kill comes through from Custard with some masterful play, but Amali's gonna make it difficult. Isn't much you can do. You're facing a whole team by yourself, and OSU on the first round won't be able to make much happen.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from Tamu. They played that round expertly. They got the early pick on the A push, and then Aggro popping off, getting the first kill as the smoke barely misses the timing, and Dragonfly's head gets taken off in the favor of Tamu. They are up 1-0, but still, the key difference is that OSU has not force bought. So if that's the case, look for how many members of Tamu live into this next round.
See some of the Astra set up here on the site. Gonna be able to go ahead and activate the smoke as they walk in, so only half of the members are there to support. Shori's able to find 1, so Helms won't be able to help out their team, but Tamu are gonna put the plant down. OSU with 3 members left, and like we said, didn't force buy, so they're still rocking pistols and frenzies.
Yeah, but getting 1 member, no, almost gets the second. This is crucial for Tamu to keep their economy alive, but OSU doing a great job of taking the members down low.
Yeah, Rio's gonna go ahead and go for a survive, make them move towards him if they want the pick, and maybe, just maybe, find himself 1 on the outside. Oh. Yeah, Aggro knows exactly where you are. You gotta hit the left clicks, even if it's broken, you gotta be able to use it. Aggro gonna find the kill. And OSU so far, you know, maybe they didn't tune into the last match. Maybe it's just they're trying to figure out what they're gonna be able to get away with, but haven't really been able to have a strict answer for the aggression from A&M.
Yeah, you mentioned before that OSU can come in fresh, right? But I feel that Tamu here, they have already warmed up. They know these maps. They just finished playing them. So because they're so warm, they came out firing, you know? So much of this game comes down to the mental, but the physical, having your muscles free and loose and having the blood circulated means that you maybe are a little more confident going for these. As, you know, OSU makes me eat my words. Caster curse, as always. It's definitely a real thing, and OSU, with their guns, take down the double duelist combination from Tamu.
You know, confidence is great, but you can get overconfident. You saw the pursuit there, even though the recon dart had hit Aggro, they continued to push the envelope to try and get the kill onto their opposing Jet. Weren't able to do so, and an easy kill came back from Neon to cover them up. Oh, Neon finds another, and now there's only 2 members of Tamu left. Checks the top, finds the kill. Jim Jones fan moving on to the point is Ed. On the brink here. Gonna have to snap pretty quickly, and it's not gonna happen. OSU this time pretty handedly dealing with Tamu.
Yeah, that little 1v1 right there between Dragonfly and Ed. It's just about who's more patient in that smoke, who's looking the right way, what's the timing like. And Dragonfly winning out just a little bit there over Ed. That's such a cool micro interaction that we're seeing. And because they won the first gun round, they've gotten themselves a decent economy. But still, Tamu, they've gotten themselves rifles of their own now. Let's see if this confidence that they bought into the first and second round continues.
Revealing.
Good recon dart. Not gonna find a lot of information though because Tamu moved so quickly through that initial smoke. And block a lot of sight lines. There's aggro on for the first kill, looking into heaven to see if they can't get a spray through the smoke. But Dragonfly's got the Ares, a lot more bullets at the ready, and a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
OSU still has a pretty good position.
Camera taken out.
Crucially, had that camera up so he knows where the players are for the other side. But Jim Jones fans, we saw that in the last series.
Yep.
He takes out the member in heaven with that shock dart. Man, oh man. They had to have done their research. They had to know that Tamu Jim Jones does that. But unfortunately, Dragonfly gets taken out in that heaven position. He goes for the spam, but immediately we know that to happen. And aggro, man, the guy has 10 frags already. He's already has the same amount of kills as OSU. He's used the knives already. He's almost only one off of the second knives rotation. So the guy is definitely warm. On Icebox in the last series, he did top the charts, and this time he's looking to carry his team into a final.
And we were worried that Longhorn Gaming wouldn't have the research and prep to face A&M, but they really came to the table with ways to play against what A&M's bringing to the table, and I don't see that happening right now for OSU. The aggression coming out from A&M just seems to have not only have them on their heels, but it seems to have knocked them on their bum a little bit. They're going to need to find a way to bounce back. And with A&M switching up the pace at what they're playing, it's not an easy thing to do. They're getting no information right now on where A&M is.
Yeah, and that cipher towards the A site for OSU isn't paying off. You see Dragonfly going down early. That's the difference between the Killjoy and the cipher we mentioned at the top of this match. And that's the difference that's showing off right here. The A bomb site is a little bit weaker if the cipher isn't using those tripwires in the camera properly. And the Killjoy maybe paying off a little bit more as you see Dill here with that run it back go in, gets traded out his life, but still he has another one. It's just like an extra life, right? There's more to spare.
With that, you know, speaking of spare, OSU, only 2 members left now. Aggro does get a little bit of information on having one there now. A&M should know exactly where everybody is. Neon has a huge task ahead of them. Swarm goes out, doesn't find anybody long, still suspects there's at least one for Cubby. Oh, beautiful play there. You know, the swing was there from Ed, but Neon doing a good job of using the recon dart against A&M. Skips the first one, puts himself in place, gets his cursor placement down, and lets himself get noticed in order to find the kill.
Exactly. He baits out his opponent, making him believe he's not ready for that, when in fact it's all just an outplay. And the main thing is, every single round that Tamu has won, they've actually gotten the first blood and gotten away without getting traded. And I really want to see something different from OSU here. They're not really pushing in a way that they're tradable. You saw Rio go down, pistol round. You saw in the previous round, Dragonfly go down. And these unanswered kills are how Tamu is able to win the round. They're getting early picks, they're falling back, and then re-executing with a numbers advantage.
Still playing pretty slow off the bat, though. You know, their aggression's been a little bit stinted. Oh, Neon is so far up. Trying to find something here and just, you know, just pinned down in this location. It's a difficult spot. Can't get out. Helms finds 2 for Tamu, and OSU now put to dire straits. It's 1-4. Your economy has been broken down.
Yeah, and OSU's got the right idea here. They're trying to go for trades in middle. You saw the setup there. They had 4 players there. The Cypher, Phoenix, the Jet, and the Sova towards that B site, but it wasn't enough as the weaponry just isn't there right now for OSU, as it's all up to this lone Astra. She's got 2 stars to her name, but maybe she gets 1, and there it is.
You're able to find 1. Let's see if they're able to get anything more. Using utility when walking around corners is never suggested. They're going to go taken down 1-5 now as A&M looking to ride their hot streak.
Yeah, and that's the awkward part about playing Astra in this current meta. So much of this game comes down to timing, and when you have such a weird ability to go into Astra form, it really messes with your sense of where everyone is and where they could be. Because you're focused on the smoke, where to place the stars, and because of that, it delays Custard's timing, not aware of the looming threat that is aggro.
Lock in sight.
12-2 right now. Just want to point that out, aggro. Oh, this could be a big pick off if Neon can find something here. Able to take aggro out. To the tip of the spear, been broken. Neon able to find the second onto Jim Jones. No information now. Going to be coming out of Tamu, so a difficult task ahead of them. You lose your Jet, you lose your Sova.
Bomb grenade out.
You still have your lockdown, but I'm questioning using that in this situation. I feel like you got to try and get your man advantage back and push on naturally.
Drop the spike.
Yeah, it's going to be Tamu's plan B. They went towards A, plan A. Didn't work out. Now they're going towards C. Let's see what Dill can do here as he's the new tip of the spear. Throws the wall down, hits a flash through it. But as they exit, they are just mowed down by this nice crossfire from Custard and Dragonfly. That is the second round on the board for OSU. It is a welcome one for their side. But maybe, Tamu can still do this. Still upset OSU if they're able to continue bringing these rounds back and string them along.
And you know, it does come down to Neon getting those early picks. We've talked a lot about Tamu's aggression, and you talked earlier about how often they're getting the first pick without trading, and that's because OSU is playing in such a fashion to where only their Jet is playing with these aggressive peaks. So if they're just not able to find anything this time, paired with the Phoenix, so we'll have a little bit of support as they're beginning to adapt.
Blocking sight.
Yeah,
Oh,
and Aggro getting
no.
that first pick is going to be crucial for the side of Tamu. It's traded out, though. The unanswered first blood does get answered. So now as all things devolve, 2 players are weak on each side. And we're going to have that neural theft, the advantage for the Cypher team. OSU knowing the information of where Tamu is. So they're going to have to rotate, move out of the position they were in, and looks like they're headed towards that A site where the tripwires for Dragonfly lay in wait. They're able to remove those, and they've got pretty much a free plant leading into this post-plant position. But let's see if Dragonfly, he peeks out of heaven before anyone's really ready and gets rewarded for a frag onto Dill.
I found my wire.
From his perch here on Heaven, Dragonfly is looking to make something happen. Both members dropping at the same time. Dragonfly doing a good job of covering for Rio there at the very end as the wall will go up. Dragonfly gonna push. Hunter's Fury comes out to stop the defuse. Dragonfly has masterfully maneuvered around. And the jump teleport. Ed now onto the high ground.
Player standing.
Is gonna get caught out by Custard, so a very low health Sova is gonna have to contest and isn't gonna find anything. Oh, does find Dragonfly. Did they defuse enough time? I think Custard should be able to nail it.
We defend
Okay.
this place, oh. We defend this reality.
That ultimate from Custard right there, the Cosmic Divide. I mean, he's splitting the needle right there. What a well-placed ultimate ability. It makes it's lined up so that the player who goes on top of that short box can't peek over, the player long can't peek over, and if you decide to Omen TP to the other high ground, as Ed did, he still can't get through all the way unless he drops exposing himself. Of course, Custard did win that round, and Jim Jones did have the chance to, as they passed like ships in the night through the Cosmic Divide. That ability, it deters you from hearing the sound of your enemy, and that's mainly what it's used for. Only abilities can go through, no bullets, and players have to fully expose themselves coming out of that.
One ultimate for the whole round is a pretty good bargain, if I don't say. A lot of attention now on A, however, from A&M, as they're looking to make a speedy approach once again. But OSU adapting, picking up the pace. Dragonfly able to find 2 there in a big fashion, and this is a situation that you don't want to see. A&M, you rely so heavily on your 2 duelists to help kind of get entry and hold for post plant. Now both going down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and there's
Jim
the
Jones
spam
will
though
fall.
from Jim Jones.
Good pick into heaven. You're never safe there when Jim Jones is on the field. Neon able to sneak past the alarm bot. They're moving a little bit quicker now. It's a 4v3, so they do have the advantage. Oh, Series checks the corner, doesn't find the kill, but it's okay. Neon's there to back them up with a couple of frags
enemy
himself.
remaining.
Now for
Coming back onto the point, they lose one. Now it's a 1v1. Custard, once again, left-facing Jim Jones fan in the 1v1, knows the location, finds the shot, but the bullets weren't there. Jim Jones snaps to Custard's face, takes him out of the match.
Yeah, Jim Jones fan showing up huge. He got an ace that round title, and that round started with some brilliant shots from Jim Jones using both shock darts. Knows the other player is out as he did hear him. Could checks he's close. No, he snaps and it flicks onto Custard's head. Just so well played. He rotates around, gets the first player heaven, and then the next four are just falling like dominoes. And one key thing to point out right there, Dragonfly opened that round up with 2 ground tripwires, making sure that both those duelists were rendered useless that round as Gil chimes into the server, gets one, and Series responds, and it's just going to be a duel inside a lobby. That double duelist setup that we talked about. OSU using that towards A and having Cypher play elsewhere. It doesn't pay off because Tamu's aggression towards the A side is too much. The duels are lost, and here comes Jim Jones with those heaven shock darts again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dragonfly, please don't stand in heaven with those shock darts anymore.
Yep, 10 times the charm.
Oh, that one step. That one step gave away the information on where he was, that he was no longer in heaven. So A&M able to put 7 onto the board, and we're getting pretty close to halftime. 2 rounds left, and you know, up against a team of equal caliber, an 8 and 4 half is kind of the ideal, not the ideal, but the most opportunistic and most likely of outcomes if you're on the upper hand. Of course, you want to win all the rounds if you can, but if you're having to give away a couple of rounds, 8 and 4 is one of the better goals for halftime.
Yeah, exactly. And Tamu's been known as a very inconsistent team. Some days they're firing all cylinders, some days they just can't do it all. But this time, in this second map that they're playing today, they are coming out to play. As you see, Dill do a 180, 360, 720, just spraying around and gets one.
Yeah, I thought for a second there maybe they bumped up their DPI a little bit on accident. Wasn't quite sure what the look-arounds were for, but it was effective enough and in a very quick fashion. And I'm able to take another round.
Before the switch.
Yeah, and in this last round, look at the ultimate economy. I mean, ultimate economy, a concept passed over from Overwatch, right? And you have all of these ultimates online for Tamu. They're able to use that lockdown, get onto A site, maybe use it on B. They could pretty much use it anywhere except for C, and they've got Jim Jones fans. This Sova has been on fire today with his Hunter's Fury. He's usually gotten a kill or even won rounds off of getting players off of the bomb.
A delay tactic used in a really masterful fashion. Neon really wanted to find an early pick through the wall there, but wasn't able to do so. However, you get the information that they're flooding on through, so you can call a couple of members over, and OSU can be a little bit better prepared for this. Execute onto A. Aggro trying to make something happen from long with their duelist buddy sitting beside them. The question is, can them and Dill get it done? There goes the grab well as well as the flash. The kills are still falling for A&M's favor. Neon trying to make something happen, has to trade out. That's the perk of having both duelists have that same angle. But now it's a 2v4, and OSU have been asking a lot of their Cypher Dragonfly. They're gonna have to ask a little bit more as we come into this next engagement. This time
And there's the shock darts into the heaven position again.
This time it's not gonna find it though. However, the bullets through the sides and through the floors are gonna be just enough to take out Dragonfly. Kind of just swarmed by A&M there at the end.
I want to point out an interesting point right here. Jim Jones fans versus Rio. There's a mini matchup in this game that just wasn't appreciated right there. Rio was the first one to use his Sova's Hunter's Fury, that ultimate ability, trying to stop Tamu from pushing. What did Jim Jones do? He used his Hunter's Fury onto Rio, who he triangulated where Rio's Hunter's Fury came from, and then used it to kill Rio. And that's the Sova diff right there. You don't see it on screen, but it is so crucial. You get yourself the recon dart because you've killed the other Sova. And even off screen, what a brilliant play from Jim Jones fan. Really showing himself up here.
Now we go on to the attack of OSU. It has to be just as explosive, and it is so far. And able to find the first pick and get a lot of damage onto the second. Helms, however, trying to find one, trading out, and Jim Jones is there to save Tamu pretty much. I mean, off of Jones and aggro on the back there, Tamu was able to deter that push.
I mean, what can you do, man? We've seen eight pistol rounds from aggro so far. I think every single pistol round, I've seen him at least get a 3K. This man has like 24 kills in the day just on pistol rounds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's absurd. This guy just is a pistol player.
Yeah, a lot of people don't put enough weight on the pistol rounds, but they can be very important as they'll add up. And when you get into a deficit, you're going to be doing a little more of them. So make sure that you're landing those shots as best you can. They see the Aerodrome come from around the corner, so they know exactly where Jim Jones is. They don't even really need that recon dart, but Neon's going to go ahead and capitalize on it anyway, finding two. And OSU are going to continue to push the envelope on the attack. Aggro is able to find one, but that's going to give away a little bit of information on where he might be. Curveball doesn't grab him, but Series does. And Tamu now down to 2. Dill on the opposite side of the point, looking to engage at the same time as Helm, but Helms is going to get taken down. The peek from Dragonfly to find the second doesn't happen, and the hot hands is going to go out, but nobody on OSU has to be on the point right now. They have that Astra utility set up to pull away from it. No, Custard! He couldn't do anything!
That's why the character is so strong, right? Not only do you get pulled towards the center of that gravity well, but you're also invulnerable, meaning you take double damage. And if that wasn't enough, a sheriff shot to the head, I mean, that's like 300 damage straight to your dome right there. You didn't have to do him like that, Custard. But nevertheless, a forced buy one by OSU keeps this game competitive. And that's what I'm talking about, the swing back and forth. Tamu had the early swing in momentum. Let's see if OSU can bring that back.
Now we're getting into like the eco round. OSU will have Spectres. Tamu not going to have anything except for their classics and sheriffs that they brought to the battle. Dragonfly moving quickly with the rest of OSU over onto A, but needs to keep alert, needs to be careful of what's happening behind, because there are a couple of members of A&M ready to pursue that flank. Aggro, here's the dash, stops the plant, gets the kill, and finds two there. Custard.
Spike planted.
What a play from the Astra on OSU. I
Enemy remaining.
mean, more is happening. Dragonfly gets himself a double, but the sound cue of the dash gets the kill, peeks for a second, and still gets the plant off.
And Jim Jones fans trying his best to bring this round back.
No.
Doesn't get just two, gets the third as well.
Except the Phantom. And both members, I was going to say, both Dragonfly and Rio are very low for OSU. So that was definitely a winnable fight for Jim Jones there towards the end. But yeah, a big ask, 1v4.
Exactly, and this past round, we saw the flank from Tamu come in, and Dragonfly on that Cypher with those tripwires up was able to watch it much easier than Helms was on the previous half. We saw them, Tamu that is, lose a round off of a flank onto the A site because his alarm bot wasn't in range. But when you're playing Cypher, as long as you're alive, those tripwires do stay up, and that's what spotted the flank, and that's what allowed Dragonfly to get 2 kills that past round.
And a good recon dart to start things off from Tamu. They'll get a little bit of information that the A push is beginning to happen, so you can see that rotation happening as the Aerodrome scouts mid and isn't going to find anything. A good setup, the Astra grab pull into the Molly. Series able to find the opening kill. Neon with the follow-up for OSU, and they're looking really, really pretty here on the attack. I mean, it's not just aggressive, it's clean. Oh, Neo! punishes aggro for trying to get the ultimate. Here's the trigger of the blades and knows that aggro wants to do the dirty. Oh man, OSU looking very clean on this attack right now.
I mean, personally, I've suffered the exact same fate as aggro right there. I've done that exact jet double updraft on the A position. And let's just say I'm at the same fate as Rio, and Neon has been known to do that once in a while. Very good player in his own right, showing his stuff, and he does bring his team to a 6th round here. On Haven offense, of course, this map is looking to be attack side in favor as there are 3 bomb sites, making it harder to defend for the defenders. And let's check this out again.
Oh man.
Pretend this guy's me. Boom, I'm dead. Pretty much
And
how
here's
I
the
feel,
deal.
how aggro feels right there.
Like, you can't go off of the sound cue of the updrafts because he updrafted himself, so he's got that going on in his head. He just heard the ultimate go off and said, "Oh, I think he's gonna try this go."
Yeah, usually when you're playing Jet there and CT and Heaven are both smoked, you have nowhere else to really look, so might as well flick over there, and Neon gets rewarded for that. What a play by him, and it looks like TAMU on their eco round has decided to do what TAMU always does, hold W. They've gotten a player down deep mid, but OSU should be aware of this. And they're trying to rush A, clear out the angles. Helms with the nerf. Bucky isn't able to get one, but Dill's there to trade him.
And you can see over towards the edge that Dragonfly is still very wary about what's happening here. But Ed's able to find the kill, and that means they find a weapon. You have to run away a little bit because you want to be able to use the Vandal that you just picked up. Needs to be careful about popping up, however. Coming through, not checking the right corner, checking the left. Series able to get the trade. And OSU not as in this as they want to be, but they still have a chance. Spike's down, but nobody's covering it, so that is something that you can go back for.
Yeah, and the Cypher is down, so now the flank
Neon has to watch behind him.
from aggro can come in now, but he stops, staying disciplined this time. It looks like Jim Jones will be the one to take contact towards Garage. Of course, he has this Phantom now. Will get the kill and looks for the second. No, he pulls out the dart!
Rough, but it happens. Your utility comes out to help you, and it ends up getting you killed. The plant goes down, and now aggro giving away their position. Series able to find the kill. Oh, 50 health. So I didn't see if Dill was rocking a sheriff this round or not. No, Dill now picking up the Phantom at full health. Has a curveball available, gets the flash, and is able to find the kill. So Tammy putting it to 11 and one step closer to finishing the map. They only need 2 more rounds.
We good. We good.
Yep, and TAMU. The story has mostly been about aggro, but the double duelist, the synergy between Dill and aggro is definitely there. You see on your screen right now the scoreboard. Jim Jones fans has been lighting it up, as has aggro. But even if you're the one carrying in terms of statistic kills, doesn't mean that your teammates aren't contributing. Of course, Ed throwing those smokes, Dill using that flame wall to separate the enemies, and using those flashes to injury. Everyone has to do their part in this game. It can't just be 1v9, and that's what TAMU is doing to win. And we have a Cosmic Divide here for Custard, so let's see how he uses it this round. A must-win round for OSU, lest TAMU gets to that match point.
I mean, let's be honest. Every round from here on out's a must-win round for OSU. They're put up against the ropes, and losing a map early to a team like A&M is never what you want. Oh man, Helms has an inkling, but doesn't have any actual information on who's on the point yet.
You are divided.
This extremely slow. Has knives available, and just in time, the divide goes up, but the shot's coming through. Neon's still able to find it. Helms, a little bit surprised there. Thought they were safe back at base. It's not going to be the case, however.
The lurking Cypher was taken down, though, and TAMU aggro is so quick to flank. Jim Jones and Dill creating a distraction. And here comes the flanking jet, gets Rio in the back of the head as Dill and the rest of the team walk right in, and
Unfortunate.
that's the flank.
OSU getting hit there at the very end. too many angles, if I'm going to be honest. Good job on A&M to make sure that they were flooding sight lines and making sure that people were peeking from different angles and making it difficult to run it back from OSU. Ends up finding nothing because I believe it was either Ed or Jim Jones that was over towards A lobby that was able to just walk out, take care of the run it back, and then the respawn as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you have to be so wary of your flank when your Cypher player goes down. I guess that wasn't communicated properly to OSU. They weren't aware that anyone could be there, and Aggro grabbing that 3K means that he and Tamu are poised to take this. They don't really have too much, does OSU. They've got these jet knives, but they expended a lot of utility last round, and they're doing the tried and true A take. They've gotten their jet and the rest of their team onto that A site. This time you see Dragonfly staying alive, making sure he watches those flanks this time. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 full retake. The Killjoy ultimate should get broken very soon, but they use that timing to engage.
Of that, Jim Jones finding another kill. OSU down to 3. They've been trying to get this A push down. And finally, Dragonfly able to silence Jim Jones fan. The rest of the kills coming through. And now it's a 1v2. Helms is on point and looking for these kills. Doesn't have any information, however, where anybody is. Isn't able to find Custard as Custard gets the headshot. OSU putting it to 7. Not allowing for A&M to close this out just yet.
Yeah, it's so weird. You see the reverse of what you saw last half. Jim Jones is the one in heaven, and Dragonfly is the one in A lobby. And it goes the other way, too. What an interesting interaction between the Cypher and the Sova right there, going toe-to-toe with one another. Despite them being different agents, they're asked to do very similar roles when on offense and defense. Take that A-long positioning. When the dust has settled, Tamu still has another buy.
I mean, they've been in pretty good position so far this map. I mean, the David and Goliath story isn't the right analogy, but the uphill climb both ways in 7 inches of snow, that's pretty much been OSU this whole time. Fighting uphill, whether it's defense or attack, and with that, Helm's going to push them into a similar scenario where they're having to fight down on bodies.
Now that they're down in numbers, Jim Jones fans rotating in with that Sova drone. We'll see that no one's over towards the long position, so they can rightfully assume that they've either been in short or they've fallen back, so they're going to reinforce this C site very shortly, or actually, Tamu, they're playing it smart. They've got the numbers advantage, so they're deciding that they're going to play retake for the C site. They're going to hold strong with 2 members towards Garage and 2 members towards A. If OSU does come back here, which they are, it'll be up to Helms.
One enemy remaining.
But that crossfire is deadly. There's really not much that you can do there. You can see Custard going ahead and pretty much giving up the last kill to A&M as we get some GGs in chat, and A&M punching their ticket for the first map. They're going to be moving on to Ascent, feeling pretty good. Issue is, Ascent's the map that Longhorns were able to take off of them. So is this the map that OSU is going to be able to switch things up and take it off of them? What do you think?
I think the reason why the Longhorns were able to take Tamu on Ascent specifically was because Jim Jones fans didn't break that Killjoy alarm bot in mid, and that alarm bot stopped a lot of the mid-B splits they had and made sure that no one from Tamu could really go mid without being known. So, since OSU isn't a team that plays Killjoy, they don't have to really worry about that. So unless Cypher's tripwire is there, I mean, they're going to be undeterred in the mid to B split. And you know what happens when a team who's so good at aggressively pushing in an offense is given more space and more room? It means that Tamu can keep that Tamu roller coaster riding.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking at Ascent and I'm thinking, it's their best map. They got stopped by LU, but the reason they got stopped by LU was because of a Killjoy and a Breach, and they don't have Killjoy and Breach, so unless OSU studied and thought that, oh, because we can run Killjoy and Breach instead of Cypher and Phoenix, then maybe perhaps if they pulled it out, they can get the win. But the way Aggro and Jim Jones are playing right now, it's looking like lights out.
Yeah, both of those members of A&M doing an absolute stellar job on our first map. So we're going to have to leave these two teams to have themselves a little bit of a chat as they prepare for Ascent. We're going to grab ourselves a glass of water. Go ahead and grab yourself another bowl of popcorn. We're going to be right back with Ascent after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our semifinal matchup. I'm sorry, here in the Central Region, we have OSU versus A&M University Tamu Maroon, and I mean, Texas A&M was hot first map against Longhorns. They were hot second map against Longhorns, third map against Longhorns, first map against OSU. They're just looking hot. They're riding this streak out in their aggression. We talked before the break about how the key for Longhorn gaming and kind of stifling that aggression and being able to put up a fight was being able to stop them from advancing into certain areas of the map, whether it was the Killjoy utility or the Cypher tripwires, and we haven't seen that from OSU as far as stopping them. Composition-wise, looks like OSU is going to bring pretty much the same thing into Ascent as they did into Haven, and if I'm going to be completely honest, I don't feel that the Astra had as much of an impact as I would have wanted to see. That one wall was real big and pretty much won that round for them, but other than that, it didn't seem to me like the Astra was playing into the factors as much.
Yeah, Astra's an agent that requires a lot of team coordination. She has 5 stars, so you can really afford to burn those, and as soon as you find out what the enemy is via Sova Dart or a Cypher Camera, you want to be putting a star where they are and using a Concuss or a Gravity Well. It will pull them towards that area and make sure that you confirm that frag. And that's what they weren't really doing with the Astra stars. But this time around, OSU's gotten a little more warmed up, so perhaps in this Ascent map, they can have a little bit of a better showing, as both these teams are very high caliber. 2 of the top teams in CF1, and of course 2 of the top teams in the Central Region. So I'm expecting another banger title.
I mean, yeah, I'm expecting nothing less on Ascent. I mean, for me, Haven and Ascent, I mean, not as much Haven, but Ascent is like, and my good friend Septilence, you'll hear him say this as well, it's the quintessential Valorant competitive map. If you don't have strategies A through Z on this map, you're doing it wrong. If you aren't ready for strategies A through Z on this map, you're just doing it wrong. Everybody plays this. I don't think I have cast a match of Valorant in Split 1 or Split 2 that didn't have Ascent. Or maybe there were like 1 or 2 that didn't have Ascent when teams started throwing in Icebox as a wild card. But for the most part, everybody plays this map at least once a match.
Yeah, and it's so well designed too because it has multiple choke points that connect through mid. You can afford to split really well. And Tamu starting on this defense means that they are going to have that classic Tamu aggression. They're mixing it up, but as is OSU. As the split B comes in, it's going to be boiled down to a 4 versus 4. Both Jets losing some HP, but the bomb plan is yet to go down, and that goes in the favor of Tamu.
Yeah, I didn't see if they didn't pull bomb with them off the bat, or if Custard was looking to go mid when Tamu got that opening kill and just decided to wrap around again. But they're able to get the plant off, deal with another kill, putting it to a 3v3. Aggro finding one as well, and every single member of Tamu's mighty low, but it doesn't matter. They're able to find the kills onto OSU, and Dill going to be walking away with 3 points towards that run it back.
We good. We good.
Yeah, I really like what I saw there from Tamu's retake. The main thing was Ed purchasing the blind from Omen. He blinded Neon at the latter half of that fight, allowing the low HP aggro to take him out, and then also blinded his other teammate, Series, on the site. So that blind on pistol round paying off huge for Tamu. And that's another difference between Astra and Omen. Omen affording that blind on pistol, and in every other round can swing it back. But this game, we've seen both teams, as soon as they get the plant down, they've gone for this force buy, so don't count OSU out yet.
And a good recon dart. Isn't going to find any information on where people are, but it's going to give enough information on where people aren't to allow for OSU to aggress a little bit forward. They need to be careful, though, because over here on the catwalk, there are 2 members of Tamu that are hungry for a couple of kills. Dragonfly able to open it up onto Helms, and that's a good start for OSU as they're now put up 1 body and corralled into center, and aggro is waiting for them to transition into catwalk.
Yeah, it looks like OSU is trying to regroup, though. They're not really sure about where they're going, so they're going to take a peek up catwalk, look back behind them, and Aggro gets rewarded for the positioning.
Ahead.
His buddy
Aggro
covers
locked
his
out
back.
1-0.
Drone.
OSU. They have decent positioning, and they've been able to get Aggro down to 1 health, so somebody can literally cough in his direction, and he'll go down. OSU doing a good job, however, of checking each corner as they go.
30
They
seconds
got
left.
caught on that one corner they didn't check, so they're not really willing to give up anything else for free. Dragonfly finds the kill into hell into Aggro, and now it's a 4v3 in favor of OSU as they come into the cluster. Members from Heaven and Trees pushing for Texas A&M. Jim Jones still at full health. Location's been revealed in the back of Series and Rio both find kills. It's only Jim Jones to find as much as possible, but dropping down, accuracy goes out the window when you're not standing on something.
Yeah, and I really like the weaponry choice here from Rio. He purchased the Ares going into that round, allowing him to fully utilize Sova's recon dart, scanning through the walls, spotting out where players are, and then using that spam. Great force buy there from OSU. And it's not only netted them another comeback round, but it's also broken TAMU's economy to the point where they're forced onto shares, shorties, classics, and frenzies. And look at Series here. He's 5 out of 6 on his Phoenix ult, so he's going to have it for the first gun round.
Oh no. I'm not sure if they heard Aggro moving up or what, but they definitely had the information that somebody had moved forward and able to use that to their ability. Helms, I'm sorry. Not going to find anything because the angles are covered. And OSU doing a good job here on slowly approaching. Tamu getting pretty much silenced this round. The only members they do have are Hurt and over on A.
Yeah, and it looks like the B main aggression, that crossfire that they had set up with the 3-man unit didn't pay off. Didn't work last round either, as Helms is dropping there for the second time. But Tamu, I like what they're doing. Even though they only have the classics, they're grouping up, but unfortunately they do get scanned, meaning Dragonfly can just have a field day here. You can just swap them away like his namesake, but... what is that? Was that a right-click title?
Yes! Yes, it was! Overpowered!
What?
You know, this
I'm not gonna
first
say
got
anything
brought to
about
my
that.
attention when I was casting with Paulsable, and I was like, oh, Paulsable, calm down. You're just complaining because you probably get killed by this in your own games. And then I started playing, and now I'm getting killed with it. And watching these guys use it, Paulsable was right. It's broken. It needs to get fixed.
Yeah, that just shouldn't be happening that long range, but still, Ed does get rewarded for his use of it. And it looks like Tamu, they are spreading thin. There's no one playing on A, as Series is running it back towards that spot, so it's going to be a full retake 5v5, unless someone can push the pace here. Series unfortunately not able to find anyone, as everybody from the side of Tamu has retreated. So it's going to be a full 5 vs 5 retake, and they're even ready for the heaven push from Neon.
He was so deep, too. He had such an opportunity to do work there, but gets a little bit, I wouldn't say too aggressive, but gets punished for the aggression that he did show. Trying to get some shock darts up into heaven to get a little bit of damage down, but the push comes from Tree to distract, and now
Healing area.
a full strength Texas A&M is going to be pushing for the point. Dill waiting for the call from the rest of the team on when to break. This is going to go ahead and break, but an immediate aggression from Rio is going to get punished and pushed.
One enemy
Dragonfly
remaining.
finding one from Hell, but it's now all up to Custard here towards the Winery, but not really going to be able to find much. There's so much utility blocking him from sight, and so much bullet spray coming out.
We good. We good.
Wow, I mean, they really let that one run down to the wire, though. They were up 4-0, obviously, but .22 left on the clock. Cutting a bit close is Tamu. Nevertheless, Dill here, he sprays open the door, baits the first player in, and then comes out, gets the player in hell. That was off of the blind from Ed. You saw as Dragonfly's face was covered with that dark cloud, meaning that Ed threw that blind there towards the hell position, taking his sight away. Oh my god, this Penguin Soldier is just a menace. He's ready to rumble. And so is Tamu
Get afraid.
and OSU.
Oh no. Aggro, don't do it to him. Can't do it to him. Sends all the knives and whiffs them all. So luckily OSU going to be walking away well and supplied from that one. Aren't going to have to worry about that. But the run it back is still online for Dill. So expect that to pop out this round.
Yeah, and crucially, there's no alarm bot here for the side of Tamu, so they have this mid position relatively free. Just need to check pizza and then market. And it looks like since Tamu has given this up, they have to go aggressive elsewhere. And a classic shot long range onto Rio is the opening that aggro needed. Tamu, how they won the first half, the first map rather, was getting early picks and then falling off with their numbers advantage. It looks like they're doing the very same on Ascent.
Yep, there's the bait and switch, and there's the kite and kill. And Tamu's been pretty good at the kill and kite. Taking that first and then drawing back very quickly, forcing an enemy teammate to either come into multiple people or into a disadvantageous situation. But OSU with the plant, yet again, they've been holding on site a lot, not really opting to go off site for the first time. Beautiful recon dart information leads to a kill from Ed. There it is again, the right click on the classic from Dill. Able to find another kill. Custer looking to do the same. Able to find the opening shot, but not the following one. So Dill and the rest of Tamu are still able to put numbers on the board, get their economy back online, and put OSU into a pretty dire situation.
Yeah, so close there for OSU. Custer, he gets the first, the second, and the third, but isn't able to clean up the round. You saw Dill here with this run it back, breaks the tripwire, jumps down, uses the classic because he sprayed all his bullets into that lower position. And now, as all things are equal, the scoreline 3-2, the economy a little dangerous here for OSU, but they've got that cosmic divide. Let's see how they use that on their offensive half, as it did win them a round on Haven. See if they can do the same on Ascent.
Don't do it to him, Helms. Don't do it to him, Helms. Trying to do it through the wall. Isn't going to have the right angle, so won't be finding the kill, and Dragonfly is going to take that as an entry. Knows that Helms has to be in that spot with the Odin. So able to take him out predictably and get the neural net online. Dragonfly once again able to trade out. Jim Jones fan showing up big. Tamu now down to 3. OSU. 4 people left for full health on the point. Ultimates coming online.
Yikes.
But they need to be careful. Aggro's sitting here with an operator. Oh, and he's going to be able to get out of direction as well. Pick up the Vandal on the way in and give a little bit of a scare. But it's not going to be enough. The angles are covered. Man, Dragonfly's there.
Man, Dragonfly opens and shuts that round. He runs in while the player is reloading. Full running Spectre. W key, no shift there. Just running him amok. Gets the second player on that stair position and then closes out that round. We talk so much about Neon and aggro on these Jets, but Dragonfly's having himself a game right now.
Yeah, he's soaring, if you will. I'm sorry, I'm done. For now. Until another one pops into the old noggin. That one didn't work. You can go ahead and flame me, chat. It is completely okay, I understand. OSU now looking to put something on the board, but Tamu once again putting a cork in the bottle. Aren't able to find anything there, but almost a quick response comes back. I got a little bit excited, but it was just a turret. Jim Jones now looking to protect there and mark it.
Yeah, and deal with that opening pick. Going unanswered is Tamu's secret formula. Just like the previous round and this round, they've gotten the opening kill. Now it's just going to be up to them to stabilize now and ensure that they play this numbers advantage properly.
Dashes through the alarm bot. Make sure to set that up. Helms is still on point, but Neon finds the kill. That's going to open it for OSU as the man advantage is lost for A&M, and the plant goes down. A little bit of extra money into OSU's pocket. Aggro. You tried, buddy. That was cheeky. If that had worked, that would have been amazing. But a little bit of your body sticking out, so they're able to find the kills. And Custard coming in big with the cross sight lines on Dragon to give OSU yet another round. And you know, this is another instance of A&M just going 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. on rounds with another team.
Yeah, it's so back and forth, and they're really putting a lot of pressure on Helms. He's been playing that B site as an anchor with this Killjoy, and it looks like OSU has found a weak point that they can really abuse towards that site. So Tamu, doing what Tamu does, they adapted their aggression, putting Helms towards that A site. Having Jim Jones play the anchor here along with Dill, perhaps they can get it done as they just go B again, does OSU. They're pushing on inward, having the Molly drop down to that stairs position, but nope. They think they've had enough, they're starting to back out, or maybe they'll go for that fake and re-execute.
I think they're trying to draw out members of A&M. They know that A&M likes to do this aggressive flank. They're not looking for it, though. Possibly not their intention. But if aggro isn't careful, he is going to get rotated on. And a curious rotation through spawn coming through from OSU. You know, they had space that they kind of gave up just then. And it's given a lot of time for A&M to rotate over the point.
No hard feelings.
The drone will go through. That'll give a kill to Dragonfly. Patience will pay off. But now Dill into the back able to find the kill. There goes Neon with another one for OSU. And there it is. 2 kills going down. Neon the last one remaining against 3 members of A&M. Able to find the first kill at Mighty Low as Zed finds the final bullet. 4-4. We're keeping it even all the way up. I wouldn't be surprised to see an overtime.
Yeah, it's going 1 for 1 for 1, but the difference is that because it's going like this, the economy for both teams is just on a knife's edge. It's just teetering one way to the other one. Every single round that gets won just brutalizes the other team's economy. And if they're unable to buy back in, it's really going to be about which team seeds that economy game, which team doesn't force back in the next time.
Yeah, and to correct us, they've actually been going 1 for 2 for 2 for 2, which is an important thing to note because then you get the losing streak advantage when you buy, and if you lose that 3rd round, that's when your economy gets trashed. So if either of these teams are able to put it on board where they can get 3 in a row, that's going to happen. Dragonfly with the opening kill from OSU. The Hunter's Fury coming out from Jim Jones. Nobody on site, however, to find that as Series pushes up and able to find another member of Tamu as they're put down to 3 and not a speck of health has been taken off of an OSU member. And Dragonfly is on a big flank, finds Dill out as well, and with that going down, OSU's able to put another round on the board. But once again, we're just trading rounds, so the economy is not really getting out of hand for either side.
Yeah, and let's see if Tamu decides to buy back into this one. Nope, it looks like they're low enough and they're ceding the round to OSU unless Agar with these knives and the Sheriff on the hands of Jim Jones can pull off something big this round, perhaps turn it into their favor. But I want to highlight Dragonfly. The man on Cypher is getting opening frags for his team. This is not usually a role that's typical for Cypher, getting the opening kills, as Aggro charges it down before being beheaded by Neon in the upper tile position.
Oh, Helms in such a secretive position with the Bucky, able to find the first but not the second. The nerf coming into play as Neon's able to take him out. 4v3 now onto the point, up to the heaven. Neon getting taken down as Jim Jones able to even it out. Custard not liking that, wants to put it back into OSU's favor and does so cleanly. The Owl Drone gonna get contested by a second Owl Drone as Jim Jones has to run away from this. Dill only has a classic contesting from this point, and there's a Cypher cage to cut the sight lines, so Texas A&M, they have to be patient, they have to wait, and they have to push into full weaponry from OSU.
Yeah, there's not much they can do here as Dill tries to go through the smoke opportunistically. Doesn't get the flash off, and Rio takes down his teammate in Jim Jones, so it's all up to Dill, and Dill doesn't have any pickles today, and he's just gone out of the server now.
And a good play by OSU. They're starting to gain their momentum here, and it's very important that they win that last round because now you're putting Texas A&M into a situation where if they lose this gun round, they don't have economy to contest in the final round of the half.
Yeah, it could just be an 8-4 half in the favor of OSU, a much different attacking side than we saw on Haven from them. But maybe the tides are turning. I think OSU has warmed up a little bit, guys. So, let's see what they've got here as Neon takes the perched up position, finds aggro again, Jets trading fire, tagging each other up, but both deciding that don't want to commit to this one, so they'll maybe meet up again in the mid position. Aggro playing it a little smarter, but doesn't really
smoked.
find the enemy, so it looks like Custard says, nope, I'm just going to smoke that off. Our team's going to go towards B, and this is where the contact is. No utility used in mid means they get the mid-B split for free.
Oh, no.
And Dill is hung out to dry as he's looking at 2 angles of 2 players. And Neon, he's just allowed onto the bomb site. His whole team is behind him.
Those are big kills for OSU to open things up. Texas A&M really doesn't have much of a contest. Odin to the face, aggro, oh no. And they're going to be able to take a flawless round. They're up 7 now. This last round of the half shouldn't be too difficult for them to secure. I mean, if anything, I'm expecting glass cannons for the entirety of the A&M side. Buy a rifle, half shield, light shields if you can.
Yeah, and it really looks like it's a difference between the Sentinels right now. Helm's on that Killjoy versus Dragonfly on that Cypher. When you're playing Killjoy, you have to be within range of your alarm bot and turret. 20 meters is the metric. And so, if he's not 20 meters within that utility, he's not allowed to move as freely as Dragonfly is. And Dragonfly's been everywhere all over the map, and Helms is kind of confined towards his utility, and that's caused him to not really be able to get into the game, as Agros found himself a great little look in the winery, but can't convert on the frag.
Rio able to find that kill in a big fashion. OSU. It may be a 4v4, or a 3v4 now. With the Cosmic Divide up, they're going to have a little bit of extra to plant the bomb. And does get the information that the bomb's going down, so they're going to go ahead and try and flash on through. Dill has to deal with the door. But the Killjoy coming out from A&M is going to make it so that OSU has to back completely off of the point, and they know where they've gone.
Yeah, and Catwalk is being watched by that alarm bot, so it's going to be Jim Jones with a crossfire and Helms. Let's see how they handle this 2-man push as first contact goes to Helms and first one down.
Yeah, the only series left, and series is already hurt. Doesn't have the hot hands for the health, so gonna push the envelope. A&M will be able to grab 5 rounds on their defense and going into their attack where they feel a little bit more comfortable. OSU is gonna have to put up one heck of a defense.
Yeah, Helm showing up big that past round. Let's see if he can maintain that momentum into the attacking side. As Killjoy on attack can put that turret towards the B spot, the B perch position, getting that turret down, and then from there, that watches the B position push from B main and mid. It allows his team to have the freedom to take the bomb site without making sure anyone can be there. The key thing is though, 4 members of Tamu stacked towards this position. They've got some sort of read, perhaps, on OSU, hoping that they don't go there. Trying to wait it out.
They're just going to wait, yeah. See if anybody goes aggressive and pushes up, maybe. They're going to send the drone. Oh, they're doing the bait and switch with the drone. They're going to drone out on A, pull the rotation, and then move in onto B. Already happened. Dash has gone onto site. Texas A&M have the site completely for free. They're able to use smokes to deter the reposition. Not even the retake, just the reposition coming in from OSU. Bomb goes down. OSU's already lost a member, and now A&M have the upper hand in the fight. And with Dill positioned here at B long, or B main, they're going to be able to set up a pretty nice crossfire for anybody looking to aggress onto aggro.
Yeah, and aggro, with that added security, is able to take down 2 before Dragonfly gets too nice of his own.
That's a big play from Dragonfly. It kind of opens the door a little bit for Custard, but Custard going to be going against 2 full health members of A&M. Oh, yeah, needs to check that corner, but a little more worried about the back of sight than they were the boxes in the corner. A&M putting one on the board, and it looked really clean. I mean, that was, look at my right hand, and let me steal your money with the left.
Yeah, exactly. Tamu, this is the second time today that they've gone for a fake on the pistol round. They bought it hook, line, and sinker. Ed smoked A, Jim Jones fan threw the drone in, and the rotation. Dragonfly bought it, as did the rest of OSU. Neon paid the price in mid, and that was all she wrote. Because Tamu has come out clear to play, but look at it again. They've bought back. They don't want to cede any ground whatsoever. OSU is just purchasing as much as they can. They've got scattered weaponry. And it's going to be a bloodbath here on the A site.
Quick entry again from A&M like we know and love, as OSU has to back out from the engagement a little bit, like you said, a sparse buy. So not necessarily fighting on equal terms. Sirius trying to take the peak, but aggro able to cover it well. Neon with the Marshall needs to be able to land the shots, but gets put down to 11 health, isn't able to find it.
Ooh.
Yeah, another
And a little bit of a
there's Jim
mistimed
Jones!
flash.
Oh, the shock dart into heaven again!
Yeah, it seems Jim Jones, that's his specialty. He likes throwing those shock darts towards the heaven position. And the rest of the team, Helms and co, watching two separate angles. Helms gets rewarded for 2, as does Aggro. And look at the economy for OSU. Because they force bought those Stingers, Spectres, and that Scout up, now they're forced onto an Eco round and a third round, which would usually be their buy round. So now because of this, Tamu is able to keep all their Spectres and the $3,000 that they each have a piece and keep it and just grow their economy. This is starting to look very much in the favor of Tamu as they're starting to win rounds and build up economy.
Well, you predicted that OSU would be putting something new to the table and that Tamu would have to adapt, and that's exactly what's happening, and they're doing so well. Able to find 2 now, looking for the third. Oh, is it going to be a right click? I have a feeling it was going to be a right click. Jim Jones still finds Rio as one member of OSU remains.
Yeah, round going as expected, as Custard does end up getting an exit frag with the Sheriff, not just 1 but 2. The headshot blazer onto Helms means that it is going to be winnable if Custard can find these connections. But it doesn't look like Tamu is aggressive anymore. They're playing it smart, backing off, making sure that until he taps the spike, they're not going to peek him.
Custard's just paranoid. Wants to survive through the end of the round. Doesn't want to get taken down here. Maybe get a free pick if anybody tries to be cheeky, but known from A&M going to be cheeky. I mean, this is the quarterfinals. The fun stuff is over. You got to put your real stuff on the map. Oh, no! Custard goes in to grab the weapon to have it for next round and still gets caught by the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, he can buy anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know, maybe it was a little cheeky. Even if you do save the Spectre there, though, you're not going to really want to use it into this next round, I'd hope. You really want that Phantom or Vandal on your hands. And the main thing about winning these first 3 rounds isn't just the fact that the economy is built up for Tamu, but they've got a better ult economy, too. They're closer to their ultimates, and that could bode really well as both sides have Phoenixes and Killjoy and Astra, which are winning ultimates.
The early picks are important for OSU, and they're going to fall 1 down, but the swing is there for Neon. Needs to find the second, and if they want to take the advantage out of this situation, the reload's there and the smoke. Going to be able to protect him for just... It was a fake smoke as well.
Deploying drone.
But OSU still not able to keep their man advantage.
Enemy marked.
A&M doing a good job of finding their picks early, taking their engagements. Looks like they're going to want to divert over towards B for A&M. A looked a little bit too well covered.
Yeah, it looks like
Question
Ed
is,
heard
does
the
Aggro get
rotation. Aggro could get caught, but it looks like he snuck his way in through the mid position. There's no Killjoy alarm bot here. No Cypher Tripwire to stop him. So he's got himself into great position.
The Omen utility pulls the attention from Neon, and Aggro gets the kill off of the distracted Jet. Now A&M get B for free.
Seconds left.
And Tamu, they're playing so smart. They've given the spike over to their Killjoy player, who is just one off of his ultimate ability. Allowing him to get the spike down means that they will have that Killjoy lock it down for the next round. And in a 4 versus 2, post-plant positioning for the offense, TaMu is looking to secure their 9th round. It's looking almost inevitable for them, as the players of OSU, Custard, and Rio are looking to save here. They've backed off. They need their weaponry. And all is going accordingly to TaMu's plan as they're picking up their 4th round on this offensive side. That will not only bolster their economy and bolster their ultimates, but it'll also give them that momentum that they're so known to play off of.
And only 3 rounds away now. 4 rounds away now. I can math, don't worry. Only 4 rounds away from the win. A&M. And if they take this, they're going to 2-0 OSU. Hand OSU their first defeat of the second split and beyond. You know, the only map they lost is that first one in the first split. But they're going to go on to fight the finals.
Yes.
If A&M can secure 4 more rounds. OSU needs to get a tourniquet and kind of stop the bleeding a little bit, because it's beginning to get out of hand. If they lose another round, it's going to get worse.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Yeah, they've really got to stop the bleeding with those first aid kits. And it looks like the Killjoy ultimate comes in. I'm not sure that Rio has a Sova Hunter Sphere to answer, so it will just be that B take. But the nice cage from Dragonfly takes down the Phoenix ultimate. Not enough, though, as aggro responds.
Couple of shock darts to try and get some cheekiness in there. Rio holding a very tight angle just in case aggro decides to turn the corner, but Texas A&M not wanting to give away any kills. That's okay, however, because Neon's going to earn them. There goes aggro to put a little bit of a punish on. There go the blades, and the shots come out. Aggro almost going to snag the ace here, but isn't able to secure it as Custard kind of puts it into that drain. 3 members, however, on site for A&M. You're feeling pretty comfortable. Custard's pretty hurt. I almost got him through the wall there.
Yeah, and I want to take this time to talk about the point of the Astra versus the Omen. Astra's a character that works so well with the team when they're allowed to play off of the utility of Astra. That hasn't been the storyline, as OSU are going in before Custard is able to use that utility, the gravity well, the concuss, and the smokes to help them out. Whereas Ed on this Omen is just able to freely throw blinds in, smoke off cover, and go trade his teammates. Even though the scoreline suggests otherwise, that Custard is playing better than Ed, it's more about how the team gels together. Because Ed's always in there with his teammates, whereas Custard is forced a lot of these rounds to be the one saving. That's why you see him only there with 8 deaths. That's because he's forced backward. He has to stay alive, as his team is the one that's crumbling around him.
Still not out of the fight, though. OSU has the chance to bring it back. It's a difficult battle, but it is one that they can do. This is not the first time they've been put onto dire straits, but they are going to be walking on a bit of eggshells. And Series going into mid with the running back, doesn't see anybody, is able to find a couple of shots, but it's not what they need as Jim Jones fans finds another kill. 2 members down for OSU already. Rio trying to spam a little bit into the flame wall. If anybody crosses, they would have died, but nobody's dumb enough to do so. Dragonfly able to come in, and Dill was holding a hard angle here onto Catwalk to wait for Series and got punished for it, but Jim Jones is going to punish the aggression coming out from Series in response to the kill. So we can get the Dragonfly now in mid, but a Stinger does not have the best of range. 7 health. There's the rotation from Rio, putting into a different angle of aggression. Now it's going to be up to Ed. He knows exactly where Ed is. Almost takes his head off there at the very end. Shock Dart putting him down to 31 health. This is a good round for OSU. All Rio really has to do is be patient with the rotation. Left. If he can make it back to mid before Ed goes through. Isn't going to happen. Make it through market.
Yeah, it looks like low health trying to figure out where the other player is. Rio used that time to relocate, even though the spike was down. He should know that the shock dart chunked him a little bit as the sound cue did come in, but will he expect the early push? He does. He pulls out his weapon just in time to win that 1 versus 1. And that's exactly what OSU needed, Steidel. They needed that round. Otherwise, they would be down 7-11. If that was the case, it was going to be all TaMu. They get their first round of the half, and as you said, they staunched the bleeding. They put that tourniquet on.
And it's not just an important round for the scoreboard. It's not just an important round for the economy, but it's also really important for the mental state of the OSU team to be able to spring back right now. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, that's 6 rounds in a row from Texas A&M coming across the half, and that's a difficult thing to grab. You were doing a good job of going blow for blow on your attack, but now on your defense, you're getting a little bit run over. It's a good thing to be able to pump the brakes on the car.
Standing ahead.
Let's see what OSU is able to do here now on the defense, putting both of their duelists over onto A, expecting the push, and now they've given away at least one of their positions. Aggro, able to see the foot of Series to take them out. Needs to be careful. Neon looking for the kill. Gets the kill on the dash away, so it's a 1-for-1. Often we've seen A&M get that first kill and do so unanswered. That's not going to be the case here today. Neon's there to find 2. So there's going to be even trades across the board until Rio getting caught in heaven makes it a 2v3 situation.
Yeah, and Jim Jones fans has everything he needs here to secure the round. He's got that Hunter's Fury. He's got that Recon Dart. They've even invested the lockdown here from Helms. So there's not much that they can do from the side of OSU to really get back into this site.
Well, they're going to use that as their setup. They walk in to find the Vandal, but immediately get caught. Custer able to do good work here, finding 2, looking for the 3rd, but Ed has the shot perfectly lined up and is able to find the kill. A&M now pushing it to I think that's an 11th round, only 2 left. 2 more maps to seal their deal and punch their ticket to the finals of the region and get one step closer to being a member of those grand finals.
Yep, the winner of this match, I do believe, will book their ticket, if I'm not wrong. And it looks like that will be TAMU so far. OSU has a difficult
not only
choice
to come
make.
back, but they have another map to win.
Yeah, they've got a difficult choice here, too. They're so low in money, but they're going for the force buy this round. It's all or nothing for them now.
Okay, OSU using the Sheriffs on the defense series. This time going to be holding true. Has them hot hands ready for when TAMU tries to enter. Hot hands going to go out into the well. Nope, doesn't look like they're going to use it just yet. So A&M are going to get pretty much free purchase onto the fight. Couple of shots here and there, but nothing too bad. There goes the Hunter's Fury. It does knock the spike loose. Ed gonna get caught by that. The shot into heaven gonna miss. Aggro does get tagged just a little bit. I believe his foot's still up there as the plant goes down. Dragonfly with another pick up. TAMU having to struggle. 3 members to come back. They are not finding the picks that they need, but OSU, their bullets seem to have trackers on them. They know where every member of A&M is, and now it's gonna be up to Jim Jones, who's got 10 health, not on site. Taking their time with getting back to the rotation. Not going to find anything. I don't believe they're going to hunt either. You took the win. You put yourself a little bit closer to tying it up and stopped A&M from railroading you.
Yeah, they 4-spot Spectres, Sheriffs into that round, and it actually paid off for them. Dragonfly with a nice 2K there from the heaven position. Long-range Spectre, and his team also backing him up, making sure that OSU's 4-spy ends up working out, but it's still about TAMU because they have 4 ultimates. OSU invested a lot there. They invested that Cosmic Divide, so even though they won the round, they're actually down in weaponry. They've only have 4 guns and a Spectre to their name. Meanwhile, TAMU has that full rifle setup and the ultimate advantage. So let's see. The A bomb site has been a point of contention here for TAMU. They really like this area. They challenge Neon again. Make sure he uses that dash out early on. And now the rotation is coming in from OSU. Trying to bolster their defense here as Aggro's poking. Oh, tries to get a spray.
Neon. Beautiful shots. They're going to equate to 2 kills, and not only 2 kills, but a complete stop to the momentum that A&M was trying to kind of present. Dill now, you can see, having to think twice about the curveball into trees. No doubt the members of Tamu trying to strategize on how to kind of return in favor. The curveball comes back through. Series able to find the kill and protect their custard, if you will. And another couple of kills come through, and OSU putting it to 10. They're not going to give this match to A&M without a fight.
Yeah, I really like how OSU is playing this right now, Steidel. They have the Cypher towards the B-bomb site. They know they can't be through B main because of the tripwires. And then Rio is locking down mid, so they're able to channel their Duelist and Custard's utility towards that A site. But they're switching it up now. They think that Tamu is going to play a little differently. They're not going to go A anymore, is their assumption. So they're moving Dragonfly towards A, and they'll play that for retake, and move their double Duelist towards B. So look for them to get aggressive here towards that B main position and maybe catch someone from Tamu off guard.
And kind of a little bit of a fake coming from Tamu. Not a fake necessarily, just a split push. And they're waiting for OSU to get aggressive. OSU's on the ropes. A&M knows it.
Yeah, both teams just playing it super patiently.
Issue is, A&M, you're playing against the clock. OSU can sit here and hold these angles all day long on the defense. You don't have that luxury on the offense. They show a little bit A, and this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get aggro to draw aggression onto the A site by using utility. It is going to pull the attention.
Threw that cloudburst down, used the dash backward, trying to fake the sound, but they're not buying what Tamu is selling. His Dragonfly was there, and he saw the fake dash, so now OSU all rotating, leaving that A site, as you see, and they're even committing the Killjoy ultimate. Alright, it's going to be up to the members of OSU to get out of dodge now, and the members of Tamu to entry onto this site. Taking it over, but no, the Phoenix will get sent back.
Another big question is whether or not Aggro is going to be able to make anything happen.
Seconds left.
But a good transition coming out from A&M. Aggro was able to scout out that everybody in trees and everybody in heaven had already begun to rotate. So now it's a free site. We go straight through mid in quick fashion to find the plant. Now OSU playing against the clock. Aggro and Ed both able to find a couple of kills as OSU put into dire straits. It's 11 rounds for A&M. They're looking to make it 12, but Custer's got a different plan. 2v3 now on site. As A&M look to use their man advantage and take the site, but a run it back comes through. Goes to check heaven, finds the player, a generator, and is going to have to check that corner. But isn't looking for somebody to flank up into heaven. Moves down from heaven before the flank can happen. And it might be a little bit too late, but you can grab a couple of kills. So he's able to find one more. Bomb will detonate. Ed probably not going to make it out of there alive. There he goes.
Match point.
Tamu is playing OSU like a fiddle right there. They commit everything towards B. They throw the fake A, and then they actually go back to A with Aggro and Ed. Aggro just lurking up in there as the Jet, and then Ed TPing into the backline. Still, both teams have the economy they need to buy into this round. And they are adapting very slowly, so let's see which one comes out top. Will it be Tamu winning both maps early on, or will OSU come back?
Helms is only going to have a Spectre this round. So Tamu, only with 4 rifles on the board, make that 3. They've already lost 1, and the aggressive defense coming out from LSU is not what they were expecting. There goes the drone, the flashbang just in case, but he's able to find yet another kill. Series doing some work for OSU. Tamu shaking in their boots a little bit as they've gotten so close to finishing this out and getting themselves into the Central Region Finals. They just need one more round, and OSU is going to make them fight tooth and nail for it. Yeah, that recon.
Yeah, and the mid position. The mid position is only being watched by Series here with a single flashbang. So it's going to be up to him if they do decide to go to that position. They're steadily creeping and double peek him at the same time. He gets out of dodge with his life, and they notice that since the Phoenix is in market, perhaps he's not towards that A side anymore, so the walk-up catwalk catch Dragonfly. Custard responding with one before.
Left.
Good trade. Helms with that Spectre. Full running, takes down his counterpart. Close to the door, maybe he's looking to plant the spike while Ed taking a Taking a trip.
Taking a walk. Did Rio hear that? Didn't hear the gun cock. Ed's gonna go ahead and give him another little ode. You've got to hear this gun cocking. Ed from the high ground finds the first one. Now it's a 2v1. The crossfire's there. Series doesn't care. Maybe low health. But that's gonna be it.
Win.
A&M are gonna be able to take the round, take the map, and take the day here at our Central Region playoffs. And you know, that's it. They're into the finals. They're gonna be going ahead and moving on to face the winner of the Western UH Premier match.
Yep, 5-1
Checking to see
on
if
the
we have
day.
those results.
We've seen them climb up all the way from the bottom. They looked a little disjointed versus LU, but look at this. OSU, the team that is supposed to be slightly better than them, Tamu, just came out just ready to play. And as you said, you got that cup, Tamu all the way. The Tamu train don't stop. So look for them to represent the Central Region in the Grand Finals on May 15th and 16th here at CF1.
Yeah, the only question they have is what is our seed going to be? Are we going to be able to win this last match here in the regional finals, or are we going to have to, take that second seed? But we're going to figure out a little bit more of that, as well as get an insight into the OSU team after a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we have an interview lined up. So please don't go anywhere. You're going to miss the action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only aggro sitting up here above us. Congratulations. You guys have been able to take 2 wins. We didn't get to interview after the first one, but a really hard fought battle against Longhorn Gaming, and then a good quick win against OSU. Not an easy one, but a quick one.
No.
I only really have one question, and it does stem out of that first game that you guys played. Longhorn Gaming on paper looked like a team that you guys were going to kind of roll through. And then they came out with that double sentinel composition on Haven, and it seemed like the aggression and speed that you guys love to play just wasn't as at hand anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? You have 2 sentinels on Haven. I mean, the map has 3 sites, so when you start to try and take sites, you run into these issues where you usually wouldn't, right? Like Killjoy alarm bots and Cypher trips. But we knew UT was going to play their 2 sentinels. They've been playing that for like a few weeks now. And we know those guys kind of closely over there. So it wasn't anything we expected to necessarily steamroll. We also had a sub today because, Dan sucks and he's in Cancun, but that's another story. But yeah, I mean, it definitely does stunt, kind of our aggression. It's in our name. I mean, literally my name is aggro. I do nothing but hold W all day long and try and get kills. So it's definitely a struggle, but I've tried to become more disciplined in my game, and recently I think it's helped a lot, just kind of slowing it down, still having those plays where maybe I go and I do something stupid, but I looked at map statistics. I had like 9 first bloods. Like, it didn't matter. It's regardless of what I do, at the end of the day, I try and get that first blood. I get out, I do what I can, and that's our story. That's what we do.
You can see it paying off,
like you said, you get those first bloods and then you fall off. That's superb jet play from you. And you even incorporated fakes this time around. You were the solo seller of that fake. You threw the jet smoke. You had the Sova drone or Sova dart come in. And that's a level of gameplay we haven't previously seen from you guys. So I'm wondering, is that a call from someone on the team, or is that you doing that vocality?
Well, so we scrim and we stream a lot. So a lot of people know kind of how we play. A lot of people are VOD watchers. We saw it on the UT game. They stacked something when we did a default that we did, and we knew. They knew we were doing those things. And so once I started playing well, and once I started making it obvious that I was going to kind of be a menace to society for them, I made the call. I was like, okay, y'all start rotating to a site. We can just let me make info. Let me make a play. I don't know if you saw it on Ascent, but I threw a smoke on a site, and then I hit a dash, because usually I would just dash right into that smoke, but I just hit the wall. I did it on purpose. I wanted them to think, okay, he's out. What do we have to worry about? Asher rotated in, she popped her smokes, and then my guys just walked up B main and got a free kill. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's not something we're going to do. It's one of those things where like, okay, we know this tendency, so let's change the tendency and then make you play off of it. Because counter-strat and counter-strats in Valorant isn't a thing. You anti-strat, but you can only go so far with that.
Yeah, and that play ended up securing you guys key rounds versus not only OSU, but also LU. And I want to talk a little bit about this finals matchup you have coming up. You booked your ticket now to the grand finals on May 15th and 16th, but you still have one more opponent to play against, the winner of Western University versus UH Premier. Are you looking at someone specific?
I mean, we know UH should win that game. It's just they're a very good team. They're very strong, but we play UH like once a week. It's just one of those things. It's another one of those teams where we know everything about them. We know exactly how they play. They've got a 12-man roster, so they'll play one guy, and then the next game they'll play 3 new people. So we'll see who we play. We'll see who's on that team, but we know them regardless. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. We're gonna do our game plan. We're gonna win our rounds, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the story.
Well, you've got a solid game plan there. So I'm wondering, a lot of people call you guys the Tamu train. You guys like to go aggressive and just get in their faces. Your name suggests that in aggro. You had amazing pistol rounds today, 3Ks back-to-back versus LU and OSU. So I'm wondering, is there anyone in Nationals? You said that a lot of people watch your streams, watch your VODs. I myself have tuned into your stream once in a while to see how TAMU plays when I played against you guys. So I'm wondering, is there anyone in Nationals you're looking forward to playing?
I mean, we just love playing the game. It doesn't matter to us who we play. You could put anybody out there. We don't care. We enjoy playing the game. We enjoy doing our part. I mean, we're not scared of anybody. No one really scares us. There's times where we don't, we make stupid mistakes, and that really costs us. But if there's anybody to name, it just doesn't exist. We're not scared of anybody. We'll take anybody. No.
That's great to hear going into the grand finals. Of course, you still have one more match to decide your seed, but it doesn't matter for your seed if you're just not scared of anyone. And as Agro said, it's been a long day for you. You've played a lot of Valorant. You've gotten used to that new mouse you have, and now that you have, is there anyone you want to shout out now before you head off and take a nice, well-deserved break for the day?
I mean, I would just like to shout out all my friends over here at A&M. I mean, we got Dill and Helms. Those guys are in and out every game, every day. They're working their asses off trying to get wins. Jim is always struggling he does 400 things a week. So that man, the fact that he can show up and still play games is incredible. Ed, I want to shout out that man because Dam is gone. So everybody go to Dam's Twitter and unfollow him and then follow Ed. So now we can have real A&M players being followed because that man's bad. I'm mad at him. But that's okay. That's okay. So that's it. That's about it. And just my stream, twitch.tv/aggro_. So
there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hop on over to his channel, give him a follow so that you can get some VODs and improve your play a little bit better, of course. But thank you so much. Please take our congratulations with you back to your team. Excited to see that you guys have no fear going into these grand finals.
Thank you.
And that is going to do it for myself, Shadow24, and Jonah, Best Student GG here at CF1. We are going to have to exit the casting booth to make way for Tooth Pete and Paulsable, who are going to be bringing you the second half of our matches today. So hang tight. We do have more Valorant for you, but for us too, stay safe, don't be toxic, and have a great day.
we've already had some stellar games today here in the Central region for playoffs at Conference 1 Valorant, but we're not over just yet. We're only halfway through. We still got 2 good matches to come at you. Change it out now. The casters, we got to give Steidel and Jonah a little bit of rest. So my name is Possible. Alongside me today is Josh, and man, I'm excited for this back end.
Yeah, these back end matches are going to be absolutely incredible. I've been begging all season, asking, wanting to call a Texas A&M game, and I'm finally going to get to do that tonight. But before we get to that, we have to make it through this semifinals matchup before Western University and the U of H Premier. And this is going to be an absolutely incredible matchup between these two teams. I'm very excited. The Central Region playoffs has been awesome to watch so far. OSU putting up a very, very tough fight against Texas A&M, as we just saw, and Texas A&M having to squeak out a close one against the UT earlier, but they make it all the way to the finals. Now we get to see who's going to make it between Western University and UH Premier, and I'm pumped to be able to see this, and I'm pumped to be able to call it with you, Plausible.
And things have shaped up very odd today across the Central region. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, because it's sort of a high seeds beware sort of day, right? I mean, DePaul, the number 1 seed out of one of our 2 groups, was actually defeated by Western, the number 4 seed, right? That is absurd to me. It was a close match, don't get me wrong, but the first seed of that region, or of that division of the Central region, goes down in round 1. Oregon State, the first seed of the other, goes down in round 2, admittedly to Texas A&M, who, let's all be honest, are a very good team, could have probably gotten the number 1 seed coming out of their division, so that one's probably not too surprising, but things have shaken up today already, and we still have 2 amazing games to go. Don't forget, folks, Texas A&M taking that 2-0 will be in the finals. That means not only do we get to see them in a couple hours here, one last time, 3rd time of the day for them on stream, but we'll also get to see them in the interregional playoffs later on next week.
Yeah, and Texas A&M beating OSU, beating Oregon State. Yes, Oregon State was the 1 seed. But it's not surprising to see a TAMU team beat them. But like you said, seeing Western University come out ready to go against DePaul, and for DePaul to lose in the quarterfinals that way, just absolutely mind blowing. And it was it was a great matchup, and it was honestly just the perfect timing for Western University to be on to make it into the semifinals. Now going against U of H Premier, we've talked about U of H Premier before. They do a lot of scrims against Texas A&M. These 2 Texas teams play against each other a lot, so they're constantly making each other better. So Western University is going into this tough matchup against a UH Premier team that is very, very good. But what's going to be interesting to see is, can they take the momentum from beating DePaul earlier today and bring this into the semifinals matchup against UH Premier and show us again why they should have been feared as a 4 seed.
And Western University, this is a grudge match for them too, because keep in mind, they come out of the same division as UH Premier. That means they've played them twice, and if I'm not mistaken, they've lost to them twice, both times 2-0. So Western University, they need to show, hey, it wasn't just a fluke. It wasn't just DePaul having a bad day. We have made some adjustments. We are here to play and need to be considered one of the emerging teams coming from the Central region. We start off on Haven, Western University's map pick. I gotta be honest with you, Josh. I've seen a lot of UH Premier games the past month and a half, 2 months. Haven's a very good map for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's always tough whenever you're 2 teams and you're a team and you're thinking, okay, we have to find a way. We're the lower seed. We have to find a way to get an advantage. Well, if the one map that you have is your advantage, but it also happens to be one of the other team's best maps, that's just a really, really bad way for the dominoes to fall. We've seen UH Premier. They picked attack to start first. They're very, very strong on the attack in Haven, but if things go their way a little bit early while attacking, and then we get to the second half of this map, we've seen UH Premier just be absolutely rock solid on defense. Retake City every single time. They know exactly how to play the retakes. Doesn't matter if the attackers decide to slow play it, if they decide to be a little bit more aggressive. UH Premier is on point every single time. But Western University, they got to go with what they're comfortable with. They have to pick whatever they think gives them the advantage. It's just unfortunate that we've seen UH Premier be so wildly successful on Haven before.
Despite the upset Western University got, I think it's disingenuous to sell this as anything other than a incredibly favored matchup for UH Premier. I mean, not even looking at the maps, I'd give UH Premier an advantage, but starting off on Haven, Western University needs something fire, something unexpected to start off. Brimstone is certainly interesting. I don't know if that's going to be the secret sauce that actually carries Western University to victory. I mean, already UH Premier are up onto B. They're going to get this first plant without any problems. Interesting to go for B this early on, but I mean, they at least get that spike down so they can play for this 5v5.
Oh, it's interesting to see them just attack B. That just shows the confidence that they have. Western U is just going down quickly with Jivey and Eric Appleton moving in quickly now. Now we get some switchbacks between Western University and UH Premier, but it's interesting to see UH Premier moving so quickly on there, knowing that they can get the plant right in the mid. They have eyes on it. You know, Western University is not going to be able to defuse, but now they're just trading shots back and forth. But with 4 health on Quixotic, FYG taking him down, not going to do it. Akula gets the final kill, and UH Premier comes out aggressive, and they come out strong. That just shows how much confidence they have with their ability to attack on Haven.
And a lot of the times you don't see attacking teams go for a B plant on the initial pistol round because that post plant out in like the main area, out through mid, is a little bit difficult to actually spam effectively onto the spike. But there aren't actually seemingly smokes available for Western University. They keep a couple players on site to make it expensive. And there's no way for Western to actually dislodge the position UH Premier has. So they just bide their time, wait for the shots to come on through, and now they'll get a very healthy anti-eco charging their way onto the C site. They're going to meet quite a few players here. But it doesn't seem like much of Western University can do anything. Jivey just mows them down. Sam's the last one left alive. Has the good intuition that someone was out mid, but doesn't mean he's going to get that kill.
Western University I mean, what do you do with that? In that moment, you're just, at that point, they're still trying to get set up on defense. They're just trying to get in their set. And Jivey just moves into that smoke and just lays waste to the entire Western U team. There's not much you can do about this. And this just shows, you know, what we were talking about before. This shows the aggression and the ability by this UH Premier team to put you back on your heels early. And Jivey already now 4-1, feeling confident, feeling comfortable. We already knew that this was a little bit skewed in the favor of UH Premier, but Western U needs to put up a stop. Probably not in this round, but in the next few rounds, they need to stop something, or else UH Premier is going to start snowballing pretty good.
Look how confident UH Premier are. They're just charging straight back on to C. It does cost them a lot. Doesn't quite go their way this time. They run into superior gunfire as this is a actual gun round here from Western University. Now Akula on the lurk. Gonna get spotted too in garage by that owl drone. And not quite able to find that fight there. So Western University, they get out of their gun round, 3 alive. That's what they need. Now they can start to play for some actual momentum.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you have to do. You have to make them pay for if UH Premier is going to continue to push and be aggressive early like that, make them pay for it. Right here, you see UH Premier Jivey moves into position, but Zhao was ready for that, ready to look exactly in that spot. So they tried to do in round 3 exactly what they had done in round 2. Well, Western U was ready for it, and they make them pay for it. That's what you have to do if you're Western. You have to make them pay for the aggression. Force UH Premier to pull back a little bit and change their strategy so you have a little bit more time.
UH Premier once again just charging their way onto the B site. Not afraid at all. No smokes, no anything. Jivey just goes straight up onto the top box. Not worried that someone would be holding close and punishing him. Now the smokes are down. I mean, UH Premier, again, they almost get out seamlessly. Jivey does get caught in Gong. But it's a full post plant now. Tons of utility for UH Premier. You've got to try and find some flanks, some timing. Zhao gonna use the run it back to clear this out. Gets one. A second in his sights. Nearly a third, too. Got the nasty tag there onto Akula. Only 2 players remaining. This is not the post plant that UH Premier were hoping for, and FYG just gets spammed out. Western University tying us up.
I mean, that was a great call by UH Premier to go B. They go aggressively on C long 2 rounds in a row. They end up paying for it, but they think to themselves, you know what? There's a pretty good chance that B is going to be open. They're going to be a little bit heavier on C because we were so successful the first time, and even the second time just out of position. So they go with the B plant, but then they don't check all of their angles. They're not checking their back. They left garage completely open. So UH Premier gets the confidence early in the first couple of rounds, but I feel like they're just a little bit overconfident right now with a Western team that still has a little bit of that momentum off of the beating DePaul. If UH Premier isn't careful, they could end up losing some rounds they really don't want to lose here early.
Man, UH Premier is just setting blazing paces too in these early rounds. They're shaping up for a quick semifinal here, one way or another. Hunter's Fury coming out, doing some of those typical angles, and getting a pick there. Soon is down. For the first time, UH Premier slowing the pace down a little bit. They've gotten some map control. They want to pivot this towards A. Be careful of Zam, but a cooler will clear him without too much of an issue. And now there's nobody on this side of the map to stop Premier from getting the spike planted.
It's a good move by Akula, knowing exactly this is the angle I'm going to check. Somebody's going to be sitting there. Sure enough, Zam is right there. Zam didn't even get a shot on, tried to get a shot on Akula, didn't hit the shot. So Akula coming away from that completely unscathed. Now we're going to have a post plant, a little bit of a retake opportunity for Western U, but being down 2 players is going to be tough for them.
Oh, and
Paranoia comes out.
Oh no! Over on the other side. Eventually, he'll run out of ammo and lose his life, but Zhao down to just 33 HP. Not giving him great odds here, and he's just going to get spammed out through the smoke. Eric Appleson has the read there, and UH Premier will reclaim their lead.
Twice now, 2 rounds in a row, we've seen teams not covering their flank and not watching, and Coy not being very coy on the flank right there, making sure to take down a couple with him. But it was a good turn by Zhao to be able to get the drop on Coy there and try to stop the flank as much as they could. But again, both of these teams in situations that are a little bit more stressful, they're pressing a little bit too much, not covering all the angles that they need to. But we're going to see a full gun round between these 2 teams. The op is out, and we're going to see what Zam can do with it.
UH Premier should be aware that this is at least a possibility. Run it back, charging into garage here. Ooh. Eric Appleson felt the wind on that one. Got a close shave by a couple of those shots from Zhao. That run it back was actually just used for information. Now they are fully aware that there is an op towards C right now, so they want to, as quickly as they can, pivot themselves over to the A site. Leaving Coy alone, though, in mid. Zhao will clean him up. So 5 versus 4 on this retake. Not a lot of health, and Akula gonna even up the numbers before jumping off over into heaven. That was maybe a little bit ambitious, considering the information that UH Premier had available. Now 2 versus 4. Orbital strike available as well. This gets kind of tricky. Positions revealed. Divey is completely alone, as his buddy is going to get blown away by that orbital strike. In Western University, only 2 players standing, not a lot of health to their name, but they'll keep it even Steven.
Western's just doing such a good job of making UH Premier pay for every single little mistake. Is a good job by UH Premier to get on A site, but Akula gets caught with his knife out. You gotta figure, with, like you said, with the information that they had, you gotta figure somebody's gonna be coming from spawn because of it, where they've been keeping people on C. At least one person's gonna be coming from there, but Akula tries to go A heaven without even looking at the angle, without even having his gun out. So when you get caught in a position like that, Western U doing a good job being in the right spots, making them pay. Jivey doing everything that they could to keep that round theirs, but Western U is forcing UH Premier into some bad spots. Zam's got the op out again, but completely misses the shot. Now they know the op is back on the floor.
I mean, they should have been assuming that the op was there anyways. Zam was alive out of the last round, so. Either way now, though, you have to try and finagle around that operator. Seems like back to A is the play. UH Premier, not a lot to make this work ultimate-wise, but they're just going to have to go for a classic execute here. Try to bring that trap wire and is aware of at least one. Really? Not going to live very long, and Sonic, while he does get a couple, will eventually fall. 3 versus 3, and the Neural Theft going out. But it's not going to open you up to actually plant this spike. Hunter's Fury out, and Zhao is just charging, using the momentum in favor of Western University gonna get out onto the site, spot Eric Appleson, who's stuck over here. He's gonna teleport back over, try and get this plant going. But with Zam checking in onto Akula, he doesn't have any support. He's gotta hit heads and only heads. That's a second, but 3 is just a little bit too much to ask.
Again, they're just getting they're getting caught in some really bad spots. UH Premier is, and now Western U goes. Zhao goes and saves the op on the floor, gives it back to Zam, so they still have the op. There's not really any true punishment, except for you're going to see Willie there is going to drop down, not be able to full buy the way they want to. But UH Premier is just getting caught in some bad spots. Again, Western U, great job on the or really not even the retake, great job being able to rotate over to A and prevent the spike from even being planted in the first place. And UH Premier just making some bad calls right now.
Uh-oh. Goodbye.
Out of my way.
Nice little play there from Zhao and Soon. Aljon to set up the swing, and there's not much you can really do about that if you're Koi, except not be standing there in the first place. And I mean, come on, it's not like he knew that was going to happen. Divey at least able to clean up Zhao. Make that a bit costly. Now hold this corner close with the Blade Storm still available. That's not a right click, actually. Divey goes for the left click and misses the head. Akula now all alone, only with a Sheriff out. I believe he ran out of ammo and everything. Oh, UH Premier, they were so close to getting a nice setup on C, but the timing from Western University catches them off guard.
It's incredible. There's communication right now where you have half the team coming out from spawn and then Soon coming out of that smoke right at the exact right time, completely throws UH Premier for a loop, but Soon comes out of here. Jivey tries to get it, can't quite get the right click, and Soon takes down Jivey and Eric Appleson, completely clearing it out for the rest of Western U to open it up and finish off UH Premier. Western U looks very good on defense right now.
It's certainly not looking like the DePaul match was any kind of fluke. They are taking it to one of the better teams in the Central region right now. Damn. Oh, would have spotted Eric Appleson. Can't really do much about that, though. Even if he was holding that angle, that's a pretty hard shot to hit. Eric Appleson goes for that jump peek. Some nice info, too. Meanwhile, UH Premier once again just going to A. They really like this A site thus far. But they need to actually get these 2 kills on site without it costing them too much. They'll spot Quixotic, force him all the way back, and Willie is going to be the lone person standing here. Ooh! Really gets that one off the trapwire, I believe, but eventually will be run down, and that is the clean take that UH Premier needed to give themselves good odds in this round.
Yeah, every time they've gone to A, there's been too much back and forth. Too many 1-for-1s. This time they get a clean take. They get the picks that they need, and I mean, this forces Western U into a bad situation. A 2v5 retake, not going to look great, but Zhao goes ahead and takes down Koi Soon, doing a little bit of poking right here, but this is the first time we've seen UH Premier. Oh, and Zhao takes down Eric Appleson. Soon's taking down FYG, and it's 2v2 all of a sudden, and low health for UH Premier. It's a 1v2. Let's see if Zhao can do it. There's a little bit of time.
But no. Got 2 curveballs remaining, but he needs to go now and has decided against it. 1 versus 2, not worth the risk. We have plenty of time. We have plenty of money. I'm just going to make sure our economy doesn't suffer anymore. Because these rounds have been close. Despite the 1-round lead that Western University currently have, none of those rounds were, you know, big 5-person flawlesses or 4 people standing. Nah, it's been neck and neck. They need every bit of eco they can get.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I thought for a second, well, I would probably just go ahead and save right now. But there's a reason why Soon and Zhao are there and I'm not, because they know, hey, we're gonna get some of these guys. We're gonna try to wreck their economy just a little bit, force them to buy some stuff. You know, you lose Soon in that, but at least Zhao got to save just a little bit. Western U still in a really good spot, but UH Premier finally having a round where they plant the spike and get into some good retake positions, forcing Western U to make some plays, but Western U coming out and actually making those plays.
So that Aldron doesn't get nearly as far in the side as I was hoping to, but I mean, either way, I believe he got the tag, so Quixotic, or yeah, I believe it was Quixotic, has to get the heck out of dodge. Willie's pretty deep in the smoke. Tenuous control at best right now for UH Premier. They're going to avoid that orbital strike and not take too much damage. from the molly's thrown back sight on the spike plant. Things going pretty well, and nice check there from Koi, just holding close against his own blaze wall. Yeet. Okay, not quite able to take down Quixotic, but still 2 versus 3 and a strong post plant here for UH Premier. They've got both shock darts available, recon dart just waiting until they need it. There are tons of smoke here for Western University, but less now that Quixotic hits the floor. Sam's just gonna have to go over and try to use that to defuse, but I got some bad news for you, buddy, and it's a shock dart. Right to your face. 5-5 now.
Yeah, and I mean, UH Premier, we've seen them be so successful with that long C plant, you know, being able to plant it right there, go back long C, get those long range picks, force them into bad spots, force them to try to smoke off. Even then, we just saw it. They make sure that they can hit their shots through the smoke. This is the first time now that we're seeing Western U just be a little bit more on their heels, and we're going to see a little bit of an eco round by them with UH probably taking the next couple of rounds now. The economy is looking pretty good for them, but still, like you said, there's a lot of trade-offs here. Every single one of these rounds is much closer than it appears.
I mean, there's only 2 rounds left in the half, so UH Premier sensibly going to go for a save, just run over onto A, try and get this spike planted so they have excellent economy for the last one. Ooh, Ivy actually does have a Vandal, though. Knows where Quixotic is, too. That's a nice little spot there from FYG, and Ivy spamming out, trying to prevent anyone from running on. Eventually, we'll find Willie. Nothing lost there. So no harm, no foul. Damn! The right click whipping! Oh, the Jets just... Something's busted with the Blade Storm today, man. The Jets are not having good luck. And UH Premier get a very economically inexpensive round.
I would love nothing more than to get a slow motion zoom in to figure out where exactly that Blade Storm landed, because you know for a fact that they are just glad that it didn't hit. I can't even believe that it didn't hit. But Western U, man, when you get a big whiff like that, like Zam just had, that can just completely break the round. Exactly what happened to him. UH Premier is now 6-5. I mean, you got to be pretty happy with even if you end this 6-6. Even if you end this like up or tied going into the second half, you have to feel pretty good about what you've done as UH Premier going into the second half and going on defense.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury again for this C site. This is something that UH Premier are just constantly doing that doesn't clear Zhao, though. No one's cleared Plat at all. The trigger discipline here. Oh, Ivy is just waiting. Yep, there he goes. And, ooh, another one here, possibly. Yeah, curveball carries him to it. Zhao good for 2, and Quixotic coming to reinforce already. Even Blind going to be able to pick that one up, and FYG left alone won't be able to make it happen. Western University tie us up coming out of the first half of Haven.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I mean, and look, you're 6-6. If you're UH Premier, you have a little bit of you would have liked to have taken that round and be up 7-5 now on the switch, but 6-6, you get to go on defense. Haven can be, you know, we've talked about it before. Both of us view Haven as a little bit more even than a lot of other people think, but with UH Premier, we've seen them getting some really, really good defensive sets. But again, it's the retakes where they excel on defense, and Western University is going to have to be very, very on point once they get in their post-plant positions to stop UH Premier from these strong retakes.
Thankfully, though, it is 6-6. So, you know, the pistol round isn't the most, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Dramatic, I suppose, right? Like, it's not like a 9-3 scoreline where if one team loses the pistol, they've just lost the map, right? I mean,
right.
This is certainly good for momentum, depending on who ends up taking this one, but no matter what happens here, it will be recoverable eventually. Eric Appleson? Just gonna get the heck out of Dodge. Oh, well, a little bit further left, buddy. Oh, okay, he actually stays around for a second, catches Zam, and hops his way on out. Not bad there from Eric Appleson. Spike is gonna get planted, but favorable position here for UH Premier. I believe they're still hanging on to that paranoia too. Curveball here for Koi. So quite a bit to make this actual retake happen. Info too, that recon dart is huge. Not actually good enough though. Willie even revealed. Still good for 2. And I mean, now it's just Eric Appleson. Low health, right click will get him 1, but at a distance soon will take him down.
I like seeing the early aggression from Eric Appleson, and I like seeing him pull back. You have a chance for a 5v5 retake, but it almost seemed like they couldn't decide whether or not they wanted to settle in for a later retake when everybody was together, or if they wanted to be aggressive early on. It's almost like they got caught kind of like in the middle, trying to decide which one they wanted to do. Didn't feel super confident about going out when they did and pushing when they did, giving Western U this round. I mean, this is a good job by Western U, but like you said, you know, UH Premier has more than enough time. Maybe they give it up another round right here, but then once we get to the full gun round, that's where we're going to see how who's going to really take the momentum towards the end of this map.
No aggressive force or anything here from UH Premier. Oh boy. All right, well, that's unfortunate for Soon. Nobody watching his back, and that trap wire was not far enough to actually cover him. Now a gun, a couple of guns recovered here. Jivy's not going to have his for very long though. 3 versus 3. Ooh, one gun in Koi's hands, and that is more than enough. Oh, don't give this guy a gun any day of the week. Thrifty is UH Premier flipping on back.
I mean, that's exactly what you want. You hope you get a couple of picks and you can pick up some guns and do something. Jivy trying to do the exact same thing, but Koi doing exactly what Jivy couldn't quite do. Pick up a gun, get those 3 kills, and make sure your team takes this round. Now UH Premier on the Thrifty going to be at 7-7, and now we're going to see exactly what Western U wants to do. It looks like they're going to save a little bit and try to get their own Thrifty right here. I thought for a second UH Premier was going to buy some Phantoms, decided to go out full Spectres, knowing that they're going to have the gun advantage. So Western U decided to be a little bit more conservative than I thought they would be in this round.
And I think that last round this is just, you know, essentially a delayed anti-eco for UH. There's not much hope for Western. That last round kind of emphasizes a lot of the things I've always liked about UH Premier. They're very quick to make those kind of reads on the map, go for inexpensive gambles like that. You know, it's a pistol for them. They push out mid and they find an absurd flank with it that ends up giving them the round. Now they're just holding on strong. I mean, there's not much Western University can really do. Those are the kind of adaptations, those are the kind of calls that make some of the best teams in collegiate Valorant.
Yeah, and the best part is they call them out. It's not even that they necessarily do that and they mix it up from round to round. I feel like with Eric Appleson and the rest of the team, he does such a good job. Oh, with Koi taking down Zam, finding him in the garage and dropping Zam. UH now up 8 rounds to 7. But with Eric Appleson, his ability to be an in-game leader, to make the call outs and say, you know what, we're going to be aggressive right here. It catches a lot of teams off, and more often than not, they're completely on point with their calls and when to be aggressive. You know, it's not being aggressive just for aggression's sake. It's knowing the right times to be aggressive, and that, you know, it's not just, you know, doing those things, being aggressive, moving quickly to make those things happen. It's knowing the right times to do those things, and that's where UH Premier excels the most.
Big going to be using that recon dart early on, and I mean, this economy is so padded now for UH Premier. You're not even really worried about losing Koi at this point. They're going to be buying for the foreseeable future, even if they get dumpstered in this round. Ivy going to do his best not to get dumpstered, though. Cloudburst and jumping the heck out of dodge as the neural theft comes through. A weakness spotted toward A, and one that Western University want to try and take advantage of. They're already charging toward that side of the map. And with Big going down in heaven, there's nothing Premier can do to stop him.
A little bit of a slow rotation by Premier, too. You know, you're at a disadvantage. You want to take your time. They're going to try to get some eyes on it right now. But you see the lurk over on B. Great call out to decide to go through spawn, but Eric Appleson playing it slow. You want to try to do what you can. Like you said, their economy is good, so why not try to do it as Willie takes down Jivy. It's going to sneak up on Eric Appleton. Eric Appleton stuck between 2 packs of wolves, and Willie on the flank decides to take it out. That lurk on B ends up paying off for them. But UH Premier a little bit slow on that rotation. You know, when you're at a disadvantage like that, I understand wanting to play it a little bit more slowly, but at the same time, you want to at least get over. You don't want to get caught rotating. You want to be as close to those positions as you can be. But UH Premier doing everything they can. But now the op comes out for Jivy. We're going to have a full gun round, and now this is where the rubber is going to meet the road. Which one of these teams is going to take this round to pull the momentum out for the next couple of rounds?
Well, and I mean, this is where we get the battle of the 1%ers right now. Both these teams, I mean, it was flawless for UH Premier off the back of a couple great economic rounds, and now Western U keeping 4 off that previous one. They're going to be buying for quite a while, too. So, I mean, It'll be a gun round after this gun round, no matter who takes it. Woo! Zam's not gonna take his head into the next round though. He's gonna have to order a new one. That is long gone. That is. I don't think the warranty covers that, buddy. Y'all gonna use the run it back, charge onto the site, dodges the paranoia pretty adeptly, and sees Eric Appleson back there, but can't quite take the space that he actually wants to. And Akula, putting down that run it back, makes this pretty much impossible for Western University, even more so with Big popping the Hunter's Fury. They're gonna make a mad dash for the A site now, but Koi's still hanging around over there. And already a good read from UH Premier. Look how they're positioning across the map.
Yeah, it was an almost instant rotation. It was an almost instant call out. As soon as they saw them clear out, they started rotating over. They got somebody in mid, somebody checking B. Now they have somebody moving over towards A. FYG takes down Willie right there. Really, really great maneuver, but not quite clearing out the window the way they should. Opening up B just a little bit more, but again, because the rotation Koi is there, they've got eyes on it. It's Jivey takes down soon. Jivey with one more to finish off the round. At UH Premier now up 9-8 off of a couple of nice op shots by Jivey.
And again, you just see the competence that UH Premier have in their read of the map, right? Not only, I mean, that's just a disgusting pick. Through the smokes. Well, not really through the smokes, like in between the smokes. There was like a valley between the smokes. And Jivey finds the head of Zam right smack dab in the middle of it. Still a gun round, though, as expected here. Willie, okay. Willie's hurting, but everybody else has
going frenzy. Yeah, everybody's hurt. Everybody's fine except for Willie.
Interesting too that you don't toss Willie a gun and then pull out the Blade Storm. Western University have made that decision. They want Jivey to have a gun to enter on and save the Blade Storm potentially for an economic buffer in the following rounds. Nice little shock dart there. Keeps the pressure off, and with 3 players on A, this is a difficult site for Western University to try and force into. Jivey going down, and Akula joining him though. I mean, they can try and do what he can, but had to keep his head on a swivel, and when it's on a swivel, it's easy to take off. Soon will put him down. 2v4. Run it back. Already invested. Wasting no time, UH Premier. Trudging on forward. Should know where at least one is, and finds Quixotic too. Down below, Eric Appleson able to take out Soon with the information granted to him by Koi, and now Zam left alone. Smoked off. They have a good inkling on where he will be standing. The timing not quite there, and with the spam, Eric Appleson puts it down and gets double digits for University of Houston.
Eric Appleson just were ready for somebody to come out of that smoke, ready for them to jump out the smoke. The wall goes up, doesn't matter, sees him there, gets the drop. And I thought for a second that UH Premier was going to be in trouble because Koi, we saw a little bit of an aggressive push down mid. Koi maybe going to go on the flank, but waited and sat at window just a little bit too long and had to rotate back through B over towards A when the flank could have come through maybe just a hair sooner and force Western U into a tough spot. But Eric Appleson coming up clutch, going to A heaven and getting the couple of picks that UH Premier needed. Those are the types of plays that sets UH Premier off from some of the other competition that they go against.
Get out of my way.
Now, I mean, it's just eco here for Western University. They have that Blade Storm. There's the economic buffer we were talking about earlier. Can you get anything done with it? That's the question that needs answering. Yeah, I'm not going to get anything done with that Sheriff, I'll tell you that much. Boy's going to try and re-peek this, too. Jivey doesn't need his help, though. He's saying, I got it, dude. Mid's mine. Don't even worry about it. That's quite a long distance to try and make a right-click happen. I'm gonna be frank with you, Zam. And one by one, across the map, things just not going very well. Zam eventually finds one. Presumably, that was a right-click there. It was a shock target. There's another one, but don't think you're keeping that gun very long. And with the spike down in a very awkward position, even though Zam has a rifle, this is pretty difficult. Neural theft, just to add insult to injury here. And I mean, Akula's just toying with him so that Jivey can clean him up.
I mean, if Zam could have pulled off I think the most magical thing Zam could have pulled off in that situation isn't necessarily the win, but to maybe have taken down Akula and Jivey in the hopes that that op goes away, because Jivey is just hitting some nasty shots right now with the op. But Jivey lives through it, can't quite do that. Now UH Premier up 11-8. You're going to see a gun round, or we're going to see a gun round by Western U. But man, if they don't take this round right here, map 1 most likely goes to UH Premier being up 12-8. So you feel a lot better if you can take trash a little bit of UH Premier's economy and take a round and only be down by 2.
power ultimates to take this round, though. Western University, if they were going to have good odds in a round, this is one where I give them solid chances. The orb was actually taken over in a long by Fig, so he'll have the Hunter's Fury. Oh, and look at his positioning. He's just waiting for the tiniest bit of information that they're actually on A, but there's nothing here to get that information for him, so really just scaling this slowly. Getting onto the site for free. I mean, a recon dart thrown in eventually here. And Fig is in a good spot to use this Hunter's Fury to deny the spike plant. So already UH Premier, they're here before the spike gets planted. They're ready to take this fight. Blade Storm out.
And this is what we've seen from UH Premier on the retakes before, as Zal goes down to Akula. Getting in position in the right spot as Jivey takes down Quixotic, but Zam doing a great job of taking out Jivey with the Blade Storm, but Koi making Zam pay for that. The spike is there, but UH Premier is going to pull back and force them to try to make a play. Fig taking down Willie, only one left.
Koi. Yeah, Koi, I mean, the next level awareness from UH Premier, right? They get on, it's 4v2. Instead of just going for the defuse, they know they have a ton of time because they got to that rotate so early. But Koi just taps the spike and immediately drops it. Doesn't anywhere near it. They know it's the Sova. They know it's the Hunter's Fury available for Western University. So they just want to bait that ultimate out. Get the ult out, make it so that Soon doesn't have his gun out. Koi runs him down without any issues whatsoever, and that leaves the other three players to easily body Willie over in sewers. Now map point for UH Premier. One last chance for Western University. They don't have that Hunter's Fury anymore, but still an orbital strike. Nearly at a couple of other strong ultimates as well. The Neural Theft, run it back. Both just one orb away. You need this round here and now. There's no time to waste. Really, you can't afford to die here. Okay, jump peek. Gets the info. Big now in a very precarious position. Gonna try and use his recon bolt to stall one out and is able to take down Willie. Things not going so hot for Western University though. Eventually left in a 2v2. Shao with the run it back. Able to grab a few. But I mean, you're out of smokes now, right? And you know there's still an op on the field. You can't re-hit A. Because you can't smoke off heaven.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a full rotation over to C, and you're seeing UH Premier already go over there, but you're going to have to go C long. This gives UH Premier a little bit of time to try to rotate, but it's kind of a slow rotation. It looks like they're trying to wait to see if this is a bait to get them to rotate, but they're already over at C planting the spike. This, you know, the one good thing for Western U right here is that planting the spike right there, being able to rotate over to C and get it down, you have a 2v2 situation, and that angle does not, it's not a great angle for an op. So at the very least, you're making it tougher for Jivey, but you're seeing a push through right there. Jivey picks up the Vandal, but it doesn't matter. Zhao takes down Jivey. Eric Appleson with a 1v2. Spike down. They're in good spots right now. They're going to peek. Eric Appleson misses the... Oh, gets Zhao, but soon takes him down. And Western U now takes that round. You got to feel a little bit better as if you're Western U. Taking that round right there. You're not out of it yet. You still have a chance at map 1, and you steal a little bit of UH Premier's confidence.
Look at their economy, though. Western University are hurting so bad
it's
right
rough.
now. They can barely buy guns here. They will mostly have guns, and with a Blade Storm for Zam, this time he's going to buy Willie, say, all right, take the rifle. I've got my knives. We'll have to make this work. But, I mean, UH Premier, they're buying for the rest of the game. Right. I mean, they've still
They
got
have money
tons
for
of money.
days.
Even if they lose the next 2 rounds, they'll just get the loss bonus stacking up, padding their pockets. So they're going to be buying for the rest of this time. You've got to win 3 gun rounds in a row here for Western University. And hopefully you win them cleaner, right? 1 player alive, 2 players alive isn't enough to give you confidence once we actually get into those later rounds. So looking for some early magic here from Western University. They're positioned up mid. Yep, 1 spotted by that owl drone. Oh,
One thing Western University,
Oh, no.
Western has a lot of ults right now. You got the Neural Theft, the Orbital Strike, Bladestorm's already out, so there's a little bit to work with here. Zhao doesn't quite get it done. Big and a cooler, making him pay for it. Fig goes down and Jivey goes down, but still the 3v2. Oh, Willie taking down Jivey, so now we still got the 3v2 right here. UH Premier just rolling through them right now, but the Bladestorm's still out. Doesn't hit it. Akula finishing off Zam. And UH Premier takes map 1. Now they're up 1-0 in this best of 3 plausible. And UH Premier, they started off early. They started off very, very aggressive. It paid off in those first couple of rounds. And then you saw Western U start to balance it. They started calling that out. They started pushing back. And that put UH Premier on their heels. But again, we saw UH. They went into the second half of the map 6-6, felt really, really good on defense. The retakes looked good, and Western U just couldn't quite keep up with them.
And I think that last round especially shows sort of the difference in, I think, the depth of experience between these two teams, right? UH Premier, close games are not something that they are unfamiliar with, right? They are constantly having close games in a variety of tournaments against some of the strongest teams in collegiate Valorant. I mean, just yesterday they had a crazy match in another tournament versus San Jose State, which they were actually able to win, right? And if you can beat San Jose, you get a big thumbs up in my book, right? I am not worried about your skill level there. And that last round for Western University, I think that's going to be one that they're going to want to hit the books on after this series, regardless of how it plays out. There wasn't any information. There wasn't any map control. They were running in blind to B, and once, cyber cages go up, recon darts come out, you got to wonder, is committing into that blind actually statistically the highest percentage play? We know the answer because we have hindsight and we get the view from 30,000 feet as well. So 20/20 vision at 30,000 feet, we get to see everything. Not turns out the right call. So Western University are going to lose their map pick in this semifinal.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of overconfidence for UH Premier, I think, in the beginning of that, but they started to balance that out. They started making good calls. And really, if you look at the scoreboard right there, it's really just about the balance that team has. We talk all the time about teams that, anybody can step up at any time. And that's true for a lot of teams in Conference 1. We see a lot of teams throughout CF1 can do that. UH Premier might be one of the most balanced teams in all of CF1 and all of collegiate Valorant, because literally any one of these players can step up and be the person for this team. And they're just so even across the board. They do such a good job. So yeah, if they're a little bit overconfident, it makes sense because they've gone on some runs, but I'd like to see them balance out just a little bit going into map 2, because as they keep going through this tournament, going through the playoffs, that overconfidence is going to get them in a lot of trouble with some of these other teams. It's Western U. If you're overconfident in map 2, it could cost you some problems. If they do move on to the Central Finals against Texas A&M, Texas A&M is going to make you pay. And when we get farther into some of the other play against some of the West region teams, every single one of those teams that you could go against is going to make you pay for mistakes and overconfidence like that. So I'd like to see them pull back in map 2 just a little bit, play their game, still be aggressive, but show the other team the respect that they deserve, because Western U is here for a reason. And if you keep making some of those bad calls, going in blind, not getting the information, it could end up costing you in the long run.
The funny thing is, you were talking about how all of the wide variety of talent on University of Houston too, right? And it's not even just these 5 players. University of Houston has a 10-person roster, and they constantly are subbing players in and out, and they look good on pretty much every single different alignment that they have for their roster. I mean, no surprises that they take map number 1. I think Western University, rough to start off with a loss on their map pick, but the series ain't over. We still got at least one more map, possibly 2. We'll see what Western University have to say about it when we get back from a quick break.
to the other side. The other side. I'm the only one alive who get me to the other side. The other side.
Welcome back, everybody. We're heading into map 2. Ascent is where Western University have to make their last stand, potentially last stand, I should say, against the University of Houston, as map 1 didn't really go their way.
Yeah, map 2 is where Western University could really make their ascent into the finals if they want to, but it's going to be UH Premier that has a little bit of the leg up taking map 1. Yeah, you know what? I tried it. I tried the pun, Paulsable. I'm sorry. Paulsable's literally mad at me. He's not going to talk to me the rest of the night. That's fine. No, but I like
new co-caster, by the way.
I love this pick by UH Premier, especially because they already got to play map 1 on a really, really strong map for them, and we've seen them just absolutely crush teams on Ascent before. Ascent, one of my favorite maps in the game, period. I love watching how teams attack on Ascent, and UH Premier is one of the best attacking teams. It's a map where aggression really, really benefits you, and UH Premier, being as fast as they are, being as aggressive as they are, they really do a good job of moving in on B quickly, moving in on A quickly, taking a lot of mid control, making sure that they're getting that full map control. And it's going to be interesting to see how Western University tries to counter some of those things that Premier does very, very well on this map.
And I mean, just dealing with the individuals on Premier is hard enough. You know, we've said their names a couple of times, but we can really go down the lineup and just talk about the absurd advantages that each of the individual players adds to UH Premier. I'm sorry that I can't do the same thing for Western. I'm personally not as familiar with Western's lineup. I definitely think they had a pretty good showing on Haven. Especially, oh my word, Zhao. I think he had a great game, but you need more than that. Especially with the hard-hitting execute style, it enabled Zhao, first and foremost, to play a lot of that. You know, he was constantly being given some run-it-backs, the brimstone smokes, the hard-hitting execute style. Western University, Zhao is always going to be the tip of the spear there. I'm glad he can certainly match up to players like Koi on the other end, because Koi is a phenomenal Phoenix, always has been. But we need to see a little bit more from Western University before we can be confident that they can take us the distance.
Would you say that Western University is in a little bit of a bind right now? I had to try it again. I'm sorry. I know, but I wanted to try another one.
Bind. I need to find a safe haven from all these dumb puns you're throwing at me.
Yes. Hey, you know what? At least you went the pun direction with me. But no, I mean, there were a lot of really good individual plays by Western U. It's just in the end of map 1, UH Premier started communicating better. They started working as a team better, and you saw a little bit too much individual play by Western U. You have some very, very good players that can get it done for that squad. It's all about putting it together. And we saw some moments, especially when they were on defense, where they rotated as a team. They moved in at the right time. We saw Soon take down the Blade Storm, and then somebody else, because they moved in so tactfully, because they moved in with perfect timing and perfect communication, they're going to have to be on point with that all through map 2 to make sure that they do the same thing. So great individual plays, but what makes UH Premier so good is they have the great individual players, but they move as one unit. And when they're communicating well, they're difficult to stop. Western U did a great job of that against DePaul. There was a lot of great communication, a lot of good call outs, and they moved as a unit. That's what they have to do now going into map 2 against UH Premier.
And, it's funny that you talk about how good UH Premier are as a unit, as a team, with a lot of these, macro plays, right? You know, we always bring it back to Eric Appleson, one of the big brains in collegiate. I love the way this guy thinks in a game of Valorant. But then, you know, whoever wins this goes up against TAMU, and they're just hold W key, you know, gunfight you. They're rocking the Baby Bay School of Smeeg over there, right? So it's always an interesting dynamic between those two teams. If University of Houston want to actually face their in-state rivals, they're good scrim buddies of TAMU, first and foremost. They got to put to bed this series. Oh, we are going to bind. Why did I think it was Ascent? I'm blind.
I don't know.
UH Premier removed Ascent. Why did I think it was Ascent? That's just so yeah, okay, fine. I guess Western University is in a bind. All right, you win this round, Josh.
They are in a bit of a bind. We're gonna have to put Paulsable in the icebox for timeout, even though that's gonna be our map 3. Yeah, exactly. I got one.
All right,
final map.
We gotta get every map in there.
Yeah, every map.
We gotta get every map in. These puns have been a breeze for us. Okay, there we go. All right, we're done now. No more map puns. All tonight.
That's not true. That's not true because we kind of split them evenly. So I had to make sure that we had to get all of the maps on there.
All right, on to map 2. Yeah. Western University is just casually fighting for their tournament lives, and we're over here making the dumbest puns we can think of. Oh, wow, they are. University of Premier aren't letting him get away with squat, though. Oh, that one way ain't helping Willie. Now Zam is left alone. It's got to be careful of the pinch, too. Going to try and hide inside or around the Omen smoke. Right clicks. Help him out for one. But not much more than that. Already 4v3. UH Premier in a great spot.
Zam was in a really, really tough spot there, but did a good job of getting at least one pick and making it a little bit easier for their teammates to do something here. Still down, have a little bit of a one-player disadvantage, but 4v3 not always too difficult to do if Zouts can get those picks like that. But Eric Appleton coming out big for UH Premier. Only one left to go, but KhazixMayJump can't get it done as Akula takes down KhazixMayJump, and UH Premier comes out fast and strong in the first round of Bind.
And this is the same sort of aggression we saw from UH Premier in the early rounds of Haven, right? On their attack. I mean, they were lightning speed onto the sites, just not letting Western University think, not letting them breathe in these first few rounds. And credit to Akula, too. That is a disgusting little late post flank he got out the back of Lamps there to come around and really pinch in on University, or Western University rather. Now, I mean, you know, anti-eco, guns, we know what guns do. Big gun beats small gun. Well, most of the time. Sometimes right click go boom though. Either way, it's UH Premier with 4-2 lead. Well, 4-2 lead in terms of players, not scoreline. I have to correct that real quick. Don't wanna bait anyone here. And yeah, I'm not giving Zam very good odds. Oh, gets one flying.
Nice little one flying kill by Zam, doing everything they can. But you know, this is the thing with UH Premier. Whenever they move quick like this, whenever they move so fast and aggressive, you have to be ready to counter that. The only way you're going to be able to stop them from steamrolling over you is by countering. And honestly, I would if I'm Western U, I'm thinking about just trying to pick one side or the other and just overload. So if we let UH Premier take one side, like let's just try it out for one round instead of steamrolling, 5v3 on B. Why don't we just all cover B, have a call out, assume they're going to go there. If they plant A, it's okay. It's a 5v5 retake, but you take away the benefit of their aggression if you do that. Koi taking out KhazixMayJump really early too.
Yeah, my man's got on raise with the judge. Actually didn't even need to use the satchel charges for that. So still going to be good to get the entry here onto site. Picks up a rifle. That's an even better scenario for UH Premier. They don't have to hastily go out onto B now. They got a real gun. They can just play this slow. They have a player advantage and no shortage of firepower. Over to A they go. There's that cheeky little one-way from Willie again, but he's at long range with a Phantom. Not much actual fuel in the tank either, so that's not going to last very long. And the second that's gone, here comes a hit from UH. Already, Koi's going to clear that out. Not bad shots, though, from Willie. Be able to pick up Akula. That is a critical pick there, but oh no, he's stuck in a corner. 13 health. He's okay. Not for very long. That's Fig with the shock dart, as we would expect. Run it back, really the last hope here. Western University need this round to keep competitive in the early stages of Bind. Run it back gets stalled out there by that trap wire. It doesn't really clear out what it was hoping for. It doesn't get any sort of pick. Now a Cyber Cage up to, making it difficult for Western U to dislodge anyone. And Koi taking a page out of Akula's book. If it worked for my buddy, it'll work for me too. Beautiful work from UH Premiers. Now they are 3-0.
Incredible discipline by Koi there, just kind of sitting in U-Haul waiting, knowing that they're going to walk by, but just waiting for them to maybe come inside, waiting for them to pass. Then he's completely open on the flank. But Willie doing as good of a job as he could over on A Heaven, just to bide time for the rest of his teammates to come over there and rotate, getting a nice little pick here from long range, dropping Akula, and just doing everything he could to stay alive. It was real close, 13 HP left, but gave his teammates every chance to try to stop that plant. But UH Premier just too strong right now. They're communicating and moving very well together.
Boombot's gonna spot one. Check your left. Boy, no. Soon with a Bucky. Good for two. Not bad there. And that's a nice adaptation from Western University, actually. Quixotic got domed in Hookah last round by that same two players who ran forward and took that 2v1, so they make an adjustment. They bring over Soon that he has a buddy helping him out this time around. Cooler and Fig trying to come all the way around here. Not going too well for him, though. UH Premier, despite being the only ones to have full guns coming into this round, now it's just Jivey all alone.
Jivey's going to have to come up with some big plays, but you see what happens whenever you decide to overload one side with Soon? It just completely changes the dynamic. So you can absolutely make them pay for being so aggressive. That's what that Western U did. Now they're going to take this round, but Jivey trying to do everything they can to make it happen, but doesn't work out. Quixotic getting it, and Western U is going to get a thrifty round on UH Premier and finally get one round. Now they're only down to UH Premier going up 3-1. But like you said, that was a great switch up by Western U to keep Premier on their toes and say, hey, don't rush in. Don't be too aggressive. We're going to make you pay for it.
Those are the sort of adaptations we're going to need to see from Western University all map long if they want to tie us up in terms of map score and head us onto Icebox. Still have a chance to fight for that spot in the Central Finals. And for a spot, an actual shot at the scholarship money that comes from the Interregional Finals next week. Oof. Not starting off hot for Zam, though. Aldron just a little bit late to give him any help, and with a showstopper flying forward from Koi, Willie's just going to head for the hills. Nice snake bite there to make sure that Koi can't actually get much done with that, but still a difficult position. Zhao moving forward, though, keeps control of Showers with a beautiful little two-piece. Hunter's Fury, things looking good for Western University. Even with the Neural Theft revealing some positions, this is not the setup that they were hoping to have.
Western U getting just so much return for Zhao going over there and just pushing through Showers with aggression, meeting that aggression with aggression. But Koi's going to take down Willie. If Koi can get a pick right here and force the 2v1, that's going to be what they need. But Koi needs to peek out there as quickly as possible. Eric Appleton's there, takes him down, but goes down to Quixotic. Quixotic's going to get the defuse, and Western U is now only going to be one round away from tying it up on UH Premier. Two very good rounds by Western U.
How close was that, though? And I mean, that's just the power of the Lamps position, right? UH Premier have done such a good job in these first 5 rounds of showing us, hey, if you let us have Lamps, if you don't force us out of it on a post plant on A, it's going to at least be dangerous for you, right? That 2v3, Koi is such a nuisance in Lamps. They're constantly keeping their heads on a swivel. Is he going to come around from that flank again, or is he going to try and contest? He gets one pick. Almost good for enough to actually stop that round from going to Western U entirely. Not quite the case this time around. Now Western U, they're on a little bit of a piecemeal buy. We got a judge here in Koi. I mean, it's a judge on a raise. I'm not too worried about it realistically. Yeah, and with the running back not finding much through Showers there, things are looking all right. Nice Hunter's Fury. They're gonna get that first, and I mean, they know where the Phoenix is, so they're just gonna try and rush onto the site. Difficult to do so, though. This is the first real setup we've seen from Willie, but that wall, not going to be up now. Koi flying on in. 2v3, UH Premier. They stumbled a bit last round, but they are looking fine in this one. Shen only with 14 health to his name. This is a very difficult contest for him. And even though Zam has the showstopper, first thing you got to take down Fig. Judge helps for that. 2v3 still, though. Not a real gun to his name. Oh, well, actually, he'll recover it from Fig, so I eat my words a little bit. Clearing out. Shen can at least get a decent angle, but can't actually contest anyone. And UH Premier will hold on to their lead.
Akula and Jivey just in the perfect spots to hold their angles without any concern from Zam being able to find them on the rotation. Soon stuck over there in elbow, can't quite get an angle on any of them, and they did everything they could. But UH Premier again, they're planting and they're getting themselves in the perfect post plant positions. And Western University, that was a nice job overloading B again, leaving Zam over on the side to rotate and try to flank. But I feel like the flank just came a little bit too late, didn't quite get in there, got one pick, not exactly what you want from that. But UH Premier, we're going to see how aggressive they get as Zam's got the showstopper out right now, not finding anybody. UH Premier is running as fast as they can, and Zam looks like the showstopper is going to be wasted, and Jivey is going to take down Zhao. And Zam goes down to Koi almost instantly after that showstopper was done. That is a huge missed opportunity by Western U.
Oh! Willie won't miss it, though. Gonna just break Koi's ankles as he falls onto the ground, but not much he can do beyond that. 4v2, better guns for UH Premier. Quixotic, I don't really give him good odds on this swing. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, goodbye, buddy. That's 5-2 now.
Yeah, and you know, we see Western U has done such a great job with their adaptations on B. Now what are they going to do on A? Because UH Premier, anytime they go towards A, they're getting anything they want. I feel like the showstopper obviously came out just a little bit too soon. Bait them in a little bit more. Let's make sure they cluster together. Don't give them a chance to run away from that. Zam just being a little bit too aggressive with that. And right now, I feel like what UH Premier is doing to Western U is making them feel like they have to force the issue, making them feel like they have to push. Don't let UH Premier dictate the pace at which you play. Counter what they're doing, but don't try to play their game because they'll make you pay for it every single time. Oh, it's Quixotic takes down Koi very early in the round.
Nice little blitz play here from Western University to get that first pick. It does show that there are 3 over toward B, but with a Viper's Pit, A is not a vulnerable position. That's not something that UH Premier can punish, as they often are wont to do when they see those sort of heavy stacks. They're going to have to maneuver all the way around the other side of the map, and with Zhao peeking back out into sand, still have confident control. Bladestorm, and I mean, well, okay, not going to just straight up send it onto the site here. Big is alone, but with an Owl Drone, Zhao's just going to get cleared out immediately. Oh, rushing up onto him. I mean, that's not something Akula is going to survive, but he does get a little bit of info. Nice paranoia there, and Eric Appleson is going to be good for that one. Nice cover from Quixotic, though. Things not easy here for UH Premier by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, you've actually taken the TP. B-site's open now. Fig found the last necessary kill, but 30 seconds left, and UH Premier, they're as split as can be right now. Yeah, you have to make such a difficult call right now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what a disgusting wall bang there. And Eric Appleson's just going to run back over fast as he can towards B. Big has to play this contact, has to be gatekeeper so that Willie can't deny the spike plant. Charging on forward, Willie at least gets here. Not prepared for Eric Appleson to jump up on top of the box, though.
I mean, I've just never been more nervous to watch a round in my entire life with Eric Appleson going through that, just TPing and going through the portal. What was going on? I want to know. Yeah, just doing an extra lap at Fig with a couple of great kills in that round. Just got the one kill that completely opened up B as Eric Appleson goes through the portal, and then opens up B again with that drop through the wall. But Eric Appleson just trying to make it a little bit more entertaining for everybody. Just wanted to show everybody, hey, I have time to move over, confuse them, and then run back over and plant the spike on B anyway.
Not much money now for Western University. I was thinking about going out and contesting this angle, but instead just going to use a couple curveballs. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Nearly good for that one, but no dice and unlucky. Quixotic. Unlucky, buddy. Taken out by the satchel card. There's not much that Western U can do here unless Soon starts really popping off with that Sheriff. I mean, it's been a quick rotate, so for Western University, UH Premier are going to try and head back toward A. They've got plenty of time, though. Look, they're not rushing haphazardly onto the site. They're instead playing with the positions of the defenders and seeing if they can catch anyone off guard.
Well, and you know, you see this is it's seemingly an advantage for UH Premier. Oh, as Soon goes down very quickly. Koi with only 9 HP goes down to Willie. Oh, Willie going to take out Eric Appleson. Big only with 11 HP.
Done. This is winnable. Here for Western University, all Willie has to do is find this next pick.
Oh, no.
Now taking out Divey. I mean, Hunter's Fury needs a miracle here. Lines them both up. Oh, not quite able to find the necessary tags, though. Willie so low. Everybody so low. Spam here is critical. Big not quite able to land it, though. He's just sticking it. Willie's just sticking it. He's got it locked.
Oh, man. And insult to injury at the end. That was as close as any round as we've seen between those two teams. And Western U knowing that they had a little bit of an advantage there, but to have Koi and Fig at a combined 20 HP on that plant is just absolutely rough. And then to be as aggressive as Koi was in Lamps, I'd play it, fall back a little bit, play the spike. You have time. You're the attacker. I understand you're up 6 rounds to 2, but again, this comes down to don't make little mistakes, because those little mistakes can turn into larger snowballs. I want to see UH Premier go back to the couple of rounds before where they were playing very, very tight.
Well, they're playing tight on the map at the very least. They're all just going over to B. A hard hit here. Orbital Strike trying to dissuade the chaos, and the showstopper actually does go long, but it doesn't mean that Koi's gonna miss out on that kill. He doubles back for it while his buddy helps him out. Hunter's Fury, merely a thorn in the side of UH Premier at this point. It's not gonna get any kills. It's not gonna stop them from getting this spike down. Now at least finds one. A good timing there as the smoke expires. A winnable round at the very least for Western University, but not one they have good odds in, especially as the Neural Theft comes through. Western University, they don't have many options here. They're out of curveball. Oh, well, now they're out of curveballs. They're going to barely get onto the site. Oh, that's a bit long on that dash. Akula actually exposes himself there. Eric Appleson trading it out, though. Still a nuisance in that tube. Eventually soon will eliminate him, but not enough health to take the fight against Fig. Now, is he just going to go for the stick? Is he going to try and make lightning strike twice? He is, but Fig ain't letting it happen again.
No, Fig was not going to let them defuse that spike 2 times in a row while he was blind. He was going to hit that shot. Fig and Eric Appleson both coming up so big for UH Premier round in and round out. Didn't work out for them in the last round, or in 2 rounds before, but in the last round, they were in really, really good position. You got to give credit to Western U, though, making that round a lot closer than we thought it would be. Really, really good retake opportunity. It's just it's tough whenever you have 2 people sitting in garden. You know, and at 4v2, what can you do? You take down 2 of them. Hopefully you can take down the other 2 and get it and win the round. But UH Premier starting to roll now.
Again, they're just going fast, but now they're gonna be slowed down. They were running full speed up that A short position, but got their ankle broken a little bit. At least sprained it, I should say. Nice shock darts here. Oh, that last one just a bit short. And Soon's deep enough into that corner where Fig is having a tough time actually spamming him down. Soon good on the swing, supported by his buddy Zhao. And with an owl drone, they know, hey, not really anyone else in showers. Koi's way back there. We can sneak on in, get some guns. Okay, never mind. Divey's not letting him get away with that. Paranoia carrying forward too. It's a little bit risky, just heading strong into lamps here. Okay, actually, they're not going to completely head into it. They're going to slowly clear it out angle by angle. Gives Divey some time to find another pick. Now it's 3 versus 3. Although as I say that, oh, Willie finds a beautiful timing onto a couple. 3 in the round overall for him. He won't get any more. Koi alone knows where Quixotic is. Can't say the same though. How's Zam? A little bit nervous. Has to recover the spike. Aware that one could be coming up on the flank, but looks away from it at just the wrong time.
Those moments are always so stressful for me as somebody who's watching. I don't know why I get so invested in those, but I just want to reach in and say, look left, hold the angle. It's so tough, but what do you do in that moment? Willie doing such a great job of taking down both Jivey and Eric Appleson and giving Western U the advantage. Now you take one more round. You're only 3 away. We're about to go into the second half of this map, and you feel a little bit better about your position. But again, UH Premier going to be going on defense. Even if they go on defense up 7-5, they feel very, very confident about their defense on bind. And so this is going to be tough. Western U needs to get as much momentum and as much confidence as they can in this round.
Well, Viper's Pit helps with confidence. I'll tell you that much, Josh.
Just built in
pretty
confidence.
confident that UH Premier aren't heading to A anytime soon. Although a Hunter's Fury might actually bait that one out. It doesn't quite get the tags it was looking for, though, onto Willie, so you're not getting rid of the Viper's Pit. You need to fully pivot toward B, where there are 3 players ready and waiting. 2 of which have a nice crossfire right now in Garden. That's where the spike is headed here. But as UH Premier slowly invest into clearing out Hookah, be careful. Now at the ready, flying on out. Koi not able to find the timing there. And a little bit late comes the swing from Long. UH Premier, they didn't time that perfectly. And now it's just Fig left alone, 1v4. I mean, I've seen Fig do some crazy things, but this would be wild even for him. First one, and he knows where Soon is. Creep on out, has to go recover the spike in B Long, though, Josh. And that is a
30
difficult
seconds
ask.
left.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. At least they have the benefit of being ahead just a little bit, but there's nothing to lose now. We're going to go into the second round, so if Fig can just do some damage and try to take it, but he's going to get blinded. Zhao is going to take him down, and Western U takes just another one. He has been absolutely on point for Western U the last few rounds, literally peaking at the right time, in spots, getting a drop right there on Koi right when you need to be, then finishing off Jivey, just everywhere he needs to be, that's where he is for his team. And catching UH Premier in some bad spots the last couple of rounds, but now we're switching sides. UH Premier is going to be on defense, and we've seen them be very, very successful in this map on defense.
That's very true. Zhao really putting up the performance that his team needs him to. It was the same case on Haven, though, right? And just one standout player isn't necessarily enough against a team as strong as UH Premier are. So now we move over onto the attack. Viper becomes a little bit more difficult to use here as well. Keep that in mind. Oh, my word. So much information there. That Chalk Dart's got to hit something. No? Quite, actually, it seems. Oh, actually, it did get the one tag there onto Soon, I do believe. While just making elbow a non-issue as the rest of Western U scramble onto the site. They don't have hookah control, though. There's a nasty paint shell. That's going to get quite a bit of damage. Quixotic having to get out of that one. And as soon as the smoke expires, things are going to look dicey. Dash out, comboed with the paranoia. There's nothing Quixotic and Soon can do. Zhao and Willie now left to lock it down. 2 versus 3. They charge on trying to stop the defuse, but there's only so much they can do as UH Premier take the pistol in the second half.
I mean, Western U tried to do anything they could to try to counter that attack from Hookah, but they left it completely open. And Akula says, all right, you don't want me to fight in here? Fine, I'm going to come out and fight right amongst the rest of you, flying out of the window and just dropping almost all of Western U in just one moment. Akula with a highly aggressive play. I like seeing the aggression from Western U early, them moving in quickly, but Premier doing such a good job of countering that, coming by on the flank. They make you pay if you don't watch your flank. We've seen them do it time and time again. So Western U has to watch for those moments where they try to wrap around behind them.
Western U showing their hand pretty early here too. Wall going up on A immediately as the round begins, and look over on the other side of the map towards Fountain. Already 2 players pushing this out. Eric Appleson's got a way better gun, and although Soon hits a headshot, a classic's not enough to stop Eric Appleson this time around. I don't think they expect Big there either. Yeah, nothing Quixotic was going to be able to find there. And the spike. They know what the spike is now. Again, it's just Willie and Zhao. Zhao at least has a sheriff, but I mean, against 5 Spectres, he's been having a pretty decent game. That would be a monumental swing back, though, and all alone now is Willie wasn't expecting Jaiva to hang around there. Look at this. You're just they don't even care about the spike. They're just hunting down Zhao. He can't quite find the shot he was looking for there.
How is he living this long?
And the
Balls
stock
of ball?
will finish him off.
Big finishes him, but I want to know what the call was. You know, you had they didn't necessarily have control of A, but you know that there were lurkers behind, there were people flanking behind. So why take the spike out there and drop it in no man's land when UH Premier is closing in on you again? They at least this time they left Soon behind to try to stop that flank. But like you said, Eric Appleson soon looks to the right way too soon. Eric Appleson makes him pay for it with the Spectre, and then they tried to go almost like they tried to counteract that flank after Soon went down. But at that point, you just try to pull back and do whatever you can. But dropping the spike in that spot is just that's not the play.
Careful now.
Western University, they got guns now. Have to find some kind of play this time around. 4 already. Up B long. They don't necessarily have to commit to this. And UH Premier aren't necessarily respecting the fact that they could teleport. Already blazing through. Hookah has been cleared entirely, though. Look at this. Western U's just getting ready for the TP. Ooh, get this out. Ooh, that's something that can be easily punished. And now they want to commit. They might have been baited into this, though. Never mind. Zhao's got a Kula. 2 versus 4. Coming all the way around now. Oh, but they're not committing to it. Once again, there's the TP. Slowly but surely, Zam's been clearing out the A site and getting in the lamps. They'll figure out that this is pretty much free and clear. All they're going to have to do is deal with Jivey. Oh, and I think that TP was heard. Unlucky there, buddy. Didn't expect him to be that
Zam
forward, I
Player
suppose.
standing.
Yeah.
Zam doing a really good job of going towards lamps and just having a feeling that somebody was going to be there. I thought Jivey was going to be in a good spot in that moment because you saw the early rotation, thinking that they were going to go through TP, being prepared for it. Oh, but Quixotic takes down Eric Appleson on the peak, and Western U now only down 3 rounds. It's 9-6 UH Premier. And now this is going to be another full gun round for these two teams.
And since Western University got their gun round flawlessly, they'll get more in the future regardless of how this first one goes. They can break UH's economy right here and close that gap almost entirely if they can get away with just this gun round right now. Only 2 orbs off the orbital strike. Only 1 orb for Fig, though, on the other side off of that Hunter's Fury. And it seems like him and Eric Appleson are going to make a play for that B long orb to get that ultimate online. So even though A is the commitment here from Western University, even if they get onto this site clean, you've still got to deal with that. Big's thinking about it, too. He used the Owl Drone, spotted a couple. Not going to go for the TP, though, just holding on to that deep, long position.
Zam doing a good job of staying a C long just to check it out, but Fig makes him pay for it. Fig, the patience by these two teams has been absolutely incredible. This time, UH Premier's patience pays off. We saw it last round over by that TP for Western U, but now it's Koi in the right spot to take down Bo Zhao, and soon incredible trade-offs, but Koi coming out on top with those two, and Akula is in the right spot, but gonna go down to Quixotic. Koi sitting there in showers, but Quixotic is wrapping around right now. There's going to be a peek. Going to shoot the molly down in there. Hold Koi off in showers. Knows that he's there. Oh, but the peek by Eric Appleson. We've got a 3v1. And Willie is in a very, very tough spot right now with only 30 HP.
I mean, he's done for, right? There's no way Willie gets it. Scouts one, but Eric Appleson will clean him up. Just needed a body shot to make that one happen with the Vandal. And absolutely massive shout out to UH Premier right there. The cover they provide each other is second to none. That flash comes out from Zhao. Koi is under so much pressure. Can't see anything. Akula comes over and one-way smokes it. Look, you can't run this out now. And then Koi's able to find the timing. He knows they would have pushed up far into that shower's position and are ready at that doorway, right? So he takes the initiative, swings on them instead of letting them get that advantage in the proactivity. And from there, I mean, things just fall apart one by one for Western University. UH Premier don't necessarily. Oh well, I mean, the Blade Storm, they're doing fine economically. They're doing fine and dandy. Western U, they get one more gun round here. Oh boy, do they expect Fig to be here twice? The deep trap wire. Oh, the second that breaks, Fig might actually go for a timing. No, he's just ready for the first, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and only Eric Appleson now to hold on to B.
It is going to be a quick rotation by the rest of UH Premier. Good communication, knowing that they're there. Tripwire strip. They have no idea that Eric Appleson is in the elbow. They haven't peeked it yet. Oh, now he's been found. Zhao deciding to look there and find him, but Zam is going to go down to Akulu with the Blade Storm. Blade Storm is still out. Now they're all moving on to B right now. UH Premier take Showstopper misses, but Jivey takes down Zhao. It's a 4v2. Soon sitting in the elbow takes down Koi. Soon and Willie in really good spots. There's a little bit of an angle. Jivey taken down Soon. Willie fighting it out with Akula, but Akula wins, and UH Premier is going to take the round and go up 11-6. Western U in a very tough situation now.
Akula was just fearless that round, dude. He said, all right, I got the Blade Storm. I'm holding W. You're not stopping me. And with UH Premier, they used him as like an icebreaker, right? Just trudging through the frozen sea on bind. And there's no problems for the rest of UH Premier. Akula takes all the attention, is so slippery because with the Blade Storm out, he doesn't have to, slow himself down to go for any of those trades. It's just running all around, keeping Western University's attention, and that allows UH Premier to clean up so effectively. Now, just 2 rounds from cementing themselves not only in the grand finals of the Central region, but getting themselves a spot in the interregional finals and a chance at that scholarship money. Viper Spit here. Ooh, I actually really do like it from Western University. They get a little bit of presence on A and then use the Viper Spit to sort of open that up more. They're not really able to find much. One tag there onto Willie. And there is a problem with
a little bit of spray and pray right there.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Although you have control of that portion of the site, you can't actually leave the pit to go remove the rest of the UH Premier members. Zhao has to try and do that alone, and the curveball doesn't find Koi, so he can't get the kill. Keeping out of there the remaining 2 for Western University. They're going to be able to get the spike down more than likely, but beyond that, all task ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, especially you saw the instant rotation. Eric Appleson was there ready to go. Willie's going to get the spike down, but you still got a 3v2. Zam sitting in hookah. Has control over hookah, but Zam taking down Fig. And Koi Zam finishing it off and clutching it for Western U. Western U takes the round. We had them all but done in that round, but UH Premier not quite being able to do it, and that overwatch from hookah by Zam was the difference maker.
Oh, an aggressive gambit at the end there. Willie got flushed out by shock darts and the paint shell on the spike, so says, I can't leave. I can't. They've cut off my opportunity to leave. I have to swing them. Charges on forward. I believe drew the attention of at least 1, possibly 2 of them. So that opens up Zam to get that angle that he needs to find the timing. Once you hit that first shot, the next ones aren't difficult if the other 2 guys are looking the wrong way, right? So beautiful work from Western University. They stave off match point from UH Premier. Now UH Premier mostly out of money. Eric Appleson's still going to make it happen, though. And with a neural theft, he knows he's going to be able to recover that gun.
Fig has played this elbow so well every single time, giving his team just enough time holding on, but Zhao is coming out. Zhao not being able to find anything on the run it back. All of Western U is sitting there in Garden. Now they're going to TP over towards A. Nobody's on A, and the UH Premier rotation is going to be a little bit slower than we saw before.
Yeah, they're just out of there. UH Premier, though, you say slower, but Ivy's actually already here. There's actually even an angle on a Heaven Smoke where you could swing out up top. It doesn't matter, though. I mean, this has allowed Western University, rather, to get at least a decent setup. Boy, had a gun. That was recovered. There's not much he can do with it. Great adaptation there. Great audible from Western University to not force headlong into the B site.
And these are the kind of counters that we talked about early on in the map that we want to see from Western U. We saw them do it a couple of times to UH Premier in Haven before, and I feel like we've seen more of those adaptations so far in map 2. We've seen more of those counters by Western U. Punish UH, realize what they're doing, realize that they're flanking, put yourself in a position to quickly rotate over to another site if this site's taken. It looks like Western U is going to go for another B plant, or at least show the B plant for right now, and they haven't been able to necessarily cover B well enough to stop UH Premier and make them pay for clustering together the way they have.
Western U putting the wall up over on A, though, that Viper wall. And it does actually get big damage. They think it's heading to A. They don't have any information deep into showers right now. The UH Premier are a little bit nervous, although Fig doubling back. That first kill under Quixotic is huge. No smokes now available. Even if Western University can get onto the site, there's nothing they can do. And Fig, oh, he knows they're belong, dude. He doesn't let him get away. That's 2. Stops the Hunter's Fury from soon. Oh, and poor Zhao left all alone. At least gets that first one, but Fig will shut him down. That's 4 in the round, and now map and match point for the University of Houston.
Match point.
Well, and you know, with Zhao, you think, he could pick up the spike, he could TP and try to make something happen, but they had Akula sitting over there, over towards, still over on A side, waiting for a TP, waiting for them to move over. Again, that's a great counter by UH Premier. They've seen them go over by B long through Garden, but hey, if there's too much pressure, they're going to TP and try to plan at A. This time Akula's over there waiting, but this is going to be a little bit of a light by Soon and Zam, so a little bit of a disadvantage going into a round that Western U has to take to keep it alive, or UH Premier is going to move on to the Central Finals.
Now in hands of Akula too. This is something at Western University haven't seen UH Premier really pull out on this map. It's 1-for-1 over in showers. I like this reposition too. Ah, great read there from Sam. The Owl Drone tagging him, and finally Fig will swing alongside of it, but does get caught. 3 versus 3 in total, though. Paranoia making things difficult. Ivy does get spotted, though. Actually, maybe he didn't. Sam's not pushing up into lamp. Now he should be spotted. I mean, he's definitely spotted now. I mean, boy. Sam's going to try and find the timing on him coming around from that lamp's position, but it looks like Jivy's watching it, too. Spike been dropped. Such a tenuous position for Western University as their tournament lives hang in the balance.
Last player standing.
All up soon. He finds that first, needs to reload though, and they're going to close in on him. Eric Appleton swinging him and taking him down. University of Houston will get their match against their in-state rivals. They head on to the finals of the Central Region and eventually into the interregional tournament here at Conference 1 Valorant.
And that was a great job by Western University to try to mix it up and to try to keep UH Premier guessing what they were going to do, where they were going to go. But UH Premier, again, just doing such a good job of communicating and saying, all right, you know what? If they're going to overload this one side, we're going to make them pay for it. We're going to flank them from, if they're going to overload A, we're going to flank them from B. If they're going to overload B, we're going to wait for the TP. And again, you see with UH Premier, there's a little bit more balance for Western U, but you look at UH Premier, look at the balance on that team. We see Fig was instrumental from a KDA standpoint, but the entire team making things happen, coming up big whenever it mattered. You had Akula on flank, Eric Appleson coming up with getting lots of info for his team, being in the right spots, but Fig, huge for UH Premier in this win. And it just comes down to there's just so much talent on this UH Premier team. They play so well together. The communication is almost always on point. But now with UH Premier moving into the finals against Texas A&M, some of the hyper aggression that we've seen from them, if they don't communicate everything, if they don't get all the information they need to get, then Texas A&M is going to be a team that's going to make them pay for it.
And I mean, I have faith in UH Premier. I think they're smart enough. They play enough against TAMU, right? I mean, we heard from Aggro earlier. These guys play pretty much weekly against each other in scrim. So these are two teams who are going to be very aware of each other's tendencies, of each other's style. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. We have one more match to go, but before we get to that, we're going to talk to the University of Houston about this match and the one coming up. So we'll be back with an interview in just a quick sec. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we just wrapped up our second semifinal of the day, and the University of Houston Premier were able to take it over Western University. With us now, we've got Eric Appleson, the big brain, on the table. Going into the grand finals, you're facing up against TAMU now. You got to be excited about that one.
Yeah, feeling great about it.
Okay, there's one play specifically I want to point out. Before we get into map 1, before we get into anything, I want to go into map 2 on bind.
Oh boy.
And there was one point where you're on B, you have the spike, and you go through the TP right as Fig clears out B, and you had to rotate all the way back over to B. What was the call out there, and how did you feel in that moment?
Look, it got a bit unpredictable there, and I just figured I'll TP out. I called out TPing out, and then I was like, wait a second, Viper sold to NA, this isn't going to work. So I was like, okay, so I just scrambled over there to the TP and just hightailed it to B sites.
You guys look absolutely.
Gonna lap real quick. No worries.
Yeah, just doing a quick lap. You guys look great. You look great on map 1 and on map 2, but it looked like in map 1 on Haven, you took the first couple of rounds pretty handily, pretty easily, and then there was a little bit of pushback from Western U. You moved into B very, very fast without getting a lot of information. Do you feel like there was a little bit of overconfidence whenever y'all started off in Haven, or was that something that you planned on doing, just moving fast and being aggressive early on, and it just didn't work out?
Yeah, we definitely gave them a little bit too much on Haven. I mean, we just 5-man rush the B side. You really never should do that. It's ideally you have either a lurker on A, or you try to split garage afterwards, which is rushed it. So it's not good Valorant gameplay, and we adjusted afterwards. But yeah.
And I kind of want to talk about adjustments here for you guys in a macro sense, because it feels like every single time I cast you, there's a different lineup of 5 players, right? You guys have a crazy huge roster compared to everybody else in collegiate Valorant. Every single game you guys are playing with it, even just a slightly different lineup. So how does that alter what you guys have to be considering in terms of communication or just agent pick?
Yeah, I mean, we all play together. We always have people swapping in now, so everybody's comfortable with each other. We don't have really any issues with the comms. Agents get a little bit, it's a little dicey here and there because, you have a solo player, you have to switch him off. But, I mean, overall, we prioritize the comms and we just play well together.
One of the things that I feel like benefits you also, and we talked about this during this last match, is there's just so much of a balance between each and every one of the players for Premier, and you guys balance each other nicely. But you have so many players that can just mix and match and switch off from one agent to another. Like Akula can switch on to a Jet and just be as effective, if not more effective, than the last match when they weren't playing a Jet. And I think that balance helps you guys out. How important is it for you? For each one of y'all to be able to balance out the entire team?
Yeah, I mean, balance is definitely important. I mean, if you don't have the balance, you have 5 duelist players and you put them on off roles, you're going to have a lot of issues. So we definitely focus on, making sure everyone feels comfortable playing what they do, and that's how we have the balance.
All right, well, that balance has certainly worked out for you well today. You've made your way all the way to the grand finals of the Central region, and you get to now play in the interregional finals as well next week, no matter what happens here. Just playing for a first or second seed coming out of the Central region. So now let's address I don't want to say the elephant in the room, but the big dog, right? It's a big dog. A dog you're very familiar with, though. Texas A&M University. Not only do you guys play each other in tournaments all the time, but we had, Aggro on for an interview earlier. He was saying you guys are scrimming constantly, playing at least once a week against each other. So this is a very unique match in how comfortable you two are with each other. So what is your thought process? How are you specifically feeling playing up against a team you know so well?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to come into it to have a lot of fun. We don't really scrim these guys. It's more that, I think, if I do the math correctly, I think we had 6 matches together this season. So yeah, it's like that. So we're all friends. We're all friendly with each other, and I think we know how we play. It's just going to be a matter of who can win the tug of war today.
Okay, so you feel like it's pretty even then?
A little bit. I'd say we're slight favorites.
No surprises there.
You did say one thing before, while we were in the break. You told us one thing. You had a little bit of a prediction. You predicted that it was going to be you and Texas A&M in the grand finals, no matter what happens here. Do you feel pretty confident about that?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, gotta represent Texas. We talk about all the time. Even if one of us loses today, the team in the grand finals, we're both going to make it, and I mean, that's the dream. I'm feeling pretty confident.
Well, I'm looking forward to that Texas in-state rematch. Should you guys be able to live up to that task, we're going to let you get on out of here. But real quick, in case we don't see you after today's grand finals, anybody want to shout out at your school, on your team, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, I'll shout out the whole team, especially our streamers. Koi, twitch.tv/Koima. That man's our main boy. Jivy as well. Twitch.tv /the Jivy. And yeah, those are our two streamers. And then our esports program as a whole. Love the guys. They work with us all the time. Post the tweets and all that.
Plugging your own, getting the self promo in there. Absolutely no shame. All right, well we'll let you get out. I can speak English, I promise, Eric. We'll let you get on out of here and prep for your last match of the day, folks. We're gonna be back in just a minute. Texas A&M versus the University of Houston. Make sure you keep your butts in your seats because it's gonna be pretty dang fire. The Central region is wrapped up for the most part. All we got to do now is put a pretty little bow on top of the action, and that little bow is going to tell us who takes the number 1 seed, the crown, out of the Central region, heading into the interregional playoffs next week. One last time, it is myself, Possible, alongside Josh, taking you through the final best of 3 here in the Central region for the season. And Josh, we could not have asked for a better match to crown us off.
I am torn. I'm torn as a CF1 fan. I'm torn as a fan, as a Texan. I live in the city of Houston. I cheer for the all Cougar sports, but I went to Texas A&M and I cheer for Texas A&M sports. I don't know what to do. I think this is going to be an incredible matchup between these two teams. I'm just going to literally sit on the fence. I'm going to be the worst. I'm not going to call it one way or another. Honestly, I don't. Even without the ties to both teams, I wouldn't feel comfortable calling it one way or another because these two teams are so evenly matched. We've seen things go one way or the other so many times between these two squads, and we talked about this with Eric Appleson just a few minutes ago. We talked about this whenever we were previewing this match before. It literally can be a coin toss, and we were talking about this during the break again also, that this is probably going to be a long one. I have no doubt in my mind we're probably going 3 maps on this one, and it's going to be 3 maps of intense gameplay. I am 100% here for it.
It's hard to imagine we don't go the distance, and these two teams are just so familiar with each other, right? They know each other's ins and outs, their strengths and weaknesses. In the pick and ban, Ascent off the table. Last time I saw these two teams play, Texas A&M won that map, booted Premier from the tournament they were playing in, courtesy of Ascent. So no surprises that is not something that Houston want to repeat. Tamu, sitting back, watching that previous semifinal, saw how Houston were heating up on Bind and said, you know what? Can you guys cool it just a little bit? We don't want Bind anywhere near this. So we're starting off on Haven. Then we go to Icebox. And then, presumably, I have to imagine we're going 3 maps. Split will be where we finish this off. And Haven, University of Houston's pick, they generally win this map against TAMU, or they have the last 2 or 3 times, I believe. Icebox is a map that TAMU play phenomenally, and I don't think I've ever seen University of Houston even play on that one, so I'm not certain how proficient they are at it. And then we get to Split, and it's coin flip. I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen on Split, but first and foremost, we head on to Haven for Houston's map pick. TAMU starting off on the defense as they have selected. Standard compositions for both these teams. Nothing surprising from these two. Here we go. The gates are open. And Premier, look how disciplined they're playing. They're waiting for the classic TAMU aggression, but it's not coming. TAMU aren't biting this time around.
It's strange to see both of these teams moving as slow as they're moving right now. Lots of discipline, just waiting and feeling each other out, trying to figure out who is where and get that map control. But you see Eric Appleson is right there ready to go. Koi trying to make a move as U of H moves on to the A site. Helens is going to go down to Jivey very, very quickly. And UH Premier moving fast on to A once they realize they had the momentum.
Great little lurk there, too, from Kula. He's still coming around. Jim Jones fan, you got to be a little bit careful here, buddy. Oh, doesn't actually get spotted. Kula slips right on past TAMU onto the site. Oh, Dill's trying to do what he can from heaven here. Got to heal up, though, taking some trades with Big over in long. Look at this close contact from Koi, too. He's not letting anything go. Recon Dart forces his hand. He's going to move on forward, but the right clicks. The right clicks. Premier get out flawless from the pistol.
And Premier is picking up right where they left off on Haven before. And, you know, it's not even just that Premier's been so successful with against Texas A&M on Haven, but the fact that they already had a chance to build momentum recently against Western U. They're rolling right now on Haven, and it's like they didn't even play a map in between.
And the last 2 times I saw these teams play on Haven. University of Premier won it 13-11. It was close, but then they played it again less than a week later, and it was 13-4. TAMU struggled to even make a dent in Premier's lines. They got a nice little crossfire here, but revealed out at least one. Ed not feeling too good, and aggro, yeah, the gamble did not pay off. Discipline from Premier. They used that recon dart, carry them forward without much of an issue, and there's not really anything that TAMU can do now in this second round.
Now just sit back and hope maybe you can drop one or two of them, do something, but you know, the 5v2, you're not doing anything here. This is going to go into a third round where maybe you can finally do something against UH. But again, like the beginning of this second round, you see that aggression by UH. Now they had the luxury of it because they have gun advantage, but we see more of that aggression and that speed that we've seen from them before because they feel so comfortable right now as Fig takes down Helms. Jim Jones fan trying to do what he can, but Fig catches him quick 1-2 punch, and UH Premier now takes another flawless to go up 2-0. That round was probably going to be UH's anyway, but now this, again, I've said it before, I'm saying it again, this is where the rubber meets the road. Who is going to take this, or A&M's going to get this gun round? Can they take this round right here and then go into a round 4 only down by 1? And that's where you're going to see these two teams really, really start to face it off.
UH Premier, thus far, we've seen them play 2 maps today, and both times they set just a blazing tempo in these first few rounds. You're finally going to meet it, though, and that's a nice recon dart. Goodbye, Eric Appleson. It's traded out 1 for 1, though. Jivey not missing a beat. Now over on the Jet, interestingly enough. And Akula hitting up that Cypher. I don't think that gun was recovered by Jivey, so should still be rocking a Spectre moving forward. Still a firepower advantage for TAMU as they, for TAMU as UH Premier creep their way over. Nanoswarm keeping a couple players over in short, but Helms can't quite win his gunfight against Jivey. Now Jivey has a rifle. Real Phantom in his hands. 3 versus 3 on the retake.
3 versus 3, but you see Jim Jones fan just a little bit less health.
Look at aggro.
And so that we got, aggro's moving in, but Fig is there waiting, ready for the flank. Oh, but aggro hits the shot and nails him. 3v2. Aggro's got sights on hell. Boy goes down.
Jivey's all alone now.
3v1. Jivey is all by himself, takes down Jim Jones fan, moves back into hell aggro with the fake defuse. Oh, Jivey takes him down. Jivey finishes him off with the ace, and UH Premier takes the third round. TAMU had all of the control in the world, and Jivey just says, "Nope, this is mine."
A statement from Jivey right there. You cannot break his spirit. What a beautiful spray through the smoke there. Waits for the timing. A quarter of a second off for TAMU makes all the difference. Jivey has all the info he needs. He saw aggro earlier, didn't opt into the gunfight. Instead, tried to support his team as the retake came through. That round was excellent from Jivey, and now TAMU already, they're out of money. They're already having to go on to Sheriffs. And I mean, the recon dart once again, the gamble, the early close corner there from aggro, not getting squat. Ed just had too many angles to worry about too. There's pretty much nothing that TAMU can do here outside of some phenomenal play. I mean, Dill is great with the Sheriff, don't get me wrong, but yeah, he's just gonna get run down. Eventually, Jim Jones fan will find one. It's tricky to recover that gun though. He doesn't want to let it go over. And just locking it down. UH Premier, man, they look like they're having fun. They look like they're messing with TAMU a little bit with these running gun kind of kills.
So a little bit of spray and pray. Doing to TAMU what TAMU does to everybody else. But Helms goes down there and look like UH Premier has all the confidence in the world. You know, that ace by Jivey, that's the type of move that can last a team for about 5 or 6 rounds. Unless TAMU comes out, the op is out, the op is in aggro's hands. We're gonna have a full gun round, but no shields for aggro because he wants to go for that op. He has to hit these shots. If this doesn't pay off for TAMU, UH Premier is gonna start to snowball early, and we may see a much faster map 1 than we anticipated.
Aggro on a cheeky angle here. A smoke won't get him off this curveball wheel. Beautiful! And Koi gets the long-range shots. There's nothing aggro can do. The op is dropped. Hunter's Fury clearing out the rest of sight, preventing anyone from actually contesting this, Jim Jones fan actually does recover the operator. How do you actually make use of it here? You're smoked off. Here comes Akula around on a lurk. Knows that Dill is waiting in garage too. I don't think Dill has any idea that Akula is coming around. Now an owl drone and everything carrying him forward. He's good for another. Hack through the wall too. That's a reloading member. Okay, eventually Akula's tear will be put down, but nothing else that Helms can do. Another gun round blown to smithereens.
Yeah, and Tamu's economy is just absolutely thrashed. We're gonna see another econ here. We're gonna see some sheriffs and some shields come out, but Premier up 5-0. It doesn't look like Texas A&M is going to be able to recover for a couple of rounds. We could see a 7-0 for Premier before TAMU even takes a round.
And this is what I was worried about. You know, TAMU letting Haven fall through the map ban. This has been the story. TAMU have never been able to stop these hard-hitting executes from Premier. They're too clean. Oh boy. All right. Past them. Those are a couple right clicks that'll net you too. But beyond that, I mean, this is still a difficult round, even with a player advantage. Those aren't guns that can be recovered. You're still working with just sheriffs and buckies. Hunter's Fury, TAMU want to try and make it happen. Doesn't really come up with much here. Good luck, Helms. With a buggy on the retake. Good luck, buddy. I'm gonna be honest. That's a rough one for you, dude. Does have a lockdown. Is gonna invest it and flush the defenders off the site. They're just gonna go for the spam retake here. Nice little hot hands to delay the actual take coming through. I mean, now you just gotta spam it. Now you just gotta spray and pray if you're Premier. Up over the top of Bladestorm, not finding anything from Premier, and just barely Akula will stop it. Still 3 more bodies to actually take down. Akula is a monster on that angle, though. That's another one, and 4 in all for the Cypher. A respectable attempt by TAMU. That was the best odds they were going to be getting, but it's not good enough odds to net them around.
I mean, they did everything they could in that moment to try to defuse that spike, but it's tough because you don't want to sit there on the spike because you don't want to just get blasted through the wall. But at the same time, that wall is going to go away, so you have to try to make something happen. They were seconds away from getting the defuse. If they could have taken that round on the Thrifty, that would have been absolutely incredible. But it's a good push, good try. The op is back out. No shields on aggro yet again. This has to pay off. Aggro already watching C long, but it looks like we're going to see a little bit of a push towards A as Premier starts to feel it out.
And Tim, you have to get this done round. Otherwise, you have to imagine the previous fight that they've had with Premier on Haven, the 13-4, will creep its way into their mental. Recon dart, hard-hitting X.
I know exactly where you are.
Sending the bleeding best they can, but Helm's not able to trade himself out. Just gets eliminated by Eric Appleson. Down to 6 health.
Spike planted.
Good effort from Helms, but not enough to get the kill here. Still charging forward. Run it back onto the site. Nice work from Jim Jones fan to at least make it a little bit easier. Still cleaning this out, but he's not able to pin down Jivey. He finds him, brings him down to 9 health. That's a very easy kill to clean up, and Jim Jones fan will be able to do so. 1 versus 2 now.
One enemy remaining.
Big doing what he can. Will eliminate Jim Jones fan. 1 versus 1. Recon dart available here. Sticking this is difficult. Ooh, 3 health and Big. Look, man, the one defuse happened past a smoke earlier, and he ain't letting any more of those go. 7 to squat.
This is what a Premier team looks like whenever they show a team the respect that they deserve, when they're playing with discipline, when they're playing with aggression, but they're communicating, they're not just blindly running in, when they're showing the respect that the other team deserves. They run as a very well-oiled machine. We've seen Texas A&M have some incredible blowouts against other teams, and now they are just getting absolutely dominated by Premier. They have to make something happen quickly, but UH Premier is going to bum rush A site right now. Helms is going to get caught, has all the utility out. It doesn't matter as Jivey moves in, clearing everything out. Helms moves over. Oh, they don't realize that Helms moved over in the side. Going to stay alive and give Tamu a little bit of a time to rotate over and try to stop the spike from being planted, but UH Premier moving quickly and has all of the momentum right now.
Koi knows, too. Koi knows that they haven't cleared sewers. That they didn't find anyone on site. There was Killjoy utilities, but Helms has to be sitting around. Aggro charging on out with the Judge. Good for one, but nothing beyond that. Couple low players here for UH Premier. Not an impossible round for Tamu, but not one I give them good odds for, Josh. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, and that's the cleanup. Still a completely lopsided scoreline.
I mean, Jivey is just on an absolute tear right now. Jivey just peeks heaven and says, somebody might be up there. Let's right click that. Bam, headshot done. Jivey and Akula are just so on point, but it's not even the two of them. Like you said, Koi knew we didn't clear out. I'm going to check this angle. We know somebody, at the very least, somebody might try to flank through here. So I'm going to go ahead and watch it, but I have a feeling Helms is here. Holds the angle. Helms peeks down. Eric Appelson's moving with his team, getting the spike down every time, realizing that his team is supporting him. They're doing such a good job of moving together and communicating right now. Oh.
Aggro, again, attempting to go for an early cheeky play on that C long position, making it bloody for UH Premier. Get some nice damage, to be sure. The damage isn't enough to actually save off a C push, especially with the Hunter's Fury supporting. Once again, that's the same angle, same execute that UH Premier showed earlier when they had that ultimate up. Ivy does get found here. Hunter's Fury countering back. Only not able to swing off that flashbang, though. Just gonna try and kick them out. Ooh, gotta be careful of that spam. Oh, that's gonna reveal him. Oh, they couldn't quite find the shots, but Jim Jones fan will come around and clean that up. Dill, good for another. Finally, things looking up for UH Premier. No shock darts remaining. Just gonna have to go for the hard spam here. Eric Appleton, good on that first one, though. Finally, this has been half stuck, but the smoke will expire, and now it's a 1v2. Jim Jones fan has to bait them out into the open. He needs headshots, and he can't find them. Fig's the only one. Clicking heads today. Another close call for Tamu, but close doesn't get him around.
UH Premier has been so good all day on those long C plants. If they can get that in, if they can get that planted and get in position, it doesn't matter if it's a 4v2 or a 3v2, doesn't matter. UH Premier is going to make that happen because they do such a great job of closing off long C. So you have to hope that they miss their shots on the person trying to defuse the spike. They haven't been. They've been nailing them every single time. UH Premier is just looks like one of the most unstoppable performances that we've seen in CF1 so far.
Aggro with Judge Gambit there. Only good for the one. Nice swing there from Jim Jones fan, but he can't quite clean up Koi. Oh no. That was critical. Damn, you needed that one, and now UH Premier, they're feeling it. They're charging forward. Koi ain't worried about squad, dude. Almost the ace. Still just on 61 health. Akula steals it away from Koi, but I mean, at this point, it's just padding the stats. 10-0.
Akula owes Koi some kind of dinner or a lunch. At the very least, a lunch. If you steal the ace, you're buying lunch the next day. I don't care what it is. And you know what? If he's buying lunch for Koi, this is what you need to do. You need to pick the nicest steak restaurant, the nicest steakhouse in Houston, and force him to buy you lunch there. Make him buy you a nice ribeye. Really rack up the price on him because nobody steals an ace and gets away with it like that. But Koi has been unstoppable. He's been so good for UH Premier all night long, but this is where you see UH Premier just knows what Texas A&M is going to do. Round in and round out, they know them so well.
Interesting that we have a tactical pause coming out from University of Houston, apparently.
That's because Koi's yelling at Akula right now.
just had to have that quick tack pause. Hey, we need to strategize on how you don't steal my ace next time. I mean, not much adjustment and strategy needed here for Houston overall, though. Already leaning towards the C site. Owl drone going forward. Aggro has been found out. Have the blade storm available. Oh, I think he was just barely spotted. I think his elbow got seen going into that cloud burst there. And Fig with the perfect discipline spam. Kula is going to get caught. Didn't expect Dill to be hanging around A so long, so that is one gun available. Run it back in Dill's hands. You're not going for a save at this point. You've got to try and commit. Dill is going to be the tip of the spear. Oh, a little bit off there for Ed. That would have been a great pincer, but now you just have to rush headlong onto the site. Still good on another, and the run it back not even necessary yet. He hasn't used it at all. Recon dart pulls attention long enough for Dill to swing out for a third. Low on health, but things looking finally doable. Boy, the only one remaining. The run it back finally going to be invested just to get the defuse going, and it doesn't cost him his life. It's half stuck, and Dill will be able to finish this one off. Finally, in the 11th round, the 11th hour, Tamu put one on the board.
Last round.
I mean, you know, I hate saying when something's over because you never know what's going to happen. But I would say this map is as close to over as we could be. They're teetering on the edge of over. Right now, they fell off of the edge of over, and they've got 3 fingers hanging on to it right now, trying to pull themselves back up. This is a real Sylvester Stallone and cliffhanger moment for Texas A&M right now. And I just aged myself with that reference.
I think the critical difference, though, is that I don't think Tamu are getting back up from this one.
No, I don't think they are either.
I don't know if they have the same sort of plot armor that Stallone has going for him. Once again, Hunter's Fury up. C-Take is in the cards. And there's nothing Tamu can do to stop him. Oh, come on.
I mean, you see the running gun by you.
Okay. Still down to 10 health now. No run it back to heal him up this time around. And that curveball just a little bit late, but I mean, he survives. He's gonna get pushed now. UH Premier, they're feeling it, dude. And Dill good for a third, but that ain't enough.
No, and it just looks like UH Premier is just having a lot of fun. They understand that they have a huge advantage over Texas A&M on this map. I mean, you talked about it before. The last time these two teams saw each other, it was a blowout on Haven because Tamu just can't adjust to UH Premier's aggression on this map. And every single time we've seen a couple of A pushes that have worked out, but every single time we see them take that C long and Texas A&M's just not ready for it because every single time they're taking we talked about this earlier, every single time they're taking aggro out of the story. As soon as aggro gets taken out, you see UH Premier kick it into high gear and go 100 miles per hour because they know that they can make these plays. And Texas A&M they took a round early, but at this point, I think it's just time to let the map go, recalibrate, and move on to Icebox and see what you can do in map 2.
Well, Tamu, they're not going to let this fall by the wayside. They're going to try their hardest here. They send it up C and trade 1 for 1. They'll get their spike plant. No doubts about it. 4 versus 4 here spike on the retake now. No garage control for Tamu. Already lost Jim Jones fan. It feels like a matter of time before UH Premier make this happen. Flash coming out, barely tags aggro, but that is enough. Helms falls, Ed all alone, didn't have the bullets to make it work. Boy with yet another 4K. he's like, no, if you're gonna take my ace again, Akula, I'm getting the defuse, okay?
Yeah, that is 100% Koi paying back Akula for stealing the ace. I still say he owes him lunch, but maybe not a steak lunch now. Maybe now it's more something like some Korean barbecue or something.
Oh man, I missed KBBQ.
Oh, it's so good. I took my wife for the first time, and she was very iffy on it at first. She loved it, but you know what? Like, I would go to KBB any single time. And so you know what? If it gets me food, I'll let someone steal an ace in Valorant. Maybe that was Koi's play the entire time.
Yeah. All right. Well, Tamu, I have no idea what the play is here for them now. I mean, they're gonna force up best they can. Probably the last round of the map. Sprinting on past, Judge swings out, not quite able to find anything, so not a bad start for Tamu, but quite a hill to climb. Even picks like that onto Akula, even if they got out of this one flawlessly, Josh, it just, I mean, we say like high hills to climb a lot here in CF1 because we get games like this not infrequently. but it feels like you have to like rocket yourself into outer space with only a Volt, like an old Volkswagen, right? Like an old car, like a 1980s car that hasn't been taken care of at all. You have only that to get you into space. That's what this game feels like.
Well, you know, we have seen this a lot in CF1, right? We see this in collegiate in general a lot because there can be such a disparity between teams sometimes. But I will say that if any team's going to be able to do it, it's going to be a team like Texas A&M. Now that we're sitting here in the Central Finals, this isn't just a hill. This is a mountain. This is just a start face mountain that you've got to climb, and it's 100 feet tall. But if any team can do it, it is Texas A&M as they try to push through right now. Dill taking down Coy, but Eric Appleson getting the switch on aggro. Only 30 HP there to go with Eric Appleson. A&M trying to move in right there. Dill gets the pick on Eric Appleson, and they're going to be able to get the spike down as Akula tries to contest but won't be able to.
I mean, to give SAMU good odds in this round, the problem is after this round, oh no. No way, right? There's no way. There's no way. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. There was like one path I was seeing in the matrix of possibilities where UH Premier ended it there, but no. Now we get to the problem I was about to discuss, which is UH Premier get guns now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really get a chance to bonus round because you can't afford to lose. So Tam, you have to buy up. They'll have to invest ults. They have to get away from this one clean and maybe look to build an economy. Maybe get that 11 rounds in a row, but that is far off in the future.
Well, and you saw Aggro just now was going to go with a Phantom and light shields, but decides to switch to Spectre and full shields because he's going to go with a Blaze Storm right here. But it's an aggressive push by Texas A&M early on, but doesn't get it because the TP goes ahead and takes down Eric Appleson anyway before going down to Coy. This is a tough spot for Texas A&M.
Great paranoia though. That catches everybody. Ed able to swing out and get one. The Cypher is trapped on site, and Jim Jones fans supporting. Means that now, Tim, you have a player advantage. They don't have much control, though. They're all on site. They're all on top of each other right now. And they have no idea where this last player is. Jivey coming around. Nobody's looking for him. Okay, Ed will just barely swing over and check that long position at the right time. And they know where Coy is, too, especially now that he's destroyed the recon dart. Ed didn't have much health. That was an ambitious swing at best. Oh, no, and that flash actually catch Dill. No, Dill able to lock it down. Tamu hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but I mean, come on, man. They still gotta get 8 more rounds in a row.
Yeah, and Dill has really kind of stepped up for Texas A&M. They needed somebody to step up with aggro, just playing a little bit below what we've seen him play before. So Dill, the last 3 rounds has been big for them. And you know what? I would have preferred if I'm Texas A&M, I would have preferred getting comfortable, just letting it go, trying to discuss what happened, communicate with each other, move on to map 2. But I don't mind them continuing to push the issue here in this first map. Continue to get the feel for the shots. Start figuring out, what are we doing wrong? Get some flicks and get some momentum going into map 2. But Eric Appleson just takes out aggro early again. Aggro going down early in every single round, and now UH Premier is starting to roll.
And Akula's already here. Akula brings it across the map to make this happen. Jim Jones stand completely alone and up in the air, floating down, descending from heaven. Akula, like a wrathful angel, will land on top of Tamu and do honestly what was pretty expected. I was always pretty confident that UH Premier was going to win Haven. I didn't think it'd be another 13-4. But, it turns out a month doesn't change that much when it comes to Haven between these two teams. It's a lot of the same issues, too, which is the interesting part for Haven specifically. And this isn't something that transfers over to other maps from at least what I've seen in this rivalry between Houston and TAMU. So while this map was not close, folks, TAMU did not hang on whatsoever. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
It's probably not going to be an accurate representation of how the series is about to flush out. We're going to go over to Icebox now. That's one of TAMU's best maps. I would say their best map. They're one of the best collegiate teams on Icebox, bar pretty much almost none, thinking off the top of my head. I haven't ranked them or anything, but when I think of collegiate teams that are comfortable on Icebox, I think TAMU. I don't think I've ever seen University of Houston play this. So this series isn't over.
No, not at all. And the benefit of becoming so efficient on Icebox is the fact that, for the most part, a lot of teams still they haven't really figured it out fully. So if you're one of the teams that has figured it out, you have been successful on it, you have been efficient on it, it's such a benefit to you. It's a nice little advantage. And right now, Texas A&M needs every advantage that they can get. But you're 100% correct. Like this isn't even close to being over. We've seen U of H be dominant over Texas A&M on Haven before, but it's never like that every single map. And so I still think we're going the distance. I still think Texas A&M has a ton left in the tank, but I will say the Jivey floating kill to end map 1 couldn't have put to say what you said earlier, put a bow around map 1 any better than what it did. UH Premier is just rolling right now, and they look so dominant. So Texas A&M is going to have to use this advantage of being an Icebox type of team and force UH Premier into some really uncomfortable situations on this map. And then if they can take map 2, then we go into map 3, and it's anybody's game at that point. So this is definitely far from over.
And speaking logistically for a moment, I think Icebox is going to lend itself better into the style we're already seeing TAMU want to play, right? To stop those hard-hitting executes. You saw aggro in a lot of cheeky little off angles, places that players aren't necessarily going to check. On Haven, there aren't that many of them, and they're not that difficult to clear, right? But on Icebox, good luck clearing all the different weird angles aggro is going to come at you from, even on potential lurks or aggressive pushes when they're defending, right? So I think Icebox is going to lend itself into that style a lot better. We'll have to see if that rings true, though. Haven was a clobbering of TAMU. They're going to need to stabilize sufficiently on map number 2 if they want to take that first seed heading into the interregional finals. We'll have Icebox coming at you in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the Central Region Finals here at Conference 1 Valorant for our Spring 2021 season. If you're just joining us, you've missed quite a bit today. But, silver lining, you haven't missed much in this finals. Haven was pretty quick. 13-4, kind of expected. That's the scoreline that University of Houston have put up against Texas A&M University before on Haven. I think the last time they played Haven, at least the last time I know of. But now we move on to Icebox, which is Texas A&M's map pick. This is where they're going to be far more comfortable and hopefully more competitive.
Yeah, you hope so, but there's a part of, I have a gut feeling that at this point, UH Premier has so much momentum after that, and they're so warmed up that after taking down Western U the way they did, immediately hopping into Haven and just rolling through that map. They've got ice in their veins right now. Every single one of them is on fire. Jivy's ready to go, Koi's ready to go, and they're making plays all over the place. And so, yes, Texas A&M is more comfortable on Icebox, but at the same time, when you lose 13-4 like that, that takes a lot out of you mentally. You have to be so mentally tough to just push through that and say, whatever, it's one map, let's do it. UH Premier can take advantage of everything they want, and it looks like they might be trying to play a Viper on here. Yep, as Jivy locks into Viper, UH Premier is going to play a Viper right here, and there's been some really interesting sets with Viper on Icebox lately in a lot of different play and a lot of different levels. So this is going to be interesting to see what UH Premier can do with this, but Texas A&M feels comfortable. UH Premier has the momentum. We're going to see what happens with them very, very quickly.
Josh, you know me. I'm always one who enjoys excellent Viper play.
We love the Viper play.
I'm personally of the opinion, I love the Viper play. I'm of the opinion that even before the absurd buffs that Viper got hit with, that she was underutilized, especially on maps like Icebox. Now she's just a monster. There are always two things I look for, right? Do you have a diverse playbook of strategies with the Viper, and does your whole team play around the Viper, pivot around the Viper? Do you have set strategies that your team is comfortable with and they know how to execute? So I'm watching for those two things from University of Houston. They certainly played against a Viper pretty well today when they played up against Western U on Bind. Now they have to use her themselves. We'll see how that one goes. Keep in mind, though, this is TAMU's map pick. This is a map. TAMU are one of the few teams in Collegiate Valorant who will actively opt into Icebox as their map pick consistently, right? It's not just like, oh, we're okay with playing it if it comes to like a map 3 or something. No, they want to go here all the time. So there is no doubt that while map 1 was an absolute clobbering, TAMU have a solid chance here as we head into Icebox. We already have a tactical pause from University of Houston. They've been giving us some interesting tac pauses today in this finals, Josh.
Yeah, the tac pause in Haven seemed more like a little bit of fun than it was anything. This tac pause, I'm wondering if maybe they weren't quite set on what team comp they wanted to go with, and so they're not exactly sure what they want to do or how they want to do it. So this is a bit of an early one.
And come to think of it, I mean, look at their composition. That is a very defensive composition, right? I mean, you got Viper, Killjoy, and the Sage. They're starting off on the defense, so, they are certainly not hurting by any means. Oh, Akula apparently wasn't there yet. So now he's back. University of Houston used their tac pause to make sure he's there, and I mean, he starts off with a pick, so hard to complain about that one. Damn you, their mid gambit does not go the way they want.
Akula comes back, not there, comes back immediately, gets that kill. That's the perfect tac pause. Oh, Helms takes down Akula, almost goes down at 30. Well, getting healed up right now, but no, on really, really low HP there for a second.
Things are starting to get a little bit tricky here for UH Premier. Koi is looking to play close contact. That's the spike out in the open. Okay, Dill will get away. They're just out of there, man. They're going to get hurt, though. Ivy coming around. How dangerous can he make this push through mid? He's taking a tighter angle, letting his stage get that contact, and then cleaning it up. Koi's good for one as well. Damn you, they lost quite a bit of their forces trying to head back over to A, and that bought time too. UH Premier, they've beaten them here.
Enemy down.
Big not ready for Dill to be in place, but Eric Appleton turns the corner and gets him. The spike is down, and now Ed has to make something happen with 1 HP. It's a 1v3 with 1 HP. Oh,
yeah,
cannot get it done. Yeah, look, UH Premier played that very, very well. As soon as they knew the rotation was coming around for Texas A&M, they split. They split, 2 went mid, 2 went ahead and rotated over towards A. And it worked out perfectly for them. And the way that Jivey and Koi are playing right now, I would not want to meet them head on in mid while I'm just trying to pass by to rotate over to the other bomb site, or to the other spike site. That is not a spot that I want to be in. And Jivey and Koi played that absolutely perfectly for UH Premier.
Shadows traveling.
MU once again trying to force their way up the middle of the map. It's not mid to B, though. I like this so much better. I always hate when teams try and go mid to B. It's so difficult to get actual control. Jivey spotted by the recon dart, but no, the swing out doesn't get him. Eventually, he will go down, and actually, Fig hitting the floor, too. Boy is around here. Doesn't expect one behind him, but sneaks onto the site and puts the spike on the floor. And Jim Jones fan not able to do much from that position. A valiant effort from TAMU, but not one that flips the second round on its head. They'll move into a gun round now against a decent bonus from Premier.
Yeah, and look, it's still early in this map, but this is exactly what I was afraid of for Texas A&M. UH Premier, again, they're ready for everything. Texas A&M's moving fast. They're trying to move up mid, but UH Premier ready for every single move that they're making. They're countering it. They're hitting their shots. They're just on fire right now, and take those two rounds pretty handily, to be honest. And now let's see what Texas A&M can do with these guns, but they've got to take this round and only be down by 1. If UH can put a little bit of a test and contest this a little bit, that's a problem for Texas A&M.
Oh,
As
no.
Fig takes down Ed right there with the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, the body shot to tee him up, too. Even if Akula goes down here, they're so low. Eric Appleton good for 1, and Jim Jones fan is not looking good. Right? Oh, yeah, classic. At that range is very easy to get that kill. I grow worried that Akula is up somewhere. Marshall in hand, just a body shot necessary. Aggro will hit that body first, though. Doesn't have much health. TAMU, are they going to lose yet another pivotal gun round here? The dash. Oh, Jivey knows. Jivey knows exactly where he is. Premier off to yet another 3-0 lead.
And that is not where you wanted to be if you're Texas A&M. Now, this is definitely 1 round. It goes to UH Premier unless TAMU can perform some kind of magic, some kind of miracle right here and get a thrifty. UH Premier is going to take this 4th round, possibly maybe even a 5th round, and the economy is just looking suspect for Texas A&M yet again going into this 4th round.
Oh, revealed too. At least 1 player there. That recon dart lets Fig actually get that orb without too much of an issue. Good luck running through this Viper wall. Texas A&M. Bit of damage there too. Onto the Omen. Now we're not off to a good start. Dill will at least trade that one out. Not all is lost here for TAMU. They've got that turret on the flank too, so they're confident that no one is readily behind them, so they can look to leave. Dill hanging around, seeing if he can catch anyone on a timing. Another pick here for Dill with massive effect. Difficult to pull off. TAMU have cut noise. UH Premier is starting to believe, hey, maybe they're moving around. Oh, that's rough.
Jivey just sitting and waiting. Leaving 1 behind me. This is what UH Premier is doing. They start rotating over towards B, like, hey, maybe they've moved off, but Jivey's like, nah, I'm on fire right now. Don't worry, I'm going to stay here just in case this is a fake and they try to move A, and now you see them rotating back. They've got one. They've got one on B. They've got one watching mid, and now you see the rotation back, and all you need is Koi and Jivey on A to stop this push. A 2v3 with those two is good. Except Jim Jones fan takes down Jivey. Koi taking down Helms and Dill. And now it's Jim Jones fan all by himself, but Akula is going to finish him off, and UH Premier is going to take the 4th round. It looked like for a second Texas A&M had a chance, but again, it's Koi and Jivey every single time. Koi just getting those picks that UH Premier needed, and Jim Jones gets the kill there, but Koi finishing it off and getting 2 huge kills for U of H. Texas A&M, now they're going into a gun round. They need to take this. If they don't take this, we may be looking at another 7-0.
Oh boy, don't do that to me. Don't tee that. Don't speak that into existence, Josh.
I'm just looking at all the facts. It's all I can do, Paulsable.
Oh boy. Aldrone here is gonna spot Akula. Flush him out too. Good tag there.
Yikes.
Oh, aggro catches him on the back end too. Nice little lurk through mid. This is what we wanted to see from Tamio. These cheeky angles from aggro. He's very good at finding timings. Just give him a little bit of space, a little bit of information. Coming around, knows that Jivey likes to play that angle too. Already good for 2. Tamu stabilizing a bit. Aggro will overstay his welcome. In the defender spawn though. 4 versus 3. Okay, Shotguard. Second one. Ooh, does actually tag a bit of damage there. Dill's gonna have to use that heal on himself now.
Right here.
Good rotation by UH Premier. They're strong on these retakes, and Fig is getting himself in a good position. But Ed, Ed, I thought Eric Appleson takes down Ed. I thought Fig was going to drop down and immediately look behind him, but just had no idea Ed was below him.
All right, the lockdown is going to be used here, so Premier, they're just going to get the heck out of dodge. They're not going to bother with it. There really isn't enough time for them to try and double back, so they'll save what 2 guns they have. Tamu will put a round on the board far earlier than they did on Haven. It cost them a lockdown, but only 2 guns, lockdown, round 5, that's perfectly fine on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's we either use the lockdown now or we're gonna have a much larger hill to climb. You'd be looking at probably 6-0 unless you get lucky and get that thrifty. Yeah, you're looking at 6-0 if you don't use the lockdown. So yeah, I'd much rather be down by 3 rounds. I can buy. We don't have the lockdown, but it's okay. Now you have aggro hitting some shots, which is exactly what you want. You have Dill making some plays. Now you feel a lot better about where you're at if you're Texas A&M, but still Koi, Jivey, UH Premier on fire. They lose 1 round, but now this is going to be a big gun round between these 2 teams.
Ooh, Akula is spotted though. Right here. Nice tricky play there to try and use the updraft before the zone or the walls go down, right? So they don't hear the updraft of you going up top, but ultimately the Aldrone will still spot him. Doesn't force him off though. Didn't get the tag. Akula's still hanging around. He's just, bro, he's playing parkour right now, dude.
He's like Dwight and Michael from The Office doing parkour.
Yeah, exactly,
parkour.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A nice little rotation over towards A, though.
Angle on that turret, though. That gets such early contact. Not much Eric Appleson could do about it all alone. Nanostorm preventing the plant. Nice swing. Trade himself 1 for 1. I'm just Fury maybe a little bit early there, and with the resurrection coming on out, Tam, you are feeling just fine and dandy. 5 versus 4 here. Oh, nobody saw that, Fig. Don't worry about it. Look, you've hit nasty shock darts all day. We'll give you that one, especially when you do that. That's just a rude flick he hits there. Now using the Aldrone too. Oh, cool. Couldn't quite find him. Hopping around, and aggro's ready for the swing. Bladestorm ain't getting squat this time. Jivey has to push forward now. Has to take the fight to Tamu and does so beautifully, but not well enough. Oh, wait, no, well enough. That was the team.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
and
no,
Koi takes aggro down at the end. I can't believe UH got that diffuse. Just it looked like they had no chance. Tamu in great spots. It didn't look, but Koi coming up clutch again and getting the final pick at the end. Koi right here gonna go ahead and drop aggro. Look, they already take the round. That's insult to injury. Aggro did not need to lose a gun right there. Now we're looking at aggro with classic and full shields. That's all that we've got right now. That hurts. That hurts if you're Texas A&M.
I was Employee of the Month. me. Oh, aggro. I can't say that's the flick of the month. I'm gonna be honest. Blade Storm's already off the table. Poor guy. Oh, okay, nice catch there from Jim Jones fan. Still a winnable round here for Tamu. Ice gonna get planted. That lockdown's hard to deal with, though. I mean, look how forward right now Jim Jones fan is. Can't just. I mean, he's gonna try and use the Hunter's Fury. In a little bit of a vulnerable spot, but will destroy that lockdown. Hanging on out. Nice contest there, and Dill on the close angle. Good to trade and pull the attention of other members. Koi still hanging around. It's 1v2 now. Make it 1v1. Helm's the only one left standing. I like this reposition from him going up top. Gonna have a nice angle there, and there's nothing Jivey can do. Resurrected into a second demise as Tamu get a second round.
A great play by Helms. You know, we've seen Helms kind of step it up for Texas A&M throughout the entire day. Helms is such a great killjoy player for Texas A&M. You don't always see that show up on the scoreboard, but there's always doing such a great job of shutting down and just locking down one side of the map, being there and making the plays whenever they need info, whenever they need somebody there to say, hey, we need you to rotate. But Helms doesn't always show up on the scoreboard. Now it's starting to show up on the scoreboard. Really good reposition to get those drops.
And finally, Premier have run out of money, right? They're down to a light buy here. Mostly sheriffs with a couple of auxiliary weapons, although, oh no. Okay, 3 versus 3. A couple guns recovered, though, so suddenly this light buy is scarier than one might think. Eric Appleton does get his position revealed. Actually, that flank got disposed of. Good work there from Helm.
Aggro is in a spot right now. Big has no idea Aggro's there. Oh, not quite. Peek. Didn't peek just soon enough. Just a little bit off.
That's done.
Last player.
And I mean, what are you ever going to do there if you're UH Premier with 2 players? How do you flush aggro out without losing someone? You can't. Eric Appleton's already gone. Big trying to get those cheeky shock darts around the corner. Oh. And even though he dodges the paranoia, Helms will take his head off.
Yeah, and Texas A&M is feeling pretty good about themselves right now to be able to take these last few rounds. UH Premier on a nice roll, but again, Icebox, it's tough. It's tough being the attackers on Icebox. I will say UH Premier, once they move to the attacking side, they have the benefit of having the Viper. If they can get the spike down, being as defensive as they are, retakes are going to be very tough for Texas A&M. But now you're attacking first. You're only down by 2 rounds. Texas A&M starting to feel themselves just a little bit.
Still want to see more confidence from Tamu, though. And I want to see him survive this, too, if they're going to be competitive. But Ed trapped against the wall. Not a whole lot he can do there. At least resurrection is available for him, but that's an early res into the round. Tamu forcing the issue. Headlong onto A, but there are so many players already here. That being said, not as many players now. Just Eric Appleton to actually hold on to A. While Jivey comes to reinforce, but Eric Appleton's good for those, man. 3 in the round. He ain't sweating even a bit.
Yeah, and Helm's, again, doing a good job of really putting the pressure on UH Premier, but Eric Appleton put himself in a really good position, was playing that slow, probably could have peaked Helms a little bit sooner on that right side, but decided to stay over to the left, knowing that Helms wasn't going to be able to peek around when Jivey was still out there somewhere. So really good job slow playing that and being disciplined by Eric Appleton, waiting for Helms to kind of poke his way into his sight.
Light by here for Tamu now, I believe. We gotta be a little bit careful. We get swung on by a couple players. Nice dash out of dodge. Gonna reposition and try and find the timing. Easy pick there onto Ed in the smoke. Actually makes it so that there's not much damage you can really do. Deal with an actual rifle, one of the few that Tamu had available. Able to get at least one, but a Viper's Pit dance around here for Jim Jones, man, while Dill is enclosed on and not much firepower available either. 7 now. Premier undoubtedly coming out of this half with a lead.
Yeah, one of the things that I really love that UH is doing right now is with Jivey and Eric Appleson right now. They keep flip-flopping them at the perfect times between A and B. So they're in one round, you'll see Eric Appleson get all that Killjoy utility down and completely lock down A, and then they can overload B. And then they're switching, they'll do that for about 2 rounds, then they'll switch and they'll put Eric Appleson over on B, and they'll do that for 2 rounds. But they're mixing it up in perfect enough intervals that Texas A&M just doesn't know what's going to be where each time as Fig takes down aggro right at the beginning of this round. Not what Texas A&M wanted right now.
It only gets worse from there. Akula picking up the last orb courtesy of the brain of Jim Jones fan. Of course, that Blade Storm ain't going to do much. Fig, I don't know about that one, buddy. Y'all are doing good, but was maybe a bit ambitious trying to Mission Impossible over to get that kill. Ed ain't gonna let that one happen.
That's one of those plays that we've seen from UH Premier tonight where it's just kind of questionable, and you can't do that against a team like Texas A&M. Maybe if you'd been an Icebox against Western U, maybe you can make that play, but against Texas A&M, they're going to make you pay for something like that.
I mean, it's still pretty difficult right now for TAMU, though, right? 3 versus 3. You're either trying to get through the Viper wall or the Killjoy utility. Oh, a res actually on Akula. Never mind.
Dill is just ready and waiting for that.
No, we got rid of him already. We don't want to deal with that.
Helm's doing a good job of scouting out B to see what's there. So now we're seeing the rotation overhead's going to go ahead and from the shadows over towards B, so they can try to plant spike there. But Eric Appelson's already there. We're going to see the rotation. Ooh. The Killjoy ultimate is gonna go out.
Oh, the wall actually I think prevents that nanostorm from landing where it wanted to. Now we get the Venn diagram here. There's a little bit of area in the middle where neither team is gonna feel very comfortable. Boy, buddy, that one's ambitious, dude. Even for you, I don't know about that one. Now 3v2, so far back UH Premier. Ivy finds a nice timing though. Dill swings out. Have to debate how to play this one. You know the 2 players are both in long. Paranoia makes it difficult, though. Eric Appleson not good for both. Only one. And TAMU, the lone survivor, Ed, will put a 4th round on the board.
I'm wondering if Koi thought that the lockdown was just a little bit farther than it was. I don't know if Koi realized that the wall of the lockdown was right there. That's more than an ambitious defuse. That's rough.
I think what Koi was going for there was to try and half-stick it before he got detained.
Maybe.
Probably hoping that TAMU weren't going to swing out to actually stop that and just maybe find the timing there. I don't know, though. I still feel like you could have probably just gotten out of danger and gone for the 3v4. That being said... Divey, you can't do that to him. That can't be allowed. Oh boy, now the Hunter's Fury too. That's a tag that's cleaned on up. Big.
You will not kill my allies.
This is just rude. I mean, Rez comes out, but even then, it's 3v5. Way narrowly avoiding stuff there. Akula. Oh, no way. No way. Oh, poor Helms, man.
Last player standing.
And there's just nothing to do. 1 shot. 2 shots. Yep. Okay. No 3. If you got 3 is the minimum there to give me hope, Jim Jones fan. But you did your best. 8-4 is how we leave the first half of Icebox.
I mean, they just played that perfectly. Just Jivey in the right spot, and then for Akula to be that aggressive, to pinch and take down Helms, just incredible play by UH Premier. It really seems like UH Premier is... They kind of figured out what TAMU does on Icebox now, but Jivey in the right spot to get both of these kills right here. Absolutely perfectly played. And then Akula on the other side just saying, nope, we're going to pinch you right in the middle. We're going to hit you from both sides and you're not going to be able to escape us. Perfectly played by UH Premier in that round.
It is worth noting, though, as we said at the top of this map, UH Premier's composition gets more difficult to execute on the attacking side. Not impossible by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly not easy. Oh, they're running into a nasty crossfire here. Right-clicked at close range. Helm's just dancing around him.
Wow.
Oh, you can't put bullets in that man. And Big, he was going for that B-long control. It was suddenly like, guys, what happened? Where'd you all go? Just left alone. Tamu looking good to get a pistol that honestly they really needed with the scoreline how it is.
Yeah, they needed to take that one, and man, I get that what they were trying to do, but if you're gonna wall up mid right there and then try to have a rush attack to B from mid, you have to be ready to turn that corner and expect somebody to be waiting for you. But Helen's, like you said, just shimmying around and dodging every single shot, like Jim Carrey in The Mask whenever they were shooting with the Tommy guns. He's just dodging every single shot that they had, and incredible job by Tamu to really kind of sniff that play out and realize walls down. We're just gonna attack here, and they just funneled him through there.
Tamu get their anti-eco now. UH Premier just sending it onto A. Not waiting for anything. I mean, you do have to be pretty careful. Aggro down to 2 HP. Does pick up the healing with a ghost at range. Ed can make that one happen. Ed not quite trading out for that second before he falls, but quite a bit of damage as well. One gun was presumably recovered from that, but now, never mind. Aggro gets rid of anything that would have been picked up by Premier. Spike has not been planted, which makes this round impossible for Jivey. I mean, it would have been impossible even if it had been planted there, but either way.
As good as Jivey's been, I mean, that was just tough. They get down on A, they have a good spot, but then all of Tamu just drops down on top of them. But now this is where we're going to see UH Premier. It's a little bit. They're going to go with a buy as much as they can, but Tamu, with the way that they're playing right now on defense, UH Premier is going to have to walk into them. I don't even know that they have much of a gun advantage because of the way that they're playing their sets with Viper, everything's pretty much coming down to pretty close range, so the Spectres aren't going to be as much of a disadvantage for Tamu as they might expect.
Aggro is going to have to fall off of pipes, though. He was spotted by that recon dart. And now an Owl Drone, too. Get a lot of early information. Tricky little one-way, though. I don't think Koi was expecting that. Ed gets a nasty chunk of damage and then throws out a paranoia to keep him off, but Akula spraying blind! Able to take his head off!
Last player standing.
Aggro not finding what he needs on that swing either, and just an Ares, just Helms, all alone. It's good for one, but, I mean, anything beyond that is very difficult.
I mean, UH Premier has just been so on point whenever they get real guns in their hands. You know, in these pistol rounds, in these bonus rounds, you know, with the Spectres, they're about maybe a little bit better than 50-50, but as soon as they get guns in their hands, Eric Appleson takes down Helens right there to take the round. Now UH Premier up 9-6. Every time they get into these gun rounds, they're just on fire tonight, and there's nothing that Tamu could do about it. Now we're going to see the first full gun round, as since the half switch, the op is going to be on aggro, but you know, I with the way UH Premier is hitting their shots tonight, I don't even know that that's much of an advantage. And you see Ed right now opting for the Bucky and full shields. Well, maybe not the Bucky, trying to figure out exactly what Ed's going to do with the guns, but UH Premier is they're in a good spot right now.
Aggro going to take up this position. Hot, nice first shot. That definitely puts a hamper on the plans of Premier. He really wanted to use that Viper wall to try and deny things. Lucky ain't going to get much for Ted, I'm going to be honest. And now you got to be a little bit careful. Aggro, you don't have the info to hold that position anymore, so he has to fall all the way back. Jim Jones fan good to catch a Kula, though. Spike will get planted here, make no mistake, but Tamu would not have a bad spot. 4v3. Lockdown is available, and they don't have much to deal with that. But a flank coming around. How much can Helms actually accomplish on this flank? Do they expect him back here? Yes. Eric Appleson, rather, sees him. 3 players all moving over to hunt him down, but he lines up 2 of them. Now Koi is left alone, forced to use the heal. I mean, Aggro can just stick that. Jim Jones fan. Good on the cover there. Oh, not good enough, though. He's going to try and fully stick it. What's the timing like? What's the timing like? He gets it done and keeps the op and everything. Tamu holding on by the skin of their teeth, but that's what they needed.
Yeah, just slightly off. I mean, it comes down to the wire, but they needed to stop UH from being able to continue to build their economy. They had to stop them. And look, they sniffed out the Helms flank, but just a little bit too late, and gave Helms the opportunity to really set up. Eric Appleson saw him, couldn't quite flick to him in time. That was just literally a hair too late to catch that flank. If they had been there a little bit sooner, they would have been able to stop Helms. Then all of a sudden, UH Premier has the advantage. That's how close each of these rounds has been with these teams. You know, we saw UH Premier roll, but oh my gosh, Aggro taking down Koi early on with the op, and the op comes out strong as Fig drops Ed yet again with the Hunter's Fury, and Akula is only at 3 HP.
That was nearly a collat. Aggro nearly got both those players with that op. Now you can see he's ready. Either up or down. Stops him down. Finishes what he started. As Akula hits the floor. 4v3 now. I mean, tenuously, Premier have made it onto the site. But a Hunter's Fury is going to flush them off that spike plant sooner rather than later. Eric Appleson got to be careful, too. Eventually able to make it happen. Alarm bot does give away the position of Aggro. Goes out before his team is ready. Now a lockdown is available. 2v3. This gets difficult. Oh, my word. And look, coming all the way around on the flank. This is so beautifully done. Helm's clearing that out. You've just got to try and go for the stick. Snake bite at the ready here. Dive, you got to hit this lineup perfect, bud. To keep him off. There's no way you expect this. There's no way you expect Fig to be there. Already finding that one, and Helm's just with a judge in hand. Not much you can really hope to accomplish here. 4 in the round for Fig. And now 10 on the board for Premier.
I mean, this is starting to get in some dangerous territory for Tamu right now. You know, they looks like they're going to go with another eco. It's tough to try to decide to save right here. You know, we see the sheriffs coming out. We're going to see a judge come out, but it's tough to want to save. You're only down 3 rounds, but UH Premier is only 3 rounds away from taking this and taking the finals right now. And Jivey and Koi have half shields, so that makes it a little bit easier. But these full gun buys by UH Premier is making this tough on Tamu. It looks like they're going to go ahead and essentially, hopefully they can pull out a thrifty, but they're going to give this round to UH Premier and be down 11-7. It looks like.
I thought that Gambit over Twitter A was going to get more aggressive than it did. I'm not going to lie. I saw Blade Storm. I saw Ed and Aggro poised up in that smoke. I thought it would go worse for wear, but not so much the case here. UH Premier deciding, let's not. Even though they invested their Viper Wall over to A, actually, which is an interesting decision. Aggro making it here in time on the angle. Gotta hit heads at that range, and it ain't going to happen. Out of knives, too, now. Just classic to actually try and play with this retake. It's 5v5, sure, but the guns ain't lining up even. I'll tell you that much.
It's a good job by Tamu to really sniff out that rotation, too, and get over there quickly to be able to contest this. You know, the spike's down, but they're in a good spot. Oh, but Fig hits a shot, and Hellas makes him pay for it. Akula now going on a tear. Jivey takes him down, and UH Premier takes another round. It's a really, really good job by Texas A&M to try to contest that in the eco round. Now they're going to be able to buy full guns. You get the op back in Aggro's hand. Now you feel good about that round. Maybe you wish you could have done a little bit more, but they had decided ahead of time they were giving it to UH Premier. But Texas A&M needs to take this. If they don't take this here, this could be UH Premier's to lose.
Yeah. One last firm attempt from Tamu, as they ain't going to have much money next round, I'll tell you that much.
And they have a judge out right now, which just...
yeah, exactly, right? I mean, Ed's already kind of broke.
Nowhere to run.
Aggro getting revealed. Oh, boy. Aggro, no. Got to dance around like his life depends on it. And it did. And he makes it.
Swarm grenade out.
Ellen's holding on here, too. Alarmbot takes the point, but no! Jivey ready for that swing. Beautiful work there. Excellent anticipation, and Jim Jones fan not able to clean up Akula either. Has to fall back, wait for his team. 4v5 for the retake for Tamu. One last chance to try and walk away with the #1 seed. One solid chance, I should say. Aggro pushing forward. Holding W as he's wont to do. Throw on the first. The second is trickier, though, as Akula throws a bunch of knives into his body, and Dill didn't expect Fig to be out in mid. He will be able to get it done, but only for 1. And now map and match point for the University of Houston.
Match point.
I mean, this is where you hope for a miracle if you're Texas A&M. Aggro and Dill both opting for the Vandals and no shields because they know they need a miracle. They need one taps right now. They need to hit those Vandal shots. That's the only way that they're going to be able to make it through this. But this is going to be a tough one. If we see Texas A&M make it through this round, I would be very, very surprised.
Not much ultimate wise to work with, too. Only the resurrection, and you have to actually be in a position to be rezzed. Aggro up on pipes pretty aggressively. I don't think he's getting rezzed anytime soon. Jim Jones fan looking to play an aggressive trade here. Doubling back. They haven't cleared him. He's running down Eric Appleson and will be able to trade for one. But I mean, look at him right now. Again, in such an unexpected position. When you actually come around, Ed wasn't expecting that one, I'll guarantee you. Elms comes over and cleans it up, but 2v4 into a lockdown. And Akula comes around as well. Oh, Dill's all alone. No res anywhere near him. He has to get probably 2 more kills before he can even think about a resurrection here, and he won't even get one. Akula finds his head. And that is a 2-0 University of Houston Premier making a statement and taking the first seed out of the Central region.
I mean, UH Premier showed why they're one of the top teams to look out for when we go into the interregional play. When we go into this tournament, like, teams need to be afraid of them because when they're on, if they get momentum, they're as good as any team that we've seen in CF1. And for them to just... This one wasn't nearly as dominant as on Haven, right? But it was still fairly dominant for UH the entire time on a map that we've seen Texas A&M just roll through other teams on. Fig, Akula, they're at the top of the list. But again, look at all across the board for UH Premier. It's so balanced. There's so much versatility on this team, and they can depend on each other. And their communication is on point. Their rotations were on point. Their call-outs are on point. When they're working well together, when they're that well-oiled machine, they're unstoppable.
And it's not all doom and gloom here for Texas A&M University. They made it to the top 2 in the Central region. They get to play more Valorant this split, still, or this season, I should say, still, right? They're going to go on to the interregional finals. They'll be the 2nd seed from the Central region, so going to have to play up against some pretty scary characters now that I think about it. A UCI or an SJSU. I mean, either West region team you don't really want to face. Probably, I think, a Rutgers. Scarlet Knights from the East. If I actually haven't checked the bracket, I should know that. But either way, definitely more difficult to start off in the interregional playoffs for Texas A&M, but they are not out of it yet. We could still get the prophesized Texas in-state match, the rematch here today for the grand finals. We're gonna have to see how that one plays out, though, and if Eric Appleson actually has the right read there. We're actually gonna probably hear from him or somebody else on UH Premier, whoever they decide to send us. In just a minute, guys. Valorant gameplay is over, but we'll be back with an interview in just a minute.
Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
Welcome back one last time, everybody, to today's action for Valorant. One last time to the Central region as an isolated one at that. We're back. University of Houston have pretty sufficiently clobbered their in-state rivals of Texas A&M. And Eric Appleton, good to see you again. It's been a long time. I can hardly remember the last time I saw you, man.
It's been a while.
You got to be feeling good about that one. I mean, we asked you earlier how you felt going into the TAMU matchup. You said it generally depends on just who shows up on the day. Seems like it was you guys. I'm gonna say that one pretty confidently. Y'all showed up in spades.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take too much away from it because they were playing with a sub, of course. But yeah, I'm definitely today. We showed up and we won today. So I think the record's now 4-3, I believe.
I think one of the biggest differences, in both Haven and on Icebox was you guys were doing a good job. And it's not always necessarily on purpose, but I think it just works out this way. Y'all were doing such a great job of isolating aggro and removing him from the equation early on. Was that something that y'all planned, that you thought about, or was it just kind of happening within the action itself?
Look, I'll be honest. Our Haven strat was just hold W and go C every round. I mean, and it worked.
It did. It did definitely work.
I can't say it didn't work. I mean, and that's something you guys have actually done versus Texas A&M before on Haven, right? It seems to work pretty well against them. Were you surprised that they actually let Haven fall through as that first map, or were you pretty confident you were going to get to play there?
Yeah, I think we're fine, honestly. I'm pretty sure Haven's one of the better maps as well. So they like to play it, and we like to play it as well. Normally, it's a little bit more closer than that, but yeah, for the most part, it was good.
And we were talking about this earlier. Really, honestly, throughout the night in both of the matches that you guys played tonight, Fig was absolutely incredible in almost every single use of his Hunter's Fury. How big of it is it for you guys to have somebody playing Sova that can just make so many differences and get so much value out of it?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need that clutch player, or they are the clutch player in those clutch situations. You need the lineups. You have all the recon darts and shock darts. If you hit those on the post plants, you win the rounds. Then that's all you really ask from the person.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Fig wasn't the only one showing up. I think you all had a phenomenal series. Ivy with that crazy ace, the heartbreaker ace for any TAMU fans back on early rounds of Haven, and it was just phenomenal showing after phenomenal showing, even all the way through Icebox. Now, I haven't gotten to see you guys actually play Icebox before. It's a map TAMU are pretty familiar with, but how comfortable? Okay, I'm gonna try. You can dance around this question if you want, because this might be giving too much information. I don't want you to sell any strats away here, but is that something you felt prepared to play against TAMU today?
Honestly, we haven't practiced a single time this semester, and this was our first match on Icebox. So, I mean, we just kind of went for it, and we played well, pucked it out,
We did say a couple of times it just seemed like y'all were sending it, and so I love hearing that. And honestly, that's something that I'd make sure I'd remind Texas A&M every single time you talk about Icebox. Just remind them that it was our first time really playing it.
It's just so rude. All right, well let's look forward now. Yeah, you guys seem like you have a very friendly rivalry going on. So I always love to see that. But let's move forward outside of Texas onto the interregional playoffs that you guys have now cemented yourselves as the first seed from the Central region coming into. There's quite a few nasty teams coming over from other regions. I know you're familiar with San Jose. You just beat them, yesterday, a couple days ago in another tournament. But who else do you have your eye on from the other region?
We've been watching Rutgers play. They're a pretty good squad. Definitely one to watch out for. From the West, I mean, we don't know who's going to go through, but SJSU is probably going to go through, and I guess UCI. So those are the ones we're really watching out for, but I think we're pretty comfortable with any of the teams.
Nice. Alrighty then. Well, Josh, unless you have anything else, I think we'll let Eric
you
get out
guys
of
looked
here.
incredible tonight.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Yeah, all right. Well, one more time, man. You already did one round of shout outs. Here's your encore. Go for it.
All right, let's do a double shout outs. This time Koi only gets one. Koi, twitch.tv/Koima. Jivy, actually no, Jivy got the ace. What am I doing? He should have got the shout out. Okay, Jivy, the Jivy. There we go. And then yeah, the whole team. I mean, we're here to have fun, and everyone had fun. So shout out to everyone, and shout out to the production. You guys did great.
Thank you very much. Well, you guys look like you were having fun. I hope you keep having fun all the way through the short remainder of Conference 1 Valorant. Thank you so much for joining us here today, man. And you have a good one. You have a good night.
Yeah, y'all too. Thanks for having me.
And I think that about wraps us up, Josh. Tomorrow we get to see who those Western teams are making it to the Inter-Regional. I mean, look, all the playoffs have been phenomenal thus far. Don't get me wrong. But West Region always one that in Conference 1, the whole season, they have been so close, neck and neck with each other. So I'm super excited to see all of these matches. Tomorrow it kicks off with Cal Poly versus SJSU Blue at 1 p.m. Pacific time. You are not going to want to miss it, folks. So tune in right here. Follow over on Twitter too. That's what the bracket's looking like. We got three actually stellar matchup. I think we're getting all three of those matches if I'm reading that graphic correctly. So you are going to want to be able to catch every single bit of action before we move on to the interregional playoffs. We'll see you tomorrow back here at 1 p.m. Pacific time. But for now, have an excellent Saturday night, and we'll see you soon.